distance in this race. You are right, your time sheet does say 15 minutes, but they did do a 20-minute race yesterday, which is intriguing. They must have given an extra 5 minutes, so that's a glitch. Oh, but they did have a 20-minute race yesterday, so why it's 15 minutes? Answers on a postcard. So class leaders at the moment. Well, Chris Roberts leads overall and in Class D. Class B lead for Mark Promet in the MG Midget. He's ahead of Patterson and Armitage. So that's actually, that scrap for second place overall is a three-way scrap for second place in Class B, along with the second place Class D machine, which is Zach Booth's Brennan McGann. Gary Wardle leads Class A. That's ahead of Ryan Nelson and Paul Rankin. So the Nelson Ginetta, in actual fact, has got past both the Westfield and the Caterham. So where that happened off camera, we haven't seen that, but there's been a change around where he's got through. And also a couple of changes around for second place, because now Patterson's gone to the lead of Class B according to my timing screen. Yes, ahead of Promet and of Booth. Then we've got Class E being led by Paul Dobson in that Mazda RX-7. Class F is being led back in 19th place by Robert Wakelin in his Honda Civic number 30. And Class B, which is the only car in that class, is Burnett, which is the Spire that retired yesterday, Stuart Burnett, car number 74. And that's currently sat at the moment in 24. That was trundling around at one point before it retired late in the race with some kind of a technical issue. Wasn't the fastest car out there. It had some issues. And I think that's the only classes that we have for class leaders. There's Class C as well, which is only one car. And that is Gary Warburton and his Mini Media spec machine. That's the old Mini. And that sits back in, at the moment, where it is at the moment, in 25th position. And only about 2/10 of a second off the Spire. So the two class leading cars that are by themselves are having an opening into class but interpersonal battle. Right towards the back of the field.
Indeed so. Now, whilst you were talking, Paul Rankin has set the fastest lap of the race, so to my point earlier on, he could still be a factor for a really good result here. Meanwhile, Paul Dobson trying to slip up the inside of the Vectra of Marshall Groves. This is for 12th position. They run in different classes. Dobson in Class E, Groves in Class D, but it is for outright position nonetheless, as Chris Roberts comes through to start another lap. He's 1.8 seconds clear. It's not a massive lead that he's developed here over second place Patterson, who again has come through the order from a long way back. Roddy Patterson from 13th on the grid, so Patterson's making particularly good progress, and on the previous lap was actually nearly a second faster than the leader. So that gap coming down, and Promet in third set the fastest lap of the race. He's going with him, so second and third places catching the leader quite quickly, as we've got just under 8 minutes of the race still to go. Meanwhile, the McGann here battling away. This is the fourth place car trying to negotiate some traffic, the number 64 VW Scirocco of Paul Goodlad, who does step out of the way heading up into Coppice Corner. But yeah, the lead gap coming down as the MG goes off heavily into the barriers. That came out of absolutely nowhere. The 131 car up at Coppice Corner, Howard Hunt's MG ZS, just didn't seem to slow for the corner. That was a truly bizarre moment. Meanwhile, there's another drama, and that is
Bob Buckby.
It is Bob Buckby, isn't it? Yes, pulling over to the side of the road, a very hot and bothered car, but drama up at the top end of the circuit, and that might, I fear, require a safety car, because that was a fairly hefty whack with the barrier for Howard Hunt. Really bizarre moment. He was trying to stay out of the way, I think, of some of the quicker runners, among them Andrew Armiger. I didn't see any contact, but the MG simply did not make the corner.
Yeah, the only suffice I would probably, or comfort we might have, is there might not be a safety cars, because that car has gone quite far in off the circuit, so it's an easier place for the marshals to try and at least recover it. And of course, the main concern is that Hunt is okay from that incident. That's always the main concern in any incident, as he's now gone wide off the road. I imagine they're going to cover it so they can get him out of the way and make sure the car is in a safe enough position. It's gone far enough in, so I imagine it should be, fingers crossed, all okay. The Spire is also pitted, so it looks like a replication of problems from yesterday. Got two minis at play here through the chicane. That's 91 and 104. 104 is quite a potent car in itself. That's the car which is a bit further back than I saw it qualify yesterday, but then we did have wet qualifying conditions yesterday anyway. That is the battle going on. Ooh, as we see here, he is having a quick scrap, and this has now become a three-way fight for the lead, because Patterson, I noticed, I'll come back to Minis in a second, has now set the fastest lap of the race. He's re-caught Roberts on the approach down towards Redgate, and far from catching him, he's actually trying to move up the inside. Whether Roberts can see him with a car that's that low down through Redgate Corner is another matter entirely. Now he sees him, because the wiggle on Redgate Corner meant he tries to take his regular line and finds a Caterham-shaped machine right alongside him. Now he's got Mark Promet in the MG Midget, also trying to make himself look big and strong, but he's not going to make that happen. Although you might just try and slip it down the inside into the Old Hairpin, and again, just like Redgate Corner, Roberts had to kind of look at his mirrors, look around, look to the apex and thought, oh, there's an MG right there, so I'm going to be more careful. And there's more interclass battles going on here as Gary Wardle is dropping behind, I notice. He's behind Armiger anyway, but also his Armiger being caught by both the Ginetta and the Westfield, but they've both passed Gary Wardle, and they're both close to the tail for an interclass battle whilst catching Armiger in front of them.
They are indeed. It was a good run through the corner there, actually, for Nelson in the Ginetta. Carried a lot of speed through the Old Hairpin, so he's coming on strong in the second half of the race. Wardle got boxed in behind a slower runner, so couldn't really do much to defend that as Rankin slips up the inside of Armiger, so that's 2 places gained for him on this particular lap. 58 car though of Nelson. Well, I said he was going well. He's been waved at here by Andrew Armiger, and he's been given a 5-second track limits penalty. So the Ginetta driver no longer really a factor in this battle. I wonder whether that was down at the Old Hair, but he carried so much speed into the corner. I did wonder whether he was going to make the exit of the turn within track limits. I suspect maybe he wasn't able to do so. So a terrific battle. Gary Wardle actually now gets back ahead of him in the Audi, heading into Redgate Corner. So as they go through, the leaders nose to tail pretty much as well. And I think it was important for Mark Primet to get past Chris Roberts when he did, because he'd been going with Patterson up to that point, and I think might have the pace to challenge still for the race victory in the remaining 4 minutes or so. As the Ginetta and the Audi continue to battle away, heading down through the Old Hairpin, but the race leaders, I suspect, are still pretty close together, just up the road from this group. As Armiger launches to the inside of one of the slower Honda Civics up Maclean's corner. Again, the Audi and Ginetta generating their lap time in completely different ways. The Ginetta quite clearly better through the corners, but I think the Audi TCR car has the edge down the straight. So Nelson goes through at Coppice, nearly has a go at Armiger actually, but then doesn't have the power in a straight line to continue the challenge. Here meanwhile are the leaders. They are indeed still pretty close together, and it is still the number 51 Caterham that leads the way of Roddy Patterson, but I don't think he can relax just yet, can he?
No. 2 very sublime lightweight machines, and Primet actually using the extra area he's got available to him through the crane curves, much more superior. In fact, he's really closing in on him. He's going to do what he did to Roberts into the Old Hairpin. The answer's not quite, because the Caterham was parked enough there. He was patient enough to wait for corner exit. Now he tries to just pull himself alongside on an outside line through Starkeys and nearly gets shown the edge of the road through Schwant's curve. The Caterham goes a little more defensive on the approach towards Maclean's. They come through to start to climb again. This might well bring Roberts back into play in the BMW behind. This might have the slightly bulkier, more powerful BMW, but the 2 lightweight machines have a little more bit power to weight ratio. Now the BMW starts to close a bit more on Primet. He starts to put himself alongside, has a little bit more superior straight line speed, and before they even get towards the chicane, meters before it, the punch off the corner for the MG gives him the chance to put Primet into the lead. Into the chicane they go, and the Tigre completely moves out of the way, has no part of that whatsoever. It's good driving to stay out of it. Now, given that Patterson has the fastest lap of the race, Roberts actually puts in a 1:13.729 personal best, and now Patterson's better straight line speed, he gets better traction off the corner. He pulls alongside. They're going to navigate the 77 BMW, which is Stephen Parker in Class D. They all get through past him pretty much trouble-free, but back to the Craner curves. And quite literally from a lap ago, despite 2 changes of lead in a single lap, we're pretty much back to where we started. Again, he loves to try and sneak up on the inside of somebody into that corner, gets a better run off the exit here, but again, a lap ago, Andy, he was shown the edge of the road. He's learnt his lesson this time, but now has a very big, bulky BMW, and it's not bulky in terms of slow, because it's up there keeping up with those 2, but he's definitely given them the runaround, and these 3, I think, even with 1:40 to go, as Patterson runs wide, this ain't finished by a long shot until we get to the checkered flag.
No, not at all. We've had 5 lead changes so far in this race between 4 different drivers. It's been a proper battle, and as you quite rightly said, it's not over yet. Here comes the midget, Mark Primet up alongside again in the traffic, but doesn't quite have the edge down the straight, does he? I think that car generates a bit more grip through the corners with the extra aerodynamic bits and pieces that have been bolted onto that car, but down the straights that maybe slows him down slightly. Nelson with a penalty now as well in his an extra penalty. It was 5 seconds for Nelson. It's now 10 seconds added to his time as the leading trio turn through Redgate for what will be the final time then. So less than a minute to go, and still any one of three drivers could win this race, although Roddy Patterson, with a really good exit from Redgate there, puts a bit of time between himself and Mark Promet. But through the corners, the MG is definitely better, and they've got the Spire, which is back out on track now, holding them up slightly through the Old Hairpin. This could well be Mark Promet's opportunity. But again, as soon as you step on the loud pedal, it seems that the Caterham has a bit of an edge. It's all going to come down, I think, to the run through Macleans, which is definitely delayed for the race leader as the Scirocco gets in the way. Promet gets to the inside. This is his golden opportunity, heading up towards Coppice corner. The MG should be later on the brakes, but the door is closed firmly but fairly in his face by the Caterham, which runs wide midway through the turn, and Promet is going to go through. So he gets the lead, but does he have the legs down the straight to keep the Caterham at bay? I think he might have pulled enough of a lead here by the time we get to the braking zone. Indeed he has, and Mark Promet, as long as he makes the corner, is going to come home a race winner here in what has been a sensational battle in the the second CNC Heads Sports Saloon Championship race of the weekend. It is Mark Promet that wins in the MG Midget. It is Roddy Patterson second, and Chris Roberts, who had the best seat in the house there, a grandstand view of that battle, comes home in third. Paul Rankin, meanwhile, from 19th on the grid, finishes fourth. Oh, and Gary Wardle is off towards the barriers. That's a big, big hit. What on earth happened there? The Audi is destroyed, and that was a huge hit into a concrete wall. I have no idea what happened there to Gary Wardle, but the Audi A3 is totaled, and that was a fairly significant hit. That is not pleasant to see. The rest of the cars will come through and be greeted by a yellow flag, but that was a scary end to the race for Gary Wardle. And yeah, I'm really not entirely sure what led to that. Something broke, one has to imagine, as he came across the line, the rest of them filtering through. And there, the ongoing battle, the race-long battle, seemingly, between Paul Dobson and Marshall Groves goes in the favour of the Mazda driver, who will come home in 11th position in the end. So dramatic conclusion to the race in more ways than one there, and Mark Promet is the one who comes home a race winner, and by a narrow margin. The top three covered by only a second. So Promet with the win. And as I said, a terrific battle that. We had 7 lead changes in the end over the course of the 20 minutes. So yeah, proper battle. Couple of time penalties added to drivers further back, but it was a win for Mark Promet in the end, with Roddy Patterson second, Chris Roberts third, Paul Rankin fourth, and Gary Wardle in 5th position, with Zach Booth, Andrew Armiger, Ryan Nelson, Andy Thomas and Jamie Cryer completing the top 10. Then Paul Dobson 11th ahead of Marshall Groves in 12th position. 13th place then for Stephen Parker ahead of John Price and Nicholas Stott. Matt Hibbert, Robert Wakelin, Stuart Connolly, Paul Goodlad and Louis Dobson complete the top 20 ahead of Gary Warburton, Jonathan Lee, Brian Gilsenham and Stuart Burnett in 24th position. And was that the last of the finishes? Yes, it was actually, because Bob Bookby was a non-finisher, as was James Owen. Howard Hunt, Derry Davis, of course, dramatically off on the opening lap after that contact with Chris Roberts. That seems like a long time ago, that, doesn't it? A lot happened after that point, and it was a race that very much kept us guessing right until the checkered flag. So, drivers down into the pit lane, and Rob Lewis is there to have a chat with our podium finishers, all of whom led the race at one point or another, but it was Mark Promet who led when it mattered at the end of the 20 minutes.
Well, that was some fantastic racing. Now, the one thing I can tell you, if you haven't seen it on the stream already, Gary is all right. He appeared to have got out of the car, and he will get the medical attention he needs. I've got a very worthy race winner here in a beautiful MG. I mean, the three, Andy was saying in the commentary box, the three of you led the race at least once. Yeah. But you were there when it mattered. You got the job done.
Right. Yeah, I know. Every race now, I'm just learning the car first season, and I'm just getting a little bit nearer getting it. So yeah, a few little teething problems, but we sorted them out, and now I'm driving with confidence because I've got them teething problems out of my head.
It's a beautifully prepared car as well. Tell us a little bit about the car.
Mike Johnson chassis, look, you can't quite read it, but yeah, thanks to Mike, that's his chassis design, so that's what makes it go. The rest of it's cosmetic.
But it's a very, very fast little car. What's under the hood?
2-litre Vauxhall XE. So it's a Group B car, which to win outright is fantastic from a Group B car, so it's really good, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, a very worthy race winner here for our CNC Sports and Saloons. Let's go and chat to our enamoured caterer driver who also had a fantastic result there. I was just saying, at least one of you led that race. There was the three of you fighting for the win. What was it like from your point of view, especially in an open wheel car like this at Caterham?
Super fun. I mean, absolutely super fun. I'd qualified badly with the wet tyres and therefore I had to find my way through. And then I spotted the front three and I thought, this car's got the pace. So we managed to keep up with them until right at the very end, last 2 or 3 laps, the back left tyre started to go. But you know what? Great fun racing the BMW and the midget. Super.
And amongst the slower cars as well, there's a bit of an art form for that, isn't there?
There is, and a wee bit of luck sometimes, and obviously they stay on the racing line, but you see I've got some damage there. Unfortunately, a chap, he pulled onto the racing line, but then he didn't follow the racing line through. I guess he was going to stay in the racing line, and I hit him up the back, which is why the midget got past me.
Oh my, so we've actually got coolant running out as we speak on the floor there from the Caterham. So.
Afraid so, that was just the back of a back marker.
But all in all, you've had a good weekend.
Excellent weekend. That car was superb. Thanks to my team for doing it. For something that has no downforce and terrible drag, it was handling beautiful.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a wonderful second place. And I must actually grab yesterday's winner, who finishes third, but in no means is grabbing third place doing him a disservice, because that was a mega race with you three.
No, I really enjoyed it, honestly, towards the end then. It was, that's what you want. It was really fun. They got, again, we passed 2 cars going into the inside here at Redgate, and yeah, that was exciting. We managed, I think, gain a little lead, and then Patterson came out of nowhere. He overtook me. Next minute, the MG at the bottom of Old Hairpin. It's like I've lost 2 places within like half the track. But them 2 battling, I was kind of just trying to bide my time and just pick them off towards the end, but it wasn't to be. You hit traffic at the wrong points, but these cars are so fast. So fast, but I really enjoyed it. Like, genuinely, racing like that was amazing. Good fun.
You haven't got the win today, you got the win yesterday, but just to see the look on your face, a genuine enjoyment.
Yeah, it's brilliant, and it's still class result. It's still a first in Class D. Like I say yesterday, this is a multi-class championship, so yeah, I think we're heading Class D lead now by a comfortable margin, and just continue. I'm taking the fight to these boys in the lightweight quick cars, so I'm happy to be up with them. Even if we don't get the win, it's still good to be there.
Well, tell us a bit about this championship, because you've literally got everything from Vectra Challenge cars down to your Mini Coopers in Class E, F. You've got a bit of everything, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely everything. From like this is classed as a modified road car, then you've got the modified specials. But yeah, if you've got a car, it kind of caters for it in one way or another via the class that they put you in. So it is good, but we're mixing it up now. Like I say, the Class D cars, the production road cars, can mix it with the special race cars. Maybe not over the long distance sometimes, because they are still heavy, but they're there's still good cars out the box, these M cars. So just a few tweaks to them on the racetrack, and they're good to go. Brilliant bits of kit.
They certainly get the result you need. Well, congratulations, a great class result and our overall podium. I will stress as well, Gary Wardle, he did appear to get out of the car. Obviously, the BRSCC rescue teams are just going out and sorting to him, and I did see the medical car pull in, so chances are he has been taken to the medical centre. As soon as we do hear anything, we will endeavour to find out. I know a lot of you will be watching and commenting on the stream. We'll find out and we'll get the information out there, but he did get out of the car, which is promising. We've got some more racing coming up. We've got 3 more races before the lunch break today, so it's time to head up to Andy and to Scott. There might be a bit of waiting around, but they can still take you through the grid for the next race.
Yes, well, there is the reason for the delay. Excellent news that Gary Wardle got out of that car. I was a bit concerned, I will admit, because that was driver's side impact onto a concrete wall. I mean, it was a big hit. Has it damaged the barrier, actually? It looks almost as if there's a bit of a dent in that concrete barrier. Yes, there are marshals investigating that. Just to the left of screen, you can see it has knocked the barrier in ever so slightly, so race control will want to be certain that that is a-okay, and also that we can get this car out of the way. But there's so much damage done to it that it's not going to be the work of a moment to recover it, I don't think. So yeah, big hit and a lot of damage done to car and circuit furniture. It very nearly went over after the initial impact, but thank goodness that didn't happen. That would have made the job of getting Gary out of the car even harder. But yeah, good to hear there from Rob that he got out. I presume he is in the back of the ambulance that just arrived in the pit area to be given a check over in the medical centre. But the discussion now is how best to get this car out of the way. The recovery vehicle is arriving, and hopefully they'll be able to just pick it up and get it out of the way quite quickly. There's Derry Davis's Darien, which was an early victim in that race with that contact down at the Old Hairpin. Seems to have damaged the wheel. The right rear wheel is buckled on the Darien. That's a great shame, because he would have made what was already a very exciting race even more exciting. He was another driver who definitely could have won that one, Scott.
I think he definitely could have been a factor in that. The Darien, of course, was quite prominent in the first few corners. It's just a shame that there was the contact with Chris. I admit I was in another conversation, so if there was any conversation on that with Chris, I didn't quite catch it, but I'm sure I can look back and see what happened. But yeah, that would have been an interesting fact to see the Darien. But I think that the understatement might be is that Ali's going to need a bit of tidying up before it even sees a racetrack for a while, because that was, unfortunately, quite a hefty whack into the inside wall. It's probably a part of the circuit where you don't often get incidents or even contact with the wall because of where it is. And there's the alternate view. That's the front of it in terms of how it's ended up. Fortunate, Audi RS3 TCR car looking a little bit more sorry for itself, sat where it is on the edge of the circuit. So there is going to be a little bit clear up to make sure that that is ready to go. Because whilst we're waiting, we can do a little bit of look ahead to what's coming up after Donington Park, because in terms of people who enjoy live race weekends for BRSCC, well, you're in luck for next weekend, because if you want to tune into this channel, you can keep tabs on everything that's happening when we head to arguably the most picturesque circuit that you can find in UK motorsport, and that is on the Irish coast, which is on the Isle of Anglesey circuit, which hosts the Anglesey Summer Race Weekend. And that will have its headline act, the double header for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and that is, of course, you're going to be in attention for that one. I won't be there in person, I'll be following it remotely, but I'm actually quite jealous because, one, Anglesey is one of my favourite circuits, not for the location, but also it's such a great place to go and race, but two, it's the double header, of course, which is racing in the afternoon, and then one of my favourite things, which is motorsport in the evening towards the night time, so the second race will end under the cover of darkness. There is just something about motorsport in the evening or the dusk going into the night that just makes that little bit more magical, particularly when it's endurance racing. Of course, with Le Mans coming on that exact same weekend, of course, it's a bit of a unintentional but fitting half tribute to that, having it on that same weekend, quite symbolic. On top of that, we've got as well Caterham's racing with Caterham graduates, the Fiesta STT40s and Fiesta Juniors. It's kind of action-packed, guaranteed across the board, both not just in the sprint races, but in the endurance, as we both know, for those who still have to convince converts to the championship. It's pretty much, it's not a 3-hour endurance long race. It turns into a pair of 3-hour sprint races, which really are from start to finish that unpredictable, even when the leader by default has to start from the back of the grid from the winner from last time.
Indeed so, and all the more reason to look forward to it this weekend. I've been chatting to Christian Rose a bit over the last couple of weeks, the man who is these days in charge of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, and he says we're going to get the biggest Anglesey grid that the championship has ever had, and by some margin. Normally Anglesey, just because of its geographical location, doesn't necessarily attract some of the part-time teams, the teams that don't commit to a full season, those based down south perhaps, don't make the venture over to Anglesey. But this year, for whatever reason, they've been tempted, and we're expecting a much, much bigger grid. Normally we average somewhere around 20 cars in Anglesey, but we're going to be much, much closer to 30, which is going to be brilliant to see for the two 3-hour races. That championship really is going strong at the moment, with the biggest grids it's ever had, really, and some of the most competitive racing. So yes, make sure you tune in. It's going to be a busy weekend for motorsport, but Anglesey certainly will play its part in all of that. And I'm very much looking forward to what will be the third and fourth rounds of the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, after races at Oulton Park and Snetterton earlier on in the season. Here at Donington Park, we are awaiting a resumption of racing after this sizable accident for Gary Wardle at the end of our second CNC Head Sports Saloon race of the weekend. As you can see, they're in the process of picking that car up and getting it out of the way. Hopefully, no more than 5 minutes or so before that's cleared, and we'll be able to get our next race underway, which is the Durley Garage Fiesta ST150 Challenge. This is a 15-minute race, I'm reliably informed, and we've had a couple of amendments to the grid. In fact, the grid sheet I've got in front of me is the second amended grid, because there was a penalty that had been applied to Daniel McQuire, which was then rescinded following a steward's decision. Now, that doesn't happen very often, so Daniel obviously felt quite strongly about the fact that he didn't deserve the penalty. He's protested it and has actually been successful. So there was talk of some discussions going on into the early evening yesterday, which delayed a few members of the BRSCC team getting away from Donington Park at the time that they'd planned, but this is obviously what it was. So he has been reinstated into the results from yesterday's second race. We had 2 races for the Fiestas yesterday, and 2 different winners, with Michael Blackburn winning race 1, Stephanie Saw getting herself on the podium in second, and George Foxlow in third. George was then the only driver to repeat a podium performance in race number 2, and in fact he was on the top step. He won the second race for the Fiesta ST150 Challenge, with Daniel Robinson and Spencer Lane following him home. And that second race in particular, Scott, was an absolute barnstorm, wasn't it? Some really, really good battling up and down the order, and a brilliant move by George Foxlow to get the lead in the first place.
I think we can say it was the best move of the weekend so far. It was a really sort of bold move, but he just didn't give Blackburn a chance to give him any resistance. He just put his car right on the apex, to use the term. He pretty much did lick the stamp and send it, and gave him absolutely no choice but to capitulate and let him through. If he could communicate, he was saying, you ain't getting a choice here, Michael. I'm coming up the inside into Macleans. I'm taking the place whether you like it or not, and he managed to make that stick. He was quite bold with a couple of his moves, particularly he did try and move into the old hairpin that was at one point, which was also quite daring, but then George has never done anything by halves when it comes to racing, both in ST150s and an ST240. He's quite a prominent driver, and the great thing is he does it whilst being completely unbothered when he's talking. When Rob think yesterday and say, that was a fantastic race, and he was like, yeah, it was alright, it was pretty good. But that's the great thing, because he's very, I think there's a bit of charisma about him, the fact that he does just drive as well as he does, but at the same time does it whilst being completely relaxed, like it's just an everyday thing, which to him, I guess, if he enjoys motorsport and it running in the family with his father Tim, of course, I suppose in many cases it does. And speaking of his family, I think his father Tim did actually allow him to have a run out recently in his Mark 1 Escort RSR, which was quite successful, and quite good to see him back out there. And this is George's first weekend back in the championship, and trying to at least abolish some of the memories of how it ended last year, because last year he was doing a full-time double campaign in ST240s and ST150s, and he was up there getting some good results, and I think he finished somewhere in the top 3 in the pros, or somewhere near that in that one, the result he got. Didn't quite get a win in ST240s that I seem to recall from last year, but ST150s, he came into the weekend as a 3-way person for the championship to fight. I think it was with Sam Watkins, and I want to say who the other eventual champion was, but his name escapes me. But nonetheless, it was heartbreak for him, because he didn't even get to start a race, because on the formation lap, his car sheared a wheel, and his championship ended right there and then in the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend at Brands Hatch, before he even got a chance to properly put in a fight in that finale. So it became a 2-horse race for the championship in the end on that weekend. And George, I think, is one of those young drivers who's come up. He's come up from Fiesta Juniors. I think his car, I'm sure it's Daniel McQuire's car, is his old ST150 that he raced, first of all, in juniors, and then turned into a senior car in ST150s, which I think Andy confirmed a small nod is about to try and figure out. The only reason I figure it's because his car is pretty blue. It has that white kind of fluorescent yellow A pillar, which I think initially was a car which Joel Wren ran. Then George Foxlow had it. This is my autistic anorak brain going through and ADHD brain remembering this stuff. And that car that went to George, he raced it in Fiesta Juniors. He then initially went to what we know is the only Fiesta Junior car, which is the Mark 7. Raced that for a couple of rounds, went back to the Mark 6 for the rest of the season, and then at the end of that year went into ST150 Challenge with that same car and did a full season with it. If you're not following, good, I understand, because I go on a tangent. But nonetheless, it looks as though it is pretty much the same car, which has now gone, I believe, at least it looks to me, to Daniel McQuire, and he's now using that. So interesting, Foxo raced against his old car, which is something that, to use comparison, as to Kellett in Fiesta ST240s, is technically doing twice, because effectively he's racing against his last season car, which is currently driven by Jack Sant, and the 2-year-old car, which is still being driven by George. So he's literally racing against his previous 2 title-winning cars and his new one, which means there's technically 3 Kellett cars out there, just with different drivers at the wheel. Yes, indeed so. And speaking of Alistair, actually, and fitting in a way that we had the Audi TCR car, what was left of it anyway, on the screen. He made his debut in TCR UK a few weeks ago at Croft, and stepping in for his good friend, apparently, Barry John McHenry, and did not embarrass himself at all. Really, really enjoyed that. And Alistair Kellett, we know, is quick in front-wheel drive, slick-tyred Saloon, well, not really a Saloon, it's a hot hatch, tin tops, yes, I suppose is a better word, mini touring cars, as we call them, the ST240s, and he had to get to have a go in a proper one up at Croft, and thoroughly enjoyed himself. Hopefully not the last time we see him out in TCR machinery, although I fear one Audi TCR car is firmly off the market now. That car, I doubt we will see again, that was involved
in that most recent incident. So, the recovery effort ongoing, as I suspected would be the case. It's taken a while to pick that car up.
Just had confirmation from Chris Grimes, who thanks Chris from 10 Sport Performance, confirming that my logic was correct. It is Foxo's old car, runs with us, and it is Daniel McQuarrie at the wheel. So thank you, Chris. Shout out to Chris, of course, who's doesn't race ST150s recently, but when he does jump into it, he's also damn quick. He's one of those people that he's damn quick himself, but also runs a very good team of cars that can run towards the front. So good to see that Chris is keeping well. And I think he's also picked up a Honda Civic to go racing somewhere else as well more recently, which he's going to sure enjoy. But then Chris, from what I've seen, anytime he gets into any kind of car, is pretty quick anyway, with usually soft front-wheel drive, so I'm sure he'll go well in that. There's quite a few, and that tends to be the case when you get drivers who, often the case, who are very quick, but then they turn into kind of running either themselves or running within a team. Then they get quick and successful enough that they can go run their own team. I think of other drivers like Jamie White, who been a multiple Fiesta champion, runs GRW Motorsport, who's here this weekend running a handful of Mazdas. He's predominantly been more of a Fiesta racer and team boss run, and still does in the ST240s, and I think a little bit in the ST150s. Of course, Aidan Hills is an example, Brian Chandler, and other drivers. We give Rob Boston's a great one as well, of course, who I don't think Rob engineers a bad car, to be honest. I think he jumps into any series he jumps into, including Fun Cup. He tends to pick up what the car is pretty quickly, and using his sort of natural racer brain and being able to, any car he jumps into in races is typically quick, whoever's running it. Any car he runs tends to be quick, and then any car he builds tends to be quick. He's very adaptable in the series that he jumps into, in the car that he's in. He's got a very good kind of racing mechanical brain that he can very much on the fly mix into anything you've got. Peeking at something on the timetable, looking a bit intriguing.
I'm just trying to figure out how far delayed we are. I'm thinking of lunch, if I'm completely honest.
Yes.
We are not actually that bad. We're 5 minutes late at the moment starting our next race because we rattled through the qualifying sessions this morning quite quickly, which was good news. And this is exactly why Race Control will try and make up time where they can throughout the day. It's not like the sort of bigger international events over in Europe, for example, where if the race starts at 12 o'clock, it will start at 12 o'clock, regardless of how efficiently things have been run up to that point. With so many races to cram into a day here, 14 races plus 4 qualifying sessions today, there are only so many hours of daylight that we could use, so they have to get through them as quickly as possible. And if there is a chance to move the start time forward, then that's exactly what Race Control will do. We've got an hour's lunch break as well scheduled in, although yesterday they caught us out with that slightly by starting early, to my point. So we'll try and get you updates when we get to lunch as to our restart time. But for now, the track awaits the arrival of the Fiesta ST150s. Weather conditions are pleasant, don't get me wrong. It's not cold today, temperatures in the mid-teens. And expected to get up to, I think, highs of about 19 later on. But this wind, I believe, Scott, is supposed to get stronger and stronger as the day goes on, and it already looks like it's a stronger wind than we had when we arrived here this morning. It's a headwind down the main straight. Now that I'm actually quite excited about, because it means it's also a headwind down the back straight towards the chicane, the two big braking zones on the track, which are already good overtaking opportunities, are now going to be even better overtaking opportunities, because the slipstream effect is going to be more powerful, especially thinking about Fiestas and Mazda MX-5s to come later on today. One-make racing, where the slipstream is always powerful, is going to be even more powerful now, with the strong headwind that the drivers will be racing into. So good work by the marshals to get the track cleared. There's a little bit of debris off track, which is fine. They don't need to worry too much about that. And of course, the witness marks there across the middle of the road showing exactly where the Audi TT lost control. But now we do finally have Fiestas out on circuit, and our third Durley Garage Fiesta ST150 race of the weekend is imminent. It's their third and final race as well, so it's an early finish for the Fiestas, who had their qualifying in 2 races yesterday. Sam Watkins on pole, and it is Michael Blackburn alongside him, with Stephanie Saw and Colin Smith together on row number 2. Then it's Spencer Lane and Daniel Robinson, with George Foxlow and Daniel McQuarrie on row number 4, with Jake Humphrey and Robbie Harrison next. Row 6 then shared by Mark Webb and Tommy Brewley, ahead of Joseph Ming and Mark Blunt. Jessica Fitch-Hall and Graham Malem are next. Then Ryan Matthias and Alan Darlington, with Ron Lustad and Caroline Lustad together on row 10. Row 11, Aidan Vickers and Remy Beadle, with Oliver Sweetman at the back on his own, 23rd and last. So the grid reversal, because they do a grid reversal, don't they, for race 3, appears to have been a top 7. So Sam Watkins, who finished 7th, is on pole, and George Foxlow, race 2 winner, has some more overtaking to do, Scott, from 7th on the grid. So races 1 and 2 were lively enough. I think race 3 could be even livelier. Throw a reversed grid into a tin top race and you can normally guarantee excitement.
You'd certainly hope so, given how good yesterday was. So we'll wait and see what's in store. And given that the grid is very similar to what we had for race 1 yesterday, if you look at the grid for it, I'll be intrigued to see how this all plays out, particularly with Stephanie Sorkel starting from 3rd on the grid. Of course, George started back in 7th. So, and Stephanie made a couple of pretty good starts yesterday, particularly her start from race 1, which allowed her to get up there with Michael Blackburn. And she did get up there and almost again took the lead, but her car seemed a little bit pointy and a bit more oversteering, maybe on cold tyres in the early part of that race. It didn't allow her to do so. Sam Watkins could make it 3 from 3 here, but we know how prominent Michael Blackburn is. Now, I've watched for Stephanie, just that 3rd car going through the shot, the blue and red with the black on the side. Bailey's and Harding sponsorship on there too as well. Watch for that too. And as the field goes off, there's a good few potential drivers in that first, I'd say, first 8 rows, first 4 rows, first 8 positions, 4 rows, who have got, at very least, I think, top 5, if not definitely podium potential. Another car to watch who I think will be there right at the back, which is Oliver Sweetman. Now, he had an issue getting off the line, whether it was something to do with drive shaft or getting a gear or getting something, because he tried to move off the line, and all you hear is just the revs going up, but not much movement, which usually suggests it's something to do with drive line, as in there's revs going through, but actually going through to the wheels that they power. So it looks like they've seemed to have fixed that, and the squad have got him back out. It just means he has to start right at the back of the grid in 23rd position. And of course, these ST150s have been quite prominent in motorsport for a while. Of course, when we had the what's now the ST240 Championship, they were the prominent class in terms of they were the most amount of cars that were in it, and you used to get so many in the past, back even some 10, even 15 years ago, that you would get them as separate standalone class races just for class C then, which is the Fiesta ST150s. And then when they started to amalgamate, bring more classes in, eventually it went to the ST240s coming in. Then when they took over as the main category, these cars then merged with what was the existing, this is essentially originally still what was the XR Challenge. Those cars merged in, they balanced them, all the cars are pretty much exactly the same spec or run to the same specification or very close to be balanced. And so now we have a field which is pretty much back to where kind of what's now the ST240s was, but it's now purely just ST150s, and it's thriving now on a more national scale when it was before, originally more a northwestern-based championship, and it's opened up more drivers to get involved, which is really good to see. And the grids are getting consistently over 20 cars now, which proves the popularity is only going up and up with more new drivers coming in, particularly this year.
Absolutely, yes, and some really good racing as well, so that helps to sell the idea to potential new drivers. So, yeah, really popular championship, and there was a little bit of discontent perhaps when it came in and merged with the XR Challenge, because the XR Challenge had been around since the 80s and had at one point been one of the biggest one-make championships in the country, but the reality was that you just couldn't get hold of those cars, or more to the point, spare parts for those cars anymore, and something had to change, and there was a bit of resistance from some drivers to move across to the ST150s. Some did, some didn't. But those who did, I think, have found them very rewarding. Very different cars to drive to the old XR2s and XR3s, despite this being the natural successor to the XR2. But I think gradually drivers have fallen in love with this format and this type of Fiesta, this format of racing, and definitely taking it nationwide now has been a massive, massive success. So, yeah, exciting stuff in prospect here, I think. And an interesting front row. I mean, Sam Watkins and Michael Blackburn, you could well believe, had qualified on the front row, because they have frequently in the past qualified on the front row together, but because of the reverse grid, they now start back at the front again, and the red lights go out. Who's going to win the race into Redgate Corner? It's Blackburn, by the looks of it, from the outside line, who's had the best of the launches. Not a great start, actually, for Sam Watkins, and so Stephanie Sawell took him behind him, and, in fact, Stephanie under attack from Spencer Lane, that was, I think, going into Redgate Corner. Round the right-hander they will go. Does everyone keep it out of the gravel? So far, so good. But Michael Blackburn leads the way. Watkins then in second position. Colin Smith, that is, who's slotted into third by the looks of it. Saw is fourth, but for how much longer? Dan Robinson up alongside the championship leader, trying to gain ground as they descend upon the Old Hairpin for the first time.
That battle pack all the way through as one, closest they'll be for the first time. I think a good start also looks like for Oliver Sweetman, who has picked up at least 5 or 6 positions by the look of it in that 09 car going through the Old Hairpin. pack makes its way back up towards Macleans for the first time. Spencer Lane was going side by side with Daniel Maguire by the looks of it. And they sweep back through the shot. They come up towards it, they get it all together. Ooh, one car was very wide in the background, couldn't quite catch exactly who that was, but now it's Blackburn to the lead again. And up to third, fourth, fifth. In fact, actually Stephanie Saw shuffle back to sixth because she's now lost out to George Foxlow as well. Now she has Daniel Maguire right behind. And Spencer Lane's also after a good start. He's now under attack from the yellow and black car of Jake Humphrey. Now the back straight they go towards the chicane and not hanging around. Watkins is going back on the attack. He wants his lead back as they flick through the right and then left of the chicane back onto the pit straight for the first time under racing speeds. Robertson giving chase in third, and then it's Colin Smith who leads the pack in fourth position. Bobby Harrison there in the orange Fiesta just giving a hurry up to, looks like Mark Webb is into the top 10, under attack into Redgate corner. Little movement around under brakes, and Fiesta's literally everywhere you look down towards Redgate corner. Pick a piece of tarmac, stick to it, throw it into Redgate corner, see what happens and see whatever order comes out on the end of it.
And throw it into Redgate corner is the right wording. You saw the way that Michael Blackburn's car got backed into the corner there almost. That was very spectacular. But Dan Robinson for me is the man with the pace. He started sixth, remember. He's up to third already as we've got a battle here for fifth position. That is Stephanie Saw trying to get back into the top five. Jake Humphrey making good progress. A poor first lap really for Spencer Lane, who started fifth and was third in yesterday's second race. So he's really not made the progress you would have expected. For second place now, Dan Robinson gets up the inside of Michael Blackburn, and that's about to become the lead because Sam Watkins got it all wrong through Macleans and has lost the position. So from third to first for the championship leader Daniel Robinson. I suppose that's why he's the championship leader. Excellent racecraft. Hasn't won a race yet this weekend. He had a sixth place finish yesterday after a track limits penalty in race one, and was then second in race number 2. And now he leads the way as they head down the back straight into the chicane where Michael Blackburn gets into the back of him, and Dan Robinson's going to have to cut the chicane, surely. No, keeps it within track limits. That will actually delay Blackburn more, and Sam Watkins gets back into the fray. This will also bring the fourth place car, in fact pretty much everyone else, onto their tail, I suspect. George Foxlow sets the fastest lap, and they're absolutely together as they head towards Redgate corner. Robinson on the inside, Watkins on the outside, Blackburn trying to find a gap up the inside as well. Rubs up the side of Sam Watkins' car. They both go wide though, and George Foxlow sees his opportunity. He's never backwards in coming forwards, Foxlow, and he's going to try and go from fourth to second. They're banging doors 3 wide down the hill. This has got disaster written all over it through the crater curves. Blackburn into the side of Foxlow, who keeps on coming. Fantastic. Foxlow, I think, is going to get this done. More cars now start barreling into the back. This is carnage, Scott.
And the big loser in that literally was Watkins. He got shuffled out wide. 3 abreast through crater curves. You never do it the best of times. They're still wheels work. They're 3 abreast, about 7th now. But Watkins got shuffled back. He was out of momentum, lost about 7 places as a result. That huge pack is now going for 6th. Dan Robertson now for a casual Sunday morning drive out there at the moment whilst everyone else fights for second place. They've all now closed back up, as you rightly said, because it looks as though there's been enough momentum lost and gained between them to give Blackburn second place, Foxlow's third if we get some kind of a settlement before the next action kicks off in a minute. You've now got Colin Smith into 4th place. It's Daniel Maguire in 5th position. 6th is now Watkins after his big shuffle around from being as far as the lead at one point. Looks like it's Stephanie Saw back to 8th because she's now behind Spencer Lane. Now it's side by side for the lead again. For 2nd, in fact. Foxlow dives up the inside, clips the tyre snap, but doesn't do too much damage, I don't think. He's going to carry on unbothered regardless in his typical George Foxlow fashion. Down the pit straight, that was Watkins getting a shove from Spencer Lane, but the momentum loss gives Daniel Maguire the run down the outside. Robinson now has a very, well, now un-ST150-like 2.3 second lead. They're side by side, nearly 3 abreast in towards Redgate, and Stephanie Saw to back out of it as Maguire gets sideways. Now Watkins defends from Lane. Stephanie Saw tried to go for the apex and found someone to her inside. Looks like that was Watkins for the mix. Mark Webb is out of the race sadly, so that's no further contention for this one. Down through the crater curves again. They're almost still side by side. And Watkins now got to try and find his way back into this race. They pitch through the old hairpin, just backing the cars in through the apex. They're all just bumper to bumper as Maguire runs wide. That'll lose him momentum. This now gives Spencer Lane the chance to try and pull up alongside him on the outside, which he does ever so slightly edge closer and closer down towards the inside line. Maguire won't have any choice, and Stephanie Saw will try and follow him through. And she does, leans on him a little bit. Robbie Harrison tries to insert himself into this race, as does Jake Humphrey. All over each other in the mix, and whilst they're all scrapping up here, Dan Robertson's laughing to himself, looking in the mirror, looking back and thinking, this is an easy race win for me. I'm championship leader for a reason, and I'm streaking away like everyone's got an issue with themselves, I'm just fine out in front.
Well, let's not hand him the winner's trophy just yet, though, because George Foxlow and Michael Blackburn, if they work together, and I realise as I begin this sentence I'm probably wasting my breath, but if they work together, they might be able to catch him. Let's see what the lap times are. Fastest lap for Robinson, a 25.2, which is pipped slightly by Blackburn in third position, but not really by a lot. They were top three were all within a tenth of each other that time, and actually first to second, the gap went out ever so slightly. So Robinson leads the way then. Foxlow and Blackburn battling for second. Then it is the number 16 car up in fourth position of Colin Smith. And he leads that next pack, really, doesn't he? Ahead of Watkins, Lane, Saw, Maguire, Harrison and Humphrey. And then a bit of a gap back to Aidan Vickers, who retired from both of yesterday's races, didn't he? And hoping just to see a checkered flag here this morning in 11th position. You like the yellow and red livery on Jake Humphrey's car. That was Maguire, wasn't it? Yeah, going wide out of the Old Hairpin. Michael Blackburn's got his windscreen wipers on. Is there a sprinkle of rain out at the top end of the circuit? Well, it's not deterring him because he launches up the inside of George Foxlow. They're leaning on each other. These two have history from yesterday, remember, at this part of the circuit. And I think that is starting now to boil over, isn't it, between the two of them? Neither wants to give way. They're not working together, Scott.
This is definitely youth versus experience, and neither wants to give each other an inch at this point down the back straight. There's also the three-car pack behind that's having a massive fight over fourth. That's Smith, Watkins and Lane. No surprise they're wheel to wheel. That little bit later on the brakes for Blackburn, but Foxlow's hesitant to give up the outside line, but he has to capitulate and let him through. Loses him a little bit of momentum. That now brings in the three cars behind him to start getting close in. Now become a five-car scrap. Out in front, well, he is now basically 8 seconds in front, because all that battling meant that Robinson was a second quicker. Fox are getting very defensive to hold on to thirds. Watkins pitches the car in, finds Smith to his inside, a little bit of bump and rub as they come through Redgate. Now it comes up to Spencer Lane and Stephanie Saw getting herself involved again. This is all over. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh, with Daniel McQuire watching on in eighth. They're all going to go through the crater curves together. Hold your breath down towards the Old Hairpin. Oh! That is Colin Smith out of control. Is he going to clip? Oh, the lightest of touches. He won't hold on to that. Over the gravel he goes. They're all going everywhere. Fiesta ST150s scatter before him. And I have to ask the question, how on earth did everyone get through that all through? And what's the point? How did Spencer Lane get to third through all of that? He's got past George Foxlow, who got held up. Foxlow's not going to have any of it. He's going back up the inside. This is ridiculous. On the over curb goes Daniel McQuire. There goes Jake Humphrey. They're all over each other. Now it's casually three abreast towards Coppice corner. Watkins back up the inside. Lane goes round the outside of all of them. Fox is in the middle. Blackburn's cleared off up the road, so he's clear in second place. This is absolute Fiesta ST150 pack racing at its finest, and there's still 6.5 minutes to go. I'm looking through my hands because this is 3 wide down towards the chicane. Oh, I can't look.
Oh, you can't go 3 wide through the chicane, guys. Come on now, sort yourselves out. Lane is sideways again. None of them have got any rear grip, it would seem. Bouncing over the grass is Foxlow. They've taken leave of their senses, rather, in this third race of the weekend. It's thoroughly entertaining to watch, but you do kind of feel like it's all going to go completely wrong at any moment. They're 4 wide further back in the pack as we descend upon Redgate corner. How's this one going to play out? Spencer Lane is sideways, but I think he might come out in front of this group, which gets bigger and bigger by the corner as they all keep tripping over each other. Someone bouncing through the dirt at the back of the group. Deep breath, everyone. We've got just under 6 minutes of this race still to go. Dan Robinson leads by 3.5 seconds over Michael Blackburn, who's got a similar gap back to this baying pack of Fiestas behind them. I've no idea, Scott, how they got through the Old Hairpin last time without anyone ending up in a fence, and we still have opportunities for that to happen. Someone else through the gravel further back, and I spotted Oliver Sweetman from the back of the grid is now also a part of this fight.
Yeah, he's in the top 10 now from what was starting right at the back in 23rd after his issues yesterday. It's a great fight. Looks like the second place in the wet qualifying wasn't quite a fluke. So up now towards Coppice, and dare I say the words, they've calmed down slightly. Okay, I've done it now, but I'm daring to do so. If I say it, it'll happen, fingers crossed. So up through Coppice corner onto the back straight. We get a chance to breathe slightly. The cart's gone off is Mark Blunt, who was a championship regular before, but he's a guest this weekend. Sadly out of the race after he went scattering off into the gravel. Now they're side by side for what will be, I'm trying to work out the position. That is now 4th or 5th position between Watkins and Saw, with Spencer Lane, who at one point was third after all that melee, and they're going at it again. Oliver Sweetman cuts across the chicane. They're now 3 abreast on the exit between Maguire and Humphrey and Harrison. So they come onto the pit straight. So the timing screen now says, as Blackburn sets the fast, he's got the fast lap of the race anyway, but he's slower than Robinson. So Robertson now leads by, what is it now, 3.7 seconds. Then a further 3.8 from Blackburn in second. Back to Fox, though, as McQuire turned across the front of Joseph Ming. And then there's more contact as Harrison gets into the side of him. Calm down. It is the last race of the weekend for these guys, but they're treated like it's the last race of the season.
Well, it might be for some of them. If they carry on like this, they're not going to have a car left to race with for the second half of the season. This is no holds barred stuff. Spencer Lane there battling with Stephanie Saw. There was a car in the gravel, which I think was Mark Blunt. He's not made it round at the end of the previous lap, so that should mean yellow flags out at the Old Hairpin, one would assume. I didn't actually spot any yellows, but that would be the standard procedure. So Old Hairpin might be off limits now as far as overtaking opportunities are concerned, at least for a lap or two, as the midfield battle now heads up towards Coppice corner, where Sam Watkins arrives nearly backwards and still comes out of the corner vaguely pointing in the right direction. Not the quickest run through the turn though, and so Spencer Lane and Colin Smith are going to close in on him as they head down the back straight. There is Daniel Robinson, so he is pretty much unchallenged at the moment, although Michael Blackburn perhaps a little bit closer this time. The gap was 3.8 seconds. It is now 2.4, so a big gain that time for Blackburn. It was a slow lap for Robinson, in fairness, so he might have had a moment somewhere. He was a couple of seconds off his best. No one actually going quite as quickly as they have done previously in the race, but that will give Michael Blackburn some hope.
You'll see Robinson will see that blue and yellow car a little bit larger in his mirror. That will give Blackburn a bit of incentive to get closer. And that's Daniel McQuire out of the race, unfortunately. At the same spot, Aidan Vickers retired in both of yesterday's races down at the exit of the chicane. The big question is always, did he jump or was he pushed? But there's no replays on that, so sadly we can't quite tell you up front. Back down towards the Old Hairpin. So every time we get nervous that a Fiesta ST150 gets sideways, it's just their way, because they do that all the time. And we should expect it rather than be anticipating an issue, but nonetheless, they're going to work their way through. There is Aidan Vickers, who's the one that ran wide at Redgate a few laps ago. That car looks like it's going to make the end of the race, fingers crossed, without too much dramas. Out through Macleans, Spencer Lane gets a good run on Watkins on the sprint up towards Coppice. Stephanie Saw has a baying view, trying to squeeze up the inside. It's 3 abreast. That's a great move up the inside, a little bit cutting the curve. Stephanie almost made it 2 for the price of 1. She's trying to get her elbows out, and she doesn't quite make the move on either. But fair play for trying. Yeah,
fair play for trying. That was an agricultural line. Well, I've seen a few things in this race that I don't think I've ever seen before, and that's not really a typical overtaking move that you see attempted at Coppice. As Spencer Lane, again, having just said we shouldn't get too excited when they get sideways, it's still easy to end up jumping out of your seat. Lead gap down again. I wonder if Dan Robinson's running into some sort of an issue here. That was a 26.8, 7/10 slower than Michael Blackburn. They've got time for 2 more laps as well. So Michael Blackburn is definitely going to continue to close and might still have time to catch the race lead. We've had a change for 4th as well. Sam Watkins has fallen behind Spencer Lake, as we saw, with Stephanie Saw behind, and Stephanie Saw trying to follow him through, but not able to get quite close enough into the Old Hairpin. Might now focus on getting a better exit on the way up the hill, but I'm intrigued to see what's going on out in front, Scott. That gap is getting smaller and quite drastically.
Yeah, 1.6 seconds, and I've also noticed lapping quicker than both of them is George Foxlow, but he's 3.2 himself behind Blackburn and 4.9 off the lead, so Foxlow might have to settle for 3rd place, but he has got a comfortable enough 2.5 second gap behind to hold on, because Lane, Watkins and Saw have been so busy fighting over themselves, they're losing time to the cars in front, but they have calmed down. Stephanie has also got past Watkins since we last saw them. Meanwhile, as Aidan Vickers gets a 5-second penalty for track limits, I'm surprised it's the only one they've had so far in this race. Here comes Robinson. Let's look at the gap physically. It is closer, but I think Robinson, either he was, not to say backing off, but he's realising that Blackburn's getting closer than he would like. There goes Foxlow in 3rd place trying to chase. Let's look at lap times this time by. Blackburn was 3/10 quicker again. He was on this lap, and Foxlow was a full 7/10 quicker than the leader and 4/10 quicker than Blackburn, so they'll close back up again by the time they get to the checkered flag next time. By Watkins is in. There is damage to that front end. There was a bit of a clip with Colin Smith, so I don't know if that was a legacy or not, but it looks like more mechanical rather than that problem as the leaders come through the trainer curves. I think that Blackburn's wiper, because they were on all yesterday, it might either be just something with a switch he's knocked, or possibly just on by default just in case, but they're closing up a tiny bit in that top 3, and then it's now a solo battle for 4th as Spencer Lane, again under brakes, was wiggling around to try and get the car stopped. If Stephanie could put a last minute attack in, she could do well, and that was Oliver Sweetman, who I have to credit, is probably putting one of the drives of the weekend for them in terms of going from the back of the grid after he had the issues yesterday. He's got Colin Smith for attention. on this last lap of the race. But I have to say, there's been some pretty impressive drives in what's been an incredibly feisty, to say the least, racing for the ST150s. And it looks as though, unless touchwood something dramatic happens to Robinson in these last kind of few corners, he's about to take his first win in the first couple of races. And he came into the weekend having won 4 the first 5, finished on the podium, off the podium for the first time in race number 1, put it back right in race number 2, and I think he's about to go back to the top step and again prove everyone, Andy.
Fourth, the rest of them filing through behind. Obviously Sam Watkins' name will start to tumble down the order as he retired to the pit lane there towards the end. That means that Joseph Ming will inherit a top 10 finish as a result of that. Aidan Vickers gets to the checkered flag as well for the first time this weekend in 12th uncorrected times after his 5-second time penalty for track limits was applied, so it wasn't a drama-free race for Aidan. It wasn't really a drama-free race for anyone, though, was it? Even the race leader, Dan Robinson, who perhaps was just sort of stroking it home, not taking any unnecessary risks, because he did seem to, I say he seemed to up the pace at the end. He didn't actually get any quicker in those final couple of laps. It was just that Michael Blackburn slowed down a bit the last 2 laps and wasn't able to take as much time out of him, as there's a bit of door banging here in what I think might be the battle for 15th place. It is, isn't it? Graham Malum in the number 5 is going to lose out by 17 thousandths of a second to the number 68 car of Alan Darlington after a bit of paint was traded through the final corners. A fitting conclusion to the race. Goes to show that it wasn't just within the top 10 where things were getting fairly lively in that one.
Aside from 1 or 2 sort of rough skirmishes, that was quite a nice advert for the championship. All weekend there was some really good racing for the ST150s, so if you've been considering it, then do it shows you that that's quite a nice example of the championship and how competitive it can get up there at the front. With trying to work out how many different podium finishes we've had throughout the weekend. We've had George Foxlow, Dan Robertson, Spencer Lane, and then Michael Blackburn, Stephanie Saw. So 5 different podium finishes from 3 races, which is not a bad record. So it shows how competitive it is. And there was at least 8 cars that had potential to be on the podium, if not 9 if you count Oliver Sweetman, if he'd had a bit more pace and a bit better luck not starting from the back of the grid. But excellent stuff for the ST150s. They'll be out a little bit, I think, next time at a different circuit, obviously somewhere else. But they get to leave this weekend having put some good memories and put on some of the best racing so far from this weekend. And Dan Robertson, thankfully, back to the top step.
Yes, Alton Park their next round on the 11th of July. So Robinson and Blackburn joined by George Foxlow on the podium at the end of that one. A bruising race, a thoroughly entertaining race, though it has to be said. And the ST150s, as I said, looking forward to having them out at Alton Park in July. They'll also be out at Cadwell Park, Snetterton, and then the Silverstone International Circuit to conclude their season, where I suspect we're going to see more of that really entertaining bumper-to-bumper racing. So the cars then make their way down into the pit lane area, and we will shortly be able to hear from our podium finishers, because there they are, and in amongst them all down in the pit lane is Rob Lewis, and he will be chatting momentarily to our race winner Daniel Robinson. We'll let him get out of the car. He's taking his time getting out of the car a little bit, and Michael Blackburn pulls in as well. He's got a few stories to tell after that one, and an intriguing battle that he had with George Foxlow. Those two going to hazard a guess, maybe not going to be trading Christmas cards at the end of the season. But there is Dan Robinson, a race winner, and he consolidates his championship lead. Let's hear from him now with Rob.
You would have heard, I just had to coax him out of the car after arguably one of the most entertaining one-make races of the season. Mr. Robinson, first of all, fantastic win. Congratulations. How was that?
Hard, yeah. I think I got quite lucky with getting away. It was a 2nd or 3rd lap. I think I got into the lead. But yeah, the gap just seemed to open, and then I just had to manage the race from there.
And you seemed to back off a bit towards the end. Were you conserving it on tyres? Did you have an issue? The lap times came down a bit.
I'd clipped the tyre stack on lap 2 or 3 going through the chicane, and yeah, it just knocked the tracking out a bit, and then I'd done a couple of track limit sensors, so I just thought we had the gap, so it was better to just play it safe and just manage the gap.
Are you waiting for the invoice from Mr. Palmer?
Yeah, unfortunately. The bollards will definitely be coming.
Congratulations there. A worthy race 1 winner there. Fiesta Racing, bonkers, absolutely bonkers. And the man that won race 1 yesterday unfortunately had an issue. Did you get the penalty in the end for race 2 yesterday?
Yeah, 5 seconds.
5 seconds. Well, hopefully nothing coming your way this time, Michael. Fantastic race. How was that for you? Certainly entertaining.
Absolutely entertaining, yeah, even from the driver's seat. Yeah, obviously, Dan managed to get away. We were battling, had a good fight with both of them. Yeah, another enjoyable day at the circuit. You know.
It's almost like this circuit gives something for these cars. It's the way you race them, the tyre, the limited grip that you have.
The car's always moving around. Always moving around. You're very rarely straight, even through craners, you know, because the way you set the car up, it's an opposite lock. So yeah, car's always moving around. So as soon as you get slightly out of shape, you're already out of shape anyway, because you know that's the way you set the cars up. So you do lose half a second. Somebody comes past, and then you got to try and fight it back. But close racing, good quality cars, good quality drivers. Still enjoying it.
And you've got, from my calculations, a first, a second, and a sixth this weekend. So good points.
I'm taking it as third on the road.
Third on the road. We might have got the boards mixed up there somewhere. But, yeah, that's a very worthy podium winner. And Michael Blackburn, congratulations. Let's go and see the world's fastest mullet, shall we, in George Foxlow, who's, again, given us some entertainment. Certainly looks a bit close out there.
Yeah, it was definitely the closest one of the weekend so far. Really good fun, though.
Very good fun. And I was just saying to Mr. Blackburn, it's almost like this circuit lends itself to the series in terms of their driving style and the racing.
Yeah, it's really good because you've got all the complex stuff and then you've got a bit of straight line to where it shows if you got a good run or not. So, no, it's really good fun.
You got the win yesterday, back on the podium twice, so a good weekend, good bag of points.
Yeah, well, I'm only here for a guest round, really, so it doesn't matter to me, but no, it's been really good fun, loved it.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations there, Mr. George Foxlow, another worthy podium winner. Now, I do believe we've got some recovery work going out on the circuit, but we've got another guest championship joining us this weekend from the Darlington and District Motor Club. This is the Northern Sports and Saloons, which I think should be a rolling start. But to take you through the grid, it should be up in the commentary box, Andy and Scott.
Well, you got that bit right, Rob. Yes, it is Andy and Scott in the commentary box, but it is, I believe, Mazda MX-5's up next. He's getting ahead of himself slightly. He does like Sports Saloon race, does Rob, but I'm going to have to keep him waiting for a little while longer for that. It is the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 SuperCup Championship coming up next. Their second race of the weekend, 20 minutes the duration. And yesterday's race was a classic Mazda MX-5 SuperCup race, really. Kamal Kalsi and Dan Parrott-Smith battling for the win, but Zihai Wang came through in his Mark IV from the back of the grid to finish in third position. Did a really, really good job to finish in third place by the end of that race. Assisted by a safety car, I vaguely recall. There was, I think there was a safety car part way through, which bunched the field together, but either way, he had really good pace, did Wang, and able to get himself onto the overall podium and very nearly won the race outright in his Mark IV. No safety car yesterday. I must be getting mixed up with a different race. But anyway, just raw pace from the Mark IV. And there's no reason, therefore, that he can't do the same thing in this second race of the weekend. The two Mark IVs, Wang and Ben Taylor, both have to start from the back of the grid. Yesterday, I think they started at the back of the grid with a 10-second delay. I'm not sure whether they're doing... No, I've got that wrong as well. So. Right, OK. Scott, you take over. But neither me or Rob are making much sense at the moment, clearly.
I don't think it get much from me.
Well, you're our last hope.
Yeah, I always call a group of commentators a cacophony. You can never tell what we're saying. If it is, it's complete rubbish anyway. And there's a complete blanket on that side. Yeah, so Zihai Wang, one of the two Mark IVs, which are looking to try and obviously incorporate a bit more, I'm guessing, going forwards, to try and support the Mark IIIs and help to bolster the grid and get more involved on that side. Yeah, Zihai Wang coming from the back of the grid. Ben Taylor had some issues himself, but he was also out in the Club Sport Trophy race or the Production Cup race anyway, one of the two, and was trying to work forwards. So Kamal Kalsi, who's been running quite a while and was a front runner in the club class before, is now pro this season and certainly living up to all the pace and experience that he's been gaining, because he managed to pick himself up his first MX-5 Super Cup outright win. And Dan Parrott-Smith, had he been able to take that from him, would have been able to get in the mix. Now I seem to remember that there was all the top three cars, that's the thing I remember, all the top three cars got themselves track limits penalties, but so it meant that the order they were in wasn't actually going to change. They were that far enough ahead. Yes. No, they were that far enough ahead to not change the order in the pro class, but in the overall running, because Zihai Wang was so quick in the Mark IV, there was a danger of whether he would have enough pace to close the gap in enough to be able to take that third place. And in the end, they were far enough ahead, which meant that only Alistair Dendy, who was still third in pro class and the Masters winner, was the one that lost out being on the overall podium. But of course, being invitation, as he still got the third place for Pro points, so he just wanted a bit of the pride of being third overall where he could. But good pace from Jihai Wang to get up towards the front and show how quick a Mark IV can be in the right hands. And of course, if we get anyone else who's quick enough in those cars, we'll be able to wait and see. The couple of drivers that we saw struggle a little bit, because there was at least some kind of an incident down at Redgate Corner, which is, I think it was Thomas Langford who got out of control and clattered into the front end of Will Antrobus's car, and those two have been the prominent race winners all through the season. As of course, Will Antrobus came into the weekend leading the championship, and Thomas Langford on a catch-up because he didn't finish that first race yesterday, which makes it his second DNF in 6 races, because considering the fact that he didn't finish the first race at Snetterton after he had a diff failure and then had to come back through and win both races. Won one of them at Alton Park, but now he has one more chance to have a retirement, because if that's the case, he'll literally start losing points. How it works in this championship is you have 3 drop scores for your 3 worst results. Now 2 of them are already DNS, so he effectively, unless he has another DNF or a problem or doesn't attend a round, that will mean that he can't drop any more points. He drops nothing, so whatever he scores for the rest of the season is going to be what he'll score for the year. That will make now ready at this early point of the championship, only round 3 out of 7 events they're running, all the more crucial that he has to get good luck and move forwards and not have issues that are going to possibly cost him, and either mechanical issues or getting involved in incidents that he really doesn't, it's obvious to say, need to be getting involved in this early in the year. With Antrobus, of course, by contrast, was in the mix, and he ended up finishing in the end. He was 7th, so he got points. Thomas Langford didn't. So in the battle for the championship between those two, it is very much advantage with Antrobus, and you also add into the fact that Ollie Hall, who was second in the championship, who hasn't won a race yet this season, nor his MX-5 Super Cup career overall, is not here this weekend either. So the bigger benefactors are with Antrobus in a way, but also you had Alistair Dendy and Dan Parron-Smith, who came into the weekend third, and then you had Sam Middleton, who was a bit distant in that race, a bit quiet, but he still picked up a P3 and fourth in Pro Class. And also, Kamal Kowski got a big haul of points after he missed Alton, but he's back, of course, and towards the top step. But he'd already picked up a podium, taking 2nd place at the first race of the year at Snetterton. So lots of interesting storylines in the SuperCup Pro Class, which I'm sure will develop as the rest of this day goes on and the rest of the season goes on. Slightly more simpler in Club Class, because Steve Kite's been the man to beat there for Misty Racing. Jim Barrett's looking stronger and stronger, the ex-BMW Compact Cup man. Might be a bit of a shuffle around for third, maybe, because Chris Guinea's in there, but so is Graham Rumsey, Richard Moore, who's a newcomer this year, and Alexander Jones too. So we'll see. So intrigue in both Pro and Club Class championships. They score separately rather than all together like one big points table. But these next 2 races today could be very intriguing, especially for those involved in this Clapham North MX-5 Super Cup.
Yep, I agree with you. I think it's going to be a pair of good races. It's, again, a brilliant track for MX-5 racing. We saw that yesterday with the Mark 1s in the 2 Mark 1 MX-5 championships that the BRSCC organises, the MX-5 championship itself and the Clubman's, and we had an entertaining first SuperCup race, so I'm expecting more of the same. And again, that stronger wind that we've got here today, which is creating a headwind down the 2 long straights, that's going to play its part, I suspect, in these races too. Bit of a delay here getting the number 11 car out of the way from that previous race up at the chicane, but I think it's nearly complete, that recovery process, so cars should hopefully be released out onto the track before too much longer, and a 20-minute race will kick off, I think, probably the operative words. So the grid for this one, based upon 2nd fastest lap times from qualifying, which is good news for Tom Langford, because he will be starting 3rd on the grid, whereas, of course, he didn't finish yesterday's race, so he at least gets a 2nd bite of the cherry to start near the front. But Kamal Kowski, the winner, has Dan Parron-Smith alongside him on that front row, and they were the top 2 runners through much of, certainly the second half of yesterday's race, and finished in the end 1st and 2nd. So Kamal and Dan are going to be hoping they can do the same, or at least Kamal will be hoping he can do the same. Dan Parron-Smith would love to get a first ever victory in the championship, and he's knocking on the door of that at the moment. Well, Antrobus starts alongside Tom Langford, ironically, the man with whom he tangled in yesterday's race. And both of those will be wanting to put that race behind them, because obviously Langford not finished, but actually Antrobus was never really a factor after that contact. It did a bit of damage to the front right corner of his car, I seem to recall, which seemed to knock him off the pace slightly as the race went on. Right, good work by the marshals. They've got that errant Fiesta out of the way. I think there's a bit of sweeping up to be done. but I think I can hear behind the commentary position the unmistakable sound of the MX-5 SuperCup cars being released from the assembly area, and here they arrive right on cue. So Kamal Khalzi will lead them into position. The national circuit in use this weekend, so the Grand Prix loop is doubling up as the assembly area, so the cars come out of the paddock, they join the circuit at the Melbourne Hairpin behind the paddock, and on the run up towards Goddard's Hairpin they line themselves up 2 by 2 in grid order, and then make their way around to the start line, and a green flag lap will follow, and then the 20-minute race. So Kamal Khalzi became the 3rd different winner yesterday and starts from pole position for race 2 of the weekend. Dan Parron-Smith alongside, then Tom Langford and Will Antrobus with Alistair Dendy and Scott Wright on row 3. 4th row lead, Andy Sadler and Sam Middleton ahead of Jim Barrett and Martin Tolley to complete the top 10. Then it's Steve Kite for Misty Racing with his teammate Rob Way alongside him. Then Richard Moore and Alex Jones with Graham Rumsey and Christopher Ginn on row 8. Row 9, Jonathan Christie Rundle, and then you get the 2 Mark 4s of Si Huai Wang and the BRSCC continuing to try and push to get more of the newer shaped Mazda MX-5s, the newest shaped Mazda MX-5s racing here in the UK. So the stage is set for an entertaining race, Scott. What do we think? Can Kamal Khalzi get another race win? Can Dan Parron-Smith get a first win? Or can Tom Langford and Will Antrobus put yesterday's disappointment behind them and start scoring some good points again?
Yes to all 3, I think. There's
There are going to be
4
different winners, are there?
Well, there's potential for one of these. Genuinely, it's obvious thing to say. There's potential for one of those 4 to definitely go ahead and take the victory. Obviously, the question is which one, but they're all in the mix. I think definitely in this league group that we've got for this season, at least everyone on the first 3, if not 4 rows, has got the potential to go ahead and pick up a victory. But of course, with any competitive championship towards the front, it's just a case of it's easy said than done trying to pick a winner, trying to just grab a name out of the hat, trying to figure out, you pick a name and you feasibly possible they could actually take a win. And that's the Dendy's one that also intrigues me as well. Of course, he would have got a podium had he not, overall podium, had he not had the penalty, but he's always been there or thereabouts. He hasn't won an outright race. Of course, before yesterday's win for Kelsey, none of the top 3 in that pro class had won an outright race in SuperCup. So Kamal Kelsey's broken that. So we've still got the likes of Parron-Smith and Dendy who will have a good opportunity to do so. I think it'll be quite intriguing to see how Steve Kite gets on. I have to admit, I didn't see that he was Rob Way was in the same team as Steve. So those 2, whilst they were in different classes, they're having a nice fun on-track battle, inter-team battle between them. Of course, then Steve managed to pick up a nice, strong victory. No, he didn't. In fact, it was Jim Barry who won club class yesterday from Steve Kite, and then from Richard Moore who picked up a podium, which is good to see. I think it might have been one of his first podiums of the season. No, it wasn't. He's picked up 2 this season because he took in the first 2 races at Stetton, and that was on his debut weekend in the SuperCup in class. He hasn't podiumed since then until yesterday, so he'll be wanting to try and put that one right where he can. You can see on all the on the number plates on the back, apart from one car, which I might have to go and tell them off in the in the paddock later on, all Dawn and Clapham North stickers. Of course, Clapham run by, according to my stats, and I'm sure he's watching, so he might appreciate this, the most experienced driver in MX-5 SuperCup history, Mr. George Grant, has 186, 87 starts. So literally, he has done more SuperCup races than anybody else, and of course, still gleefully supporting the championship as title sponsor. Of course, based in London, and of course they've got other activities, not just supporting the championship, but also supporting racing in the Fun Cup Endurance, which they'll be with next weekend. He'll be racing with another MX-5 SuperCup graduate former champion, some very fast lady racer called Abby Eaton, who's been quite quick. In fact, it was here at Donington 2014 where she infamously, in terms of won her first overall championship. She was, I think, a Dunlop Sport Max Production class champion a couple of years before that, in the early years of her career. But it was here at Donington, at season finale, where I was here actually, covering it for, I think, Downforce Radio, live on the radio coverage for them. I was stood in one of the hospitality things overlooking turn 1, and I actively saw the incident which saw her being punted around at Redgate Corner, which she thought had lost her the championship. But because she'd scored the fastest lap of the race, and that gets awarded regardless of whether you finish or not, but Tom Roach, she was battling for the championship that year in 2014, didn't get the position and therefore the points he needed to overhaul that. So even though she retired, and if you watch this onboard footage somewhere, you can see she was visibly in the car, dejected and upset when she pulled in. And also there's some expletives which he mentioned on board after being made contact with, which I can't repeat on screen, otherwise I'll be lynched. Where She felt she lost the championship, but then because she didn't score the point, she only found out post-race that the fastest lap point saved her from winning that title, which she did in 2014, and that set her off on a trajectory to where she is now. Of course, she's actually racing over at Brands Hatch in the Bernie's V8s Ford versus Chevy, active in a rather nice 1968 5.7 litre Chevy Camaro, and she even stuck it on pole yesterday by 3/10. So she's a pretty fast lady, and of course she was a leader in the MX5 in the Fun Cup race at Snetterton for the first stint, at 1.3.5 seconds out in front, and racing away without a care in the world. Fantastic first stint, and proves she's a mega talent, and came from MX5 Super Cup. So looking to try and be another graduate. And there's quite a few Mazda MX5 Super Cup drivers that now found their way into Fun Cup, like Will Chambers, Tom Roach. We even had a debut lot of the previous race of both Jack Harding and Alan Henderson, of course, back champion 2015, who was a dominant driver in that point. So it's a good step up, a good platform for anyone to move up into that championship. And good to see that, again, Clapham still supporting it, and the category still as competitive as it ever was, regardless of grid size. And of course, with the Mark IVs coming in, it's just a bit to bring more and more cars in as we go forwards and make it more of a competitive championship in that sense. So, as you said, Kamal Kelsey could be looking at win number 2. Dan Parra-Smith would love to give what we firmly believe is the ex-literal Aidan Hills 2-time title-winning car in MX5 Super Cup Pro a victory. But of course, as you say as well, Will Antrobus, who is doing a double duty this season, both in Genessa GT Championship, not Academy, GT Championship, and MX5 Super Cup, so it's a nice race if you can get it. And Tom Langford, of course, who's determined to do so. I saw on social media he's been announced and confirmed as an ARC Racewear athlete, which is quite nice. He's getting some good sponsorship and partnership with them. I think there must be still a little bit more recovery going elsewhere for another Fiesta somewhere, because this starts late.
There's barrier needed repairing. I think that was a bigger hit than we realised at first, actually. There was quite a lot of damage done to the front of the car, and I think the tyre wall needed to be fixed. But the start line marshals are closing the gate now and are about to wave the drivers off onto the green flag lap. So hopefully this will be worth the wait. The Fiesta race was definitely worth the wait that we had after that delay at the end of the CNC Head Sports Saloon race. So hopefully the MX5 Super Cup drivers will provide, again, some entertainment for us to enjoy. But first, the matter of a green flag lap to try and get some heat into the tyres, take a look at the track conditions, get a feel for this wind that continues to blow across the Donington Park venue. So Kamal Kelsey with Dan Parra-Smith. You can tell Dan Parra-Smith's car, he's got the sort of Aidan Hills livery, essentially, with the orange stripe and the orange rear end. But there's a lot of blue at the front of this grid. The top 4 cars are predominantly blue. Tom Langford and Will Antrobus likewise together on the second row. There are the 2 Mark IVs at the back, and it's the orange one that I think we really need to keep an eye out for. Zihuai Wang in the orange number 76 example. And that car is more than capable of challenging for a podium finish. He was helped by track limit penalties for people yesterday. I knew there was something that had happened that invited him into the battle for the victory, and it was those track limits penalties for the leaders. Hopefully they can avoid a similar thing in race number 2, and we'll wait and see whether he's still able to put himself into contention for a win. So cars make their way around Maclean's corner very vigorously for a couple of them. That was one car, Scott Wright, I think, getting very sideways through Maclean's, trying to generate some rear tyre temperature. It isn't cold today, but it's not quite as warm as we've been used to over the last couple of weeks, in fairness, so the drivers do have to try and put some energy into the tyres to give themselves the grip they need when the race gets underway. So Kamal Kelsey leads the field down into the chicane. Yellow flag waving in front of our camera lens there. And
is that foreboding?
Yeah, well, yes, I do worry. But there's a high level of driving standards in this championship normally. They're well used to close quarters racing. That's what Mazda MX-5 racing is about. So they know how to do this. I do expect a lively race, but hopefully we don't see too much yellow over the course of the next 20 minutes.
So cars are lining up. as I said, two classes, technically three classes in this championship. Pro class for the faster drivers in the field, if they feel they have the pace. Club classes for the more, those either just starting out in the championship and feel they might not have exactly the pace to be towards the front, but also as well for the more, I don't like using the word amateur, because it implies they have no ability. I like to use the word enthusiast. I'm sure someone could call it an enthusiast class in some case, but because they like to go racing for the sake of it. And of course there's a masters class, which is overarching, both any class drive, which is for drivers aged 45 or over. And of course points being offered in all three of their separate points tables as well. The two Mark 4s are at the back of the field, so I think they're ready to go Mazda MX-5 Super Cup Racing, sponsored by Clapham North. And Mark 1's put on quite a good show yesterday. Let's see if the Mark 3s to kick off today's Mazda actually do just that.
I think they will. The red lights are on. The red lights are off. We're racing at Donington Park. Good start by Langford, was that maybe, from the middle of row 2. He certainly jumped quite quickly, but actually it is Will Antrobus, I think, from the outside of the second row, who's had the best of the starts. It's going to be Kamal Kalsi that leads into Redgate Corner. 3 abreast nearly for second place. Dan Parent-Smith, I think, will come out of that on top with the second spot down the hill as they accelerate towards the crane occurs for the first time. Indeed he does. It's then Langford and Antrobus debating third. Langford on the left, Antrobus on the right, and Alistair Dendy there, the white and blue car, in fifth. A lot of curb and grass taken there by Antrobus down the hill. Took a floppy marker post with him as well, but manages to slot back in line behind Langford. So it's grid order for the top 5 or so as they accelerate out of the Old Hairpin for the first time, and it is Kamal Kalsi who manages to hang on to the early advantage.
Yeah, up towards Macleans for the first start racing speeds. Almost a replica of what we saw yesterday. Kamal Kalsi with his teammate Dan Parent-Smith tailing him through Macleans. Now they run up towards Coppice for the first time. It's a very sort of un-SuperCup, like more civilised first lap at the moment, he says, tentatively with bated breath, as they come through one by one after the other. There's Chris Ginn in car number 20, chasing after Rob Way. Was, I think he raced this championship far back as what, 2014, 2015. Took a break for a while, then came back after a few years. Showed he lost not that much of his pace, particularly in club class. Into the chicane they go for the first time. So Kamal Kalsi with Parent-Smith glued onto his bumper. Then it's Antrobus up to third now. He's passed Langford somewhere off camera, so he's got through past the AB Motorsport man. Down the pit straight they come for the first time. Dendy holds 5th with Middleton and Scott Wright, former club class champion himself, now in pro class standing in 7th. And it's Dendy Sadler, Tolley and then Steve Kite, the leading club class drivers. He leads that category just ahead of Jim Barrett. And then you've got Chris Ginn in 3rd place in that class and Graham Rumsey. And the 2 Mark 4s have come from the back of the field with a Rose gap. Jihai Wang up to 15th on this opening lap, with Ben Taylor trying to keep pace with him in, well, he was 16th, but I think he's been passed by, I think Jihai Wang has passed Graham Rumsey, so now he's between the 2 Mark 4s. Ben Taylor's a black machine running now in at 17th.
Yes, he is. So out of the Old Hairpin we go for the second time. And interesting, isn't it, that Kalsi and Parent-Smith are getting away here? I shouldn't be surprised, really. They outqualified Langford and Antrobus, who are the 2 slightly more experienced drivers of that group, but they're actually gapping the 3rd place battle ever so slightly on this second lap of the race. Up towards Coppice Corner. Maybe that gap now starting to come down, and certainly with the slipstream down the exhibition straight, you would imagine they'll all be pretty much back together again by the time they arrive at the chicane. Side by side further back, and that is Middleton to the inside of Alistair Dendy. This is for 5th position, and Sam Middleton, I think, is going to get that done as he's got the preferred inside line for the chicane. He is later on the brakes and does indeed move into 5th position. So change for 5th, the leading 4 together now as we come through to the end of lap number 2.
So you can see Jihai Wang's progress. I think he's higher than 15th now. He's behind Robert Way, up to 13th. He's past Rumsey and also past Chris Ginn. Parent-Smith going for the move. This is what he needs to try and get his first win. Up the inside he goes. It's now 3 Hills Motorsport cars for the podium places. Which order they're going to sort themselves out in remains to be seen. Antrobus now trying to squeeze up the inside for 2nd place. Squeezing the way through. And now looks like Langford wants to get involved in it too. He's now softening Kalsi right to the back. So yesterday's race winner has literally, in a blink of an eye, gone from 1st down to 4th. He's been passed by Parent-Smith, Antrobus and by Langford all the way through. Another place gain looks like for Wang. He's up to 12th past Robert Way. Next target's Jim Barrett. You've then got Ben Taylor with Graham Rumsey on his tail. So Rumsey's passed. Rumsey's lost another place. He's now ahead of Chris Ginn. So Rumsey's falling backwards. Now, of course, the top 4 nose to tail for the lead. Middleton is holding station in 5th. Of course, he was prominent in the club class last year. was on the pace immediately as a front runner. I think he even, in his first weekend last season, ended up on the reverse grid pole draw on pole position for his third ever race in the championship, and was leader briefly in that category. He's going to start to close in. He's got both Dendy and Scott Wright to close in on them as the 4-car battle, all of which are blue MX-5s, different shades and colours, going through the chicane. And Parris Smith then, in the ex-Aidan Hills machine, winds his way through in the lead. So, as we mentioned, he hasn't yet won an MX-5 SuperCup race. The 3 drivers behind him have. Then Sam Middleton, who has, I think, scored a couple of podiums, but not a victory, is also in there too. It's 5 for the lead. Could be 7 or even 8 if the 3 cars behind start closing in. As for Zhihai Wang, he's making moves in the background as Langford goes for second around the outside of Antrobus. Middleton wants to get in the fight as well. He's now trying to bully Kelsey down to 5th position if he can. And it's Dan Parris Smith in front of a 2x2 situation. Antrobus slots into second, still wheel to wheel as Langford takes to the curb. Kelsey's back to the inside for third, and it's looked like Langford now is the one that's off the momentum and off the racing line. He's now lost out to Kelsey and to Middleton over the curb on the exit. A little bit of dust kicked up, and Scott Wright's also giving Dendy the push. He goes through with this contact. Round goes Dendy, tagged around by Wright. Thankfully, he had enough right lock on to hold that car in not much of a slide, but he's now right out of contention and right down the order outside the top 10. That was a scary moment.
Yeah, not a nice place to be tapped sideways, that is it. So luckily, no major damage done. I think it has dislodged the exhaust slightly on the Leicester Dendy car, so he may well have to pit to get that seen to. Zhihai Wang here coming charging through the order because the lead battle is a bit more intense today than it was yesterday. He's been waved through, look, as they go down into the chicane. So Wang is really on a charge, because the leaders are holding each other up a lot more now than they were yesterday. I think he's going to be with them by the end of the next lap. So a Mark 4 victory definitely on the cards in race number 2. This is definitely a more intense battle than we had in race 1. Darren Parris-Smith for much of that race was content to sit behind Kamal Kelsey, you felt, but he made the early move this time, and that's rather set the tone over the first 6 minutes of racing. Out of Redgate Corner they go, and Parris-Smith then leads the way. Antrobus second. And it's side-by-side look for 4th there as Middleton gets up alongside Tom Langford. They're side-by-side through the craners, but Langford will just about hang on to that. Alistair Dendy into the pit lane. That's not a huge surprise. As I said, I think there was damage to the back of that car. The exhaust looked to be a little bit loose from what I could see. And so the team will have to give that some attention. E-Group, though, up towards Maclean's corner, bumper to bumper, but the trouble is, Scott, that you're scared to make a move here just in case it doesn't work and you leave the door open for 2, 3, maybe 4 cars behind to come through. Wang is definitely a part of this fight now. It's 6 cars for the lead.
Yeah, he's right in the lead group now, and there's every chance, you absolutely said, he's caught them in less than 7 minutes, so there's a great chance he could well put himself in the lead fight. In fact, he will do, and of course he has the fastest lap of the race. His best lap was a 121.814. Everyone else in all their battles have only managed the best between them of 122.147 for Antrobus, and Wang's gone for how many cars is that? 1, 2, 3 cars down the back straight. He's got past both Middleton and Langford. Zhihai Wang an absolute charge, of course. He's an invitation car and he's in a Mark 4. He won't score any points, so it won't disrupt points-wise, but it'll disrupt their races physically. He's now going for 3rd place down the outside. He's got just some poke in a straight line down towards it, and also better braking and braking into Redgate Corner. Antrobus takes the lead. Wang takes 3rd from Kelsey, so shuffling around, but Parris-Smith gets a better undercut on the run through Redgate Corner. They will go side by side and goes back through. Antrobus wasn't going to go side by side through them, but the pace that Zhihai Wang has got in this Mark 4, he's straight onto the back of the top 2 who are battling amongst themselves. I think you're absolutely right. With about 12 and a bit minutes to go, a win for this Mark 4 is absolutely 100% possible on the cards.
Yeah, it's clearly the quicker car, isn't it? The newer car, as you would expect, with a bit more pace. It's not supposed to be the same performance as the Mark III. It is designed to be a faster car, and Zhihai Wang is really demonstrating that here this morning. Gets to the inside now of William Antrobus up at Maclean's. That's for 2nd in the race, and actually the sooner he gets the lead and clears off, the sooner the Mark IIIs can really start focusing on battling each other again. This is interrupting slightly the battle for the win within the Mark III class, if you like, and indeed the battle for maximum points. Langford now giving a bit of a shove to Antrobus down the back straight. Is this Wang for the lead? He's going to look for the inside into the chicane. Dan Parris-Smith, though, entitled to turn into the corner, did turn into the corner and hangs on 4 now, but you sense that this is a case of when, not if, isn't it?
Yeah, Wang, he did lock up into the final chicane, but now with the pace he's got, well, there's something smoking on the back of that car, I can see.
I don't think it was a lock-up, was it?
No, maybe not. It could be something rubbing. There is a bit of bodywork that's maybe the front left is a little bit of a dent on it, but we'll wait and see. So now Zhihai Wang does indeed take the lead. We're not too surprised by it because of the pace he's got. And the question's got to be now is, now he's got clear track in front of him, can he start pulling away, or will he start to bring the leaders with him? Yeah, something's smoking. It's rubbing rather than mechanical smoke on the back, but that Darren Smith is keeping with him with a good run through the Old Hairpin. The rest of the pack goes through. We look further back to see the other Mark IV, which is having a battle with, or trying to get away from, the 3 Mark IIIs behind him. That's Graham Rumsey in the 45, Richard Moore in the 16. He's going for a move, possibly into the Old Hairpin. And Chris Ginn, and that's about the 13th back to 16th towards the rear of the field. But Ben certainly enjoying himself with a fun fight towards them. We look back to this battle. Just ahead of them there is Lee Denny Sadler, who is in 12th position. Of course, Lee Denny Sadler, former Fiesta and BMW Compact Cup racer. As they go through into Macleans for what's now the 7th time of asking.
Yeah, they do. Towards Coppice Corner, highest point of the circuit, blind right-hander. And especially with a bit of a crosswind up there today, that can catch people out in lightweight cars such as these. But they all keep it on the straight and narrow. The leaders across the line. And Wang, interestingly, isn't getting away, is he? Now that he's punching a hole in the air for everybody else, he's not really gapping the cars behind. Antrobus leads, essentially, in the battle for the race win points, but for no longer, because Dan Parent-Smith gets to his inside again. He likes that inside line at Redgate, does Dan. It's not the first time that he's taken the lead through that corner, and he does so once again. Just manages to squeeze across in front of Antrobus. With Kamal Khalsi now third, but Khalsi sideways down the hill and just about gets back in line in front of Langford and Middleton. They've dropped the next group of cars a little bit now. Sam Middleton, though, good to see him a part of the battle for a race victory in this one. Finished 5th yesterday, but was a little bit adrift of the leading 3. Now very much part of the fight. They round Macleans again, head towards Coppice Corner, and now maybe Wang is starting to get away, and that's bad news really for Dan Parent-Smith, because he's losing the slipstream from the car ahead, and he's now going to have to defend what is essentially the race lead as far as he's concerned, without any extra assistance.
Certainly improving the pace of the Mark IV as well as he starts to pull away a little bit, but this is now of course the big fight we've got going on for the Pro Class lead. Oops, that's the 60 that's gone around. That is Jonathan Christie Rundle, who also has a 5-second track limits penalty which will be applied at the end of the race. Out on the chicane they go. This is on to end lap 8, and the gap is now 1.2 seconds out in front as Antrobus looks to the outside to get the run. He'll get a small side draft in the approach, does the last minute switch to the inside, so he's forcing Parent-Smith to defend. Puts him on the outside line. Antrobus cleanly moves through into the Pro Class lead, and Khalsi also squeezes through to defend from Langford. Middleton also in the mix as well. You can see if Middleton can squeeze his way up here. Of course, he might benefit from 1 or 2 skirmishes. But you've got here, literally in the Pro Class, 3 Hills Motorsport cars of slightly different shades of blue. We're trying to figure them all out in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Langford making things even equally trickier to work out, of course, with his equally blue MX-5 car. And you've got the anomaly in the pack, which is the white and pink of Sam Middleton in 5th position. That Mark IV still smoking in front. It must be something rubbing rather than anything else than mechanical, because it's not consistent. It's kind of on and off intermittent on every single lap. Antrobus tried to have a look at Macleans, but now he's left the door open for Khalsi to have a look through. Coppice they go, and that's Richard Moore off the road, another car that's had an excursion down at the Old Hairpin. He ambles back onto the circuit from what was 14th. He's lost some pace. Somebody else off. Who's that? That is Antrobus. The championship leader off the road. Now, of course, adjusts his wing mirrors a little bit, nudging the way he goes. And Middleton's now gone up to 3rd. So something must have happened there, I imagine, between, I'm going to guess, Khalsi, Antrobus, and maybe Langford, because Langford slipped behind Middleton, and that was definitely up towards a Coppice, obviously, but as the camera missed it, I guess the big question was, did he jump or was he pushed?
Well, the fact that he was putting his wing mirror back out again suggests that he was pushed, doesn't it? He's had a little bit of contact, I think, down the right-hand side from who I don't know. Can we see any other folded-in wing mirrors maybe on the left-hand side of any of these lead cars? Well, there is one on Steve Kite's car, but I don't think it was him. He's gained a lot of ground out of all of that, though, and he's bringing with him Scott Wright. So we lose one car from this lead battle. We could gain a few more, as Kamal Khalsi's car was smoking there, as in the compression through the Craner curves. So maybe a little bit of bodywork rubbing on the right-hand front corner. There is your race leader. There is the battle for the lead in the Pro Class, though. And Dan Parent-Smith, with this narrowest of advantages, just can't get away. He's running a bit wide again through Maclean's corner. And Kamal Khalsi would love to try and find a way past, but Sam Middleton very much buying into this now. And he's been just methodically picking his way through the order, whilst the others have been battling quite hard. Sam Middleton seemingly just picking his opportunities, and he might be about to get another one because there was a big squeeze there from Parran Smith as they went down the back straight. Need to see the leaders really as they head towards the chicane, because Dan Parran Smith, yes, is having to defend, and now Middleton comes to the outside for essentially second place. There's a bit of a rub there with Cowlsey though. Langford could benefit from this as well, as indeed could Dan Parran Smith. This could be his opportunity to get away as they trip over each other behind. They're going to be side by side, maybe three abreast towards Redgate Corner. Cowlsey to the inside, Middleton in the middle. Langford's gone round the outside of both of them though, while Steve Kite and Scott Wright arrive on the scene and think, what on earth have we got ourselves into here? This is no holds barred racing at the front of the pack.
Admittedly, I thought there were two lapped cars. I thought, no, looked in the order. It really is that all the battling has brought Steve and Scott Wright into the mix. Middleton getting his elbows out. I did also spot something else, which I'll get to in a second, because this battle is too intense. As Cowlsey again holds the inside line for Middleton and holds the place. There was a bit of a... looks like there's been some contact while Cowlsey's right rear bumper's almost been punched a little bit on the right rear corner. So I suspect maybe that's a telltale sign for maybe what may or may not have happened up at Coppice Corner. Oh, it's not a postcard. Maybe if one of these three do end up in second and third place in the final result, we can ask them to find out, see what happened in that sense. But we've got Steve Kite, who remember is in the club class, of course, and kind of doing a Sam Middleton from last year, getting involved and being ahead of Scott Wright. Through they go, and they're starting to pull away a bit here because Langford has worked his way up to second in Pro Class, third overall, because Wang is now, last time we checked, 3.9 seconds out in front. There he is, still smoking as he goes through the Robert Chicane to end lap 11. Under brakes they go, so still Parran Smith from Langford from Cowlsey. It'll be a Pro Class victory, at least for Parran Smith, but it won't be the obviously outright victory, so he'll still get the points, of course, being a points victory, but he won't be first across the line. It'll be that kind of pride of being first across the line rather than being first in your class, but nonetheless, it'll be important points to help him in the championship, and Langford needs that result too also, given that he's had now 2 DNFs from the first 6 races, which means he really is under pressure. Through Redgate they go. Further back, there's Ben Taylor scrapping with Graham Rumsey and Chris Ginn as they come onto the pit straight again. That's still them scrapping over 13th to 15th positions. So 400 minutes to go. Usually it's a 20-minute race, but because there's been so much going on, literally time really has flown in this second MX-5 SuperCup race. Intriguing to see how it's gone back and forth on that point, but as Wang holds on in front by almost 5 seconds now at this point, this lot still haven't calmed down. Well, they haven't briefly, but I suspect it's about to kick off again because Langford is having a little sniff around the inside line to get past Dan Parran Smith as Tolly gets a 5-second penalty for track limits further back in 9th place.
Yes, he does. So 3 3/4 minutes to go. And a defensive move again from Dan Parran Smith. Someone's in the gravel in the background up at Macleans in the next pack of cars. Oh, there we go.
It's Martin Tolley.
It is Martin Tolley, yes, who's already been pinged for track limits. I think he might have strayed just beyond the white lines there.
You think?
Didn't gain an advantage, but, you know, I'm just saying what I see.
So that shouldn't warrant a penalty, then? So.
In my eyes, no, but then let's not get me started on the topic of track limits. Dan Parran Smith leads essentially out of the final chicane. Another one going beyond the white lines there. That was Scott Wright, who will lose a little momentum as a result. He and Steve Kite, whether voluntarily or not, I don't know, just backing away from this fight. If I were them, I would be keeping my distance as well, because this has got all of the ingredients for a pretty spicy final couple of laps. There's contact between Middleton and Cowlsey, whose car is getting more and more dog-eared as the laps go by. There's your leader, but the battle behind is for the race-winning points within the MX-5 SuperCup, and Dan Parran Smith really wants the victory here. He's got the advantage just over Langford, but they are starting now to knock lumps out of each other. This is now getting to crunch time in the race, where every move you make could be pivotal in the outcome of the race at the end of the 20 minutes. Parran Smith with an advantage. Can he keep hold of it then?
Of course, at a circuit, any championship momentum is absolutely key. That's the key word in the circuit, because it's such a fast-flowing circuit. Of course, it also holds the outright qualifying lap and race speed records of all time. No wonder it's a championship where you have to be really key on how much you use the car and the momentum that you gain. As Parran Smith goes a little out wide on the outside, it opened the door for Langford. And look at Cowlsey and Middleton, they're all kind of screaming up the inside line. Parran's went from 1st to 4th in one move and lost 3 spots. All over each other again as there goes Wang through the chicane to start his penultimate lap of the race. Yeah, because there's just under 2 minutes to go. He'll go through to start his second to last run. We need to go back to the chicane because we go back towards see where our scrap for the SuperCup lead is. And Cowlsey's gone through, so he has got past Langford out of all that sequence. Kite is the one that's kind of moving to the outside, thinking I quite like my club class lead. I'm not going to put that at any risk. I've been impressed with Scott Wright as well. Battles or not, he's up into 5th position, of course, former club class champion, up in Pro. It's one of his most competitive races all day, and that was Parran Smith into the side of Middleton. Both make contact, both into the gravel. Oh dear, well you said it was going to be quite tight and crunch points were going to be key. Unfortunately that was a crunch point of all the wrong conclusions. So Kelsey now once again leads in the Pro Class, again bodywork rubbing. His only major challenger now is going to be, in that sense, Thomas Langford. Of course through all of that as well, it's opened up the door for Scott Wright to go onto the Pro Class podium. Oh, that's a sight and a half. Dan Powersmith dejected, sitting in the MX-5. I think they'll either cover it just with wave yellows down at Redgate. Of course it's a slightly more dangerous position. I don't think they'll go, they're not going to go safety car. I don't even dare red flag it at that point, of course, for the end, and not the final lap of the race. But now this is crucial because Kelsey really is kind of upholding honours for Antrobus in a way because he wants to try and keep up the points where he can. Langford needs the points, particularly the race victory. He really needs that win after retiring yesterday. But on the exit of Coppice Corner, Andy, Kelsey's getting away. Yeah, because Langford took the inside line, didn't make the move stick and lost all of his momentum as a result. They could throw an early checkered flag here if they decide that's the best course of action. No checkered flag, so Zihuai Wang will go through onto his final lap, and there's going to be yellow flags into arguably the best overtaking opportunity on the lap down at Redgate Corner. So through come Kelsey and Langford. Langford then realistically is going to have one more shot at this. He's got to try and first of all get back to Kamal Kelsey, which with the power of the slipstream you wouldn't bet against, but that's a decent bit of daylight now between the two of them as Dan Parrott-Smith trudges away, keeping the helmet on, which I think is always telling after an accident. I suspect that one may well be discussed post-race. It was a bit of a desperate lunge, wasn't it? He wasn't happy that he went from first to fourth a couple of corners earlier and wanted to try and get back towards the front of the group. At the front of the group now, though, it's Kelsey. And is Tom Langford gaining on this lap? No, if anything, Kamal Kelsey's getting away, so I think Kamal Kelsey could be on here for essentially a double race victory. Might not be the first car to see the checkered flag, but it'll be the first point scoring car to see the checkered flag. And he is consolidating this lead quite nicely. I think Langford really run out of pace a little bit on this final lap of the race. Another lap, and he might have been in danger of being caught by Scott Wright and Steve Kite, who are not that far behind. For Zihuai Wang, though, he turns into the final corners and he's going to claim the checkered flag. It is going to be an outright victory for the slightly smoky Mazda MX-5 Mark IV, and in pretty dominant fashion in the end. Wang wins at Donington Park, who is going to come home at the head of the Pro Class within the MX-5 Super Cup itself, though it's going to be Kamal Kelsey for the second race in a row who gets the maximum points, or the 100 points anyway. It's not quite maximum because I don't think he had the fastest lap within that class. No, Tom Langford definitely went quicker than him earlier on. With Wright and Kite coming home behind him. There is the 23 car of Martin Tolley through the final chicane after another entertaining race, that, Scott. And Kamal Kelsey on a roll here at Donington. He is. It's like, what's the typical phrase? It's like buses. He went for one Pro Class victory and genuinely two have come along at once. It might have been slightly fortuitous given that the likes of Parrott-Smith and Sam Middleton were running into each other at Redgate Corner. But nonetheless, you take the victories how they come. And of course as well, I think that'll be also very key points for Tom Langford, particularly when he also outscores Will Antrobus on top of that as well. And of course Parrott-Smith didn't finish. Middleton did finish, but he was back in 9th after what happened. So obviously either carrying the damage or just lost a lot of time after the incident where he did clip Parrott-Smith and both of them went off. And whilst Middleton could continue, it was Parrott-Smith who had to pay the price of retiring. And I have to give a shout out to other people, and I hope actually they can pull in all the top four, because if they can pull in Scott Wright to have a chat, and there's going to be a bit of time of course to kind of do some clear up, of course we can have a chat to him taking his first Pro Class podium, which is very well earned given the pace he's set. But I think given he was quite excited at getting a third place yesterday, I think I'll be intrigued to see how Zihuai Wang is going to be feeling that he's taken an overall victory and also history in the championship. The first ever victory for a Mark IV, invitation or not, that's a landmark too. Yeah, it was indeed, and an 8-second victory as well in the end for Wang over Kelsey, who wins in the Super Cup portion of the race, with Tom Langford in second within that class, third place for Scott Wright, whilst the Club Class and the Club Masters Class actually victory go to Alex Kite, ahead of Will Antrobus, who again is left ruining an incident that cost him time there. And again, it was Redgate Corner where he ended up in contact, so that's not been a happy hunting ground for Will. Down in the pit lane, though, there is Zihuai Wang, our race winner, and behind him, the Super Cup front runners pulling in as well. We're going to get all three of our Super Cup podium finishers in by the looks of it, and I expect big smiles on the face of this man when he gets out of the car and starts to chat to Rob, who I believe is down there ready to receive our race winner.
I am down here. I do apologise for not mentioning the Super Cup when we when I handed over. I was a bit too premature, because who could forget about the SuperCup? That was some mega racing. And this man from the back of the grid, Suhai Wang, a fantastic drive. You were happy yesterday. You were even more ecstatic. Apologies, but they are out on circuit, definitely. I've checked, double checked, triple checked. Time to head to Andy and Scott. They will take you through the grid.
Perfect timing, Rob, because the cars are being released onto their green flag lap. And, yeah, interesting race here for the DDMC Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship. The Darlington District Motor Club running this series that traditionally is based up in the northeast of the country, does a lot of racing up at Croft, but has made the trip slightly down south on the M1 to join us here at Donington Park. And another eclectic mix of cars. Similar sort of vibe to the CNC Head Sports Saloons. Similar mix of cars. But some different drivers to entertain us over the course of the next 15 minutes plus one lap, which is the duration of these races. Scott Hubel's Peugeot 205 T16R, which sounds incredible, starts on pole position. Mike Williamson alongside in his Mitsubishi Evo. Then it's Alex Prentice and Colin Simpson in the Marcus Mantis on row 2. Then Michael Boak and Dave Todd ahead of Steve Keller, Stephen McNabb, Chris Rees and Alan McPherson complete the top 10 ahead of Colin Dunn and Phil Jordan. Then it's Gary Bowers and Sikong Liu, with Stephen Rees and Robert Claxton on row 8. Row 9, John Armstrong and Stephen Reed. Row 10, Simon Baker and Harry Price. And Paul Lightburn and Stuart Middleton out the back of the 22-car grid. So, much the same as the CNC Heads series, championship I should say. There are multiple classes that drivers will do battle in. But I have to say, this is a particularly interesting grid of cars, isn't it? A couple of real oddities out there, and we like oddities, don't we?
Yes. Yes, we do. There's a few good cars. It pains me to say that even though I'm going to be particularly pedantic and anorak, as I always am, as you know, yes, it's a 205 T16, probably in terms of its body shape. For those who are Group B fans and anoraks like me, they'll say, oh, that's not a 205 T16. No, it isn't. It's probably a tribute car and it's been named as such. But it's great to have something like that, of course, in the mix at the front of the field. That car's been in the field for a while. But you've got a Mitsubishi Evo 4. You don't see many Evo 4s out there in any context race, and they tend to be quite a rarity in terms of JDM cars. But you've got a Subaru Impreza and also a Marcos Mantis, which has been named a Marcus Mantis rather than Marcos, I thought. But that's just an alternative version. Someone just forgot how to spell it. But nonetheless, good to see there's 4 different mixes of cars, and I believe this is definitely a standing start for this championship. Golf in the mix as well. That sort of really nice golf-coloured Subaru. I've seen that a few times as well in the field, too, in places in other spots. And I'd say as well, considering it is a more north or northwestern based championship that goes and races particularly like Croft, to get 22 entries, good entry for them in many cases to come that far. What is effectively them an away round in many cases, but it is because it's outside of that being the Midlands. But it's a bit of a trip down south compared from Croft. A couple of cars which were racing yesterday. I noticed Colin Dunn's Renault Clio was in the field midway through. There was racing in Production Cup yesterday. To have that going to be an extra run out. And of course there's a couple of X5s, there's of course the BMW 1 Series, I think that's 120 Coupe, I think. And you've got some more typical club racing cars, there's Clios, Honda Civic Type R's, a couple of different machines in there too. There's a Porsche 928, I can see, there's even that Renault Clio with a Maxi Rally Star body kit on the left, that's Lou in the mix as well, a couple of minis towards the back. And they have a nice, varied mix of typical familiar club racing cars, there's some oddities in there to kind of make it a bit more unique. And even though he's about to start the race, I think Scott Hooper might want to close his door because the race is going to start in a few seconds' time. As we'll see a very interesting rally-inspired Peugeot versus Evo sprint down towards turn 1 with a Golf, a Marcos Mantis and a Subaru & Co. all chase them down towards Redgate.
Yes, I suspect a couple of those cars towards the front, the Mitsubishi and the Subaru, are four-wheel drive as well, so they should get off the line well. Let's find out. Off they go. And yes, the Mitsubishi is going to grab the lead quite comfortably heading into Redgate Corner for the first time. So Mike Williamson then with the early advantage. Scott Hubel tucks into second position. The Subaru, they didn't actually get off the line all that well, did it, from the third row of the grid, that of Dave Todd, but they're all cleanly round Redgate, and the Mitsubishi is scarpered immediately. Mike Williamson with a very healthy advantage. Scott Hubel in qualifying was 1.1 seconds faster than Mike, but on this opening half a lap or so, it's definitely advantage Mitsubishi, as Dave Todd slips back up the inside into the Old Hairpin to get ahead of Steve Kell, but Kell then has the extra power from the Ford Sierra Sapphire Cosworth, another four-wheel drive car that, and he manages to get the position back heading out of the Old Hairpin. So a bit of shuffling around in the order, most notably at the front, but I'm intrigued to see when Scott Hubel will be able to unlock that pace that he had in qualifying. He should be quicker than Williamson, but Williamson for now enjoying his time out in the lead of the race.
Certainly so. Got 2 more four-wheel drive cars, at least in the Ford's case, 4x4 going at it. Dave Todd and Steve Kell once again battling the mix. Looking at that car very quickly, it looks like it's got like a sapphire front end, but I think it's more of a typical Sierra, not call it hatchback, but it's not the slightly longer boot that you'd have on a Sapphire Cosworth, if I'm being particularly pedantic as I normally am. Down towards the pit straight, we've got, and getting past them both, in fact, there is the rather rapid Golf Mark 4 Golf, I think it is? No, Mark 3 Golf of 81, which is Michael Boak, who started ahead of both of them, but of course the four-wheel drive for both of those cars helped him out, and of course in qualifying they were relatively evenly matched, but separated by about 0.6 of a second, or no, even 0.2 of a second, so it's no surprise all 3 of these cars are pretty evenly matched. So Williamson leads the way in the Evo. Hubel in second place, places third. There's a car off at the chicane, it's 36 that's gone off. That's the Renault Clio of Saikong Liu that's gone around. Rookie plate on the back as well. And also the pit lane has gone 101, which is Stuart Middleton's Honda Civic Type R. So I would like to think they're separate incidents and not related, but these 3 are still carrying on. I suspect, given that we have got a stationary Renault at the chicane, there will be at least double wave yellows, I think, down there. And if they can't get it moved in time, he's already heading down to that chicane part, so they're going to have to dart out the way where they can. Yellow flag boards are being displayed, so of course no overtaking. And this battle, I think, here, Andy, for the moment, as with everyone else's, I think they have moved the Clio out of the way, temporarily being put on hold for all that, whilst the excellent marshals push the Clio away to safety.
The brave marshals, quite frankly. Yeah, you wouldn't catch me out there on a live racetrack at that particular part of the track, whilst the leaders were barrelling down towards me. Fastest lap for Hubel then, so Scott Hubel is now starting to show us the pace that he had in qualifying. That was a 17.9, which is still 1.8 seconds slower than he went this morning, so he can definitely go quicker than that in the Peugeot. but he was faster than the leader by about 6 or 7 tenths or so. So he is starting now to reel in the Mitsubishi ahead. Then you've got the Golf in third position of Alex Prentice, and this battle continuing on between the Sapphire Cosworth and the Impreza. And Kell in that 6th position now then has just got himself ahead of Dave Todd actually at the start of the lap. Todd was ahead at the line, and they're joined, look, by Stevie McNabb in the number 1 Honda Civic, which runs in Class C. In fact, it's leading Class C. The Ford and the Subaru both running in Class B, so they're fighting for 4th in class, essentially. Class B led by the overall leader, actually, Williamson, at this stage, but how much longer will he be the overall race leader, I wonder, with Scott Hubel starting to close in rapidly behind him.
Yeah, trying to push on, see what the lap time is this time by, or 8 tenths per second. These are coming across the line now, and the gap is now only down by a tenth, and Williamson upped his pace. It was briefly for a moment the fastest lap of the race, but it was immediately taken by Hubel. The thundering Marcus Mantis goes through in 4th position, ahead of Prentice CVW Golf, so plenty of pace in that Golf, and now it's side by side between the 2 4-wheel drive cars. The Subaru of Todd on the outside line, Kell on the inside in the Sierra Sapphire, and around the outside into Redgate Corner goes the Golf liveried Subaru, so up into what is now overall into 5th, still 5th position. No, it was trying to look at the order because I think one car's not coming through properly on the timing screen. Oh, it's the Sierra Sapphire that's come through, which is showing for some reason. Oh, yes, transponder issue, that's probably the reason why. It's physically there, and it's going to be reinstated in a minute, but it's dropping down the timing screen. That's the reason why I was confused. So it's in there now into 7th. There we go, because it was didn't have a fully working transponder by the look of it. There is none of the Honda Civic EP3s. That's Phil Jordan's car in 57. That car down at the moment in 12th place and 3rd in Class C. He's also chasing number 31, a different driver. I misidentified who was at that one because Saikong Lu's car was the silver Clio. This is the more kind of rally maxi-esque body kit inspired older first generation Clio. Battling, I think that's the, what I'd say, 2nd or 3rd gen Clio afterwards. In front of him, Colin Dunn, who's a guest in Class C. So this is for 2nd in the class, but he's not going to change them with point scorers. As now, I would give actually that Steve Kell's pace is dropping off to the point where, or at least it's Todd's pace is pulling away to the point where Kell is falling back into the clutches of the number 1. And they're also being joined now by the BMW 135N of number 77, Chris Reese, who's also in Class B here. So lots of inter-scrapping battles between 3 slightly different machines. 4-wheel drive versus front-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive. Quite an intriguing mix here for what will be about, I think, 7th placing in the overall result. Yes, and it's the front-wheel drive Honda Civic which tries to make the move down the hill. Didn't quite have the traction off the corner, though, of course, of the 4-wheel drive Ford ahead, which is then a little bit heavier and has to defend the inside line into the Old Hairpin. So it's an interesting dynamic between those two. 2 very different Renault Clios here doing battle behind. This is for 10th position, I believe. The 31 car running in 11th position. Gary Bowers trying to gain a spot. There's the move for Stevie McNabb. Gets past Steve Kell at Macleans. I agree that Kelly's just running out of pace, I think, at this stage. Don't know whether he's got some sort of an issue. Yeah, his last lap of 22.2. It was only about 3 tenths, actually, off his previous best. I think it's just that everyone else is improving, and he's maybe peaked a little bit soon. Heads down past the exhibition centre. There, meanwhile, is the Subaru a bit further up the road of Dave Todd, with whom Kell was battling only a couple of laps ago, and now you can see the gap between them. And a car or 2 between them now as they come through at the conclusion of lap number 5. There are 8 minutes plus 1 lap still to go. And the lead gap at half a second, but actually the fastest lap now belongs to Mike Williamson, the race leader, set last time around. He pulled a bit of a gap over Hubel. Hubel then reclaimed about 4 tenths or so on the previous lap, but very evenly matched, much more so than they were in qualifying, those two. Williamson has found some pace in this race and more confidence because his lap time to put him on the front row of the grid was only a 1:17.234. Whether it was a setup choice or possibly the tyres he was using, or maybe he was getting held up in the traffic in qualifying.
but yeah, had that moment at Macleans. The very next turn, Scott Hubel spins from the lead, and now he's got to try and chase down the Mitsubishi again. He's got 5 3/4 minutes plus 1 lap to do it, but that is a sizable margin. In fact, into second position has gone Alex Prentice, so the first job for Hubel is to get back into P2. He is 8.6 seconds, though, off the race lead.
And he also has to put a lap on the 2 cars he was just lapping, which is the old Ford Fiesta XR2, and that is number 33, I think, which is Simon Baker's Ford Fiesta. And once he's done that, which he has, at the same spot he did a lap ago, he now relaps the Porsche as he goes through, and that's the Marcos off the road. So it's very strange going on in this race, and there's still one more race for them to do. I can't see any rain coming down, so the other suggestion you would then put in is there's a tiny bit of fluid somewhere that someone's leaking. What they are, I'll have to wait and see if there's a clear up over the lunch break. As you go back towards Macleans now, and Scott Hubel, this is a case of when rather than if he gets past the Alex Prentice Golf in qualifying. Yeah, he was 1.6 seconds quicker than him to put in first to third comparatively. On the same corner which he had the spin, he negotiates it a lot safer this time, keeps it pointing in a straight line, and Prentice is inadvertently defending his place whilst trying to lap as well. I think it was one of the Clios that was in front of him there to put a lap on him. Williamson now is blissfully ignorant of now what's going on behind him, because he's now, when he came across the line, 7.6 seconds ahead, as I think Hubel was getting a little bit impatient, trying to look down the outside into the chicane, but couldn't quite make it stick, so you might have a better power advantage down the straight. Although, as I say that, Prentice is proving me wrong here a little bit. We know that the Peugeot is a little more agile in the corners, but that Mark 5 Golf's got some punch in a straight line, and Hubel's getting a bit more impatient, trying to squeeze up the inside. Say 13's unlucky, but for Alex Prentice, he's putting on a good defence here against Hubel, who is quite literally running out of time the longer he spends staring at the back end of the Golf.
Yeah, he can't afford to be stuck at this pace, can he? Here's his chance, maybe, but no, Prentice is going to defend that into the old hairpin. All right, says Scott Hubel, I'll just go around the outside instead. Made that look a lot easier than it was. The Peugeot, which has got the pace advantage, definitely, is able to streak through and should be able to pull more of a gap over the next couple of corners. The problem is he's the best part of 9 seconds behind the race leader now, and I'm not sure even Scott Hubel, even if he was able to find the advantage that he had in qualifying this morning, would be able to bridge that gap in the time that's still available. So I think Mike Williams could be in a pretty good position out in front in his Mitsubishi, the Evo 4, with a very healthy lead. Here it comes down into the chicane, although his pace has dropped as well. Everyone's off the pace, though. I know there's a bit of traffic around there, but most drivers are now about 2 or 3 seconds off their ultimate pace. It does make me think that perhaps there is a bit of oil or something that's been dropped around various points of the racetrack, and that would explain a few of the strange goings on from a lap or two ago. It is that kind of grid of cars, isn't it, where maybe 1 or 2 of them have had a few mechanical issues, dropped a bit of oil. It's believable, isn't it? And I wonder if that had something to do with the moments for the race leaders, who are now 8 seconds apart. So, to be fair, 7/10 quicker that time was Hubel, despite being held up for much of the first half of the lap behind Alex Prentice. So we'll watch this next lap time with interest to see exactly how much quicker than the leader he's capable of going.
We'll wait and see. But, of course, pace-wise, yeah, 7/10 quicker, but 2.5 minutes to go. You would need, touchwood, a mistake from Williamson in order to make that happen. Looking further back, there is casual Sunday afternoon drive, early Sunday afternoon drive so far for Dave Todd, holding on to 4th place. This battle further back between 2 generations of Clio, between Colin Dunn and the car of Bowers in the Clio. Looks like they've both negotiated getting past the Civic Type R most recently, because which must be the car right behind them, because Jordan was in that car just behind them. That's P11, in fact. Yeah, Jordan. Yeah, the Civic Type R. They've just gone past them across the line, it looks like. So he's now tailing behind them, whereas both those cars have gone through recently. Across the line goes Williamson to start his penultimate lap.
2.5 seconds quicker was Hubel that time, Scott.
Okay.
So 5.5 seconds the gap. If he keeps doing that, then it's doable, isn't it?
Again, still 2 laps though. Have to wait and see. And of course, if he keeps on getting in the mix with traffic, and that suggests that not all is fully well with Williamson's Evo, which is a bit of incentive for Hubel, and you can see he's getting closer and closer as he goes down. He'll have the incentive. He can see him in the distance. He'll know exactly how much he was pulling away initially when he got past him for a few seconds before he then had to recover. So we'll wait and see. Turning in through Macleans for the second to last time. It's not wavered this time, so it looks better, if you understand how I've said that. But not maybe at the point where he's a little wayward there through Coppice. He's almost kind of feels like he's stroking it home a little bit rather than really pushing it. But I think he's probably realised he has to kind of put his foot down. once he realises that Hubel is trying to push on a bit more. Prentice holding on to third and Todd in fourth, and the Class C leader of McNab car number 1 is getting a little bit closer. He's in P5 now. He's moved up past the Marcos Mantis to Simpson, so whatever's happened with him will be intriguing. Right, on to the last lap of the race. Look at the gap. It was about 5 seconds. It's now 4.6, so he's upped his pace a bit more, whether he got held up by somebody. So, again, touch wood, not to wish a commentator's curse, but unless something dramatic happens to Williamson on this final lap, holds his breath, then we should be seeing an Evo win, but he might well feel a little bit luckier getting this victory, given that Hubel's pace that he had, if he hadn't had the spin, it would have been P2.
This should be the penultimate lap, actually, because it's 15 minutes plus 1 lap, isn't it, in the DDMC series, so just to keep us on our toes. But yes, it's, that was a much better lap, that, for Williams, and I think he must have had a bit of traffic on the lap before, still slower by about 8/10 than Hubel, which is more or less the rate at which Hubel was catching him before the spin. And so he might get close, but yeah, I don't think Williamson needs to take too many risks here. He's got the buffer. You've got just under a lap and a half of racing still to be done. But Scott Hubel is going to keep pushing on right to the end. As round Coppice corner they go. What is the gap going to be this time? We've lost Steve Kell, by the way, to the pit lane. So Steve Kell, Sapphire Cosworth, I'm afraid, is in the pits and going no further. There is the Marcos coming down the hill into the Old Hairpin. This car also slipped down the order. Oh, and the checkered flag has come out on the timing screen. Yes, there we go, checkered flag. So I don't know why I bother getting these grid sheets. Mike Williamson gets the win, and Scott Hubel is second in what was exactly a 15 minutes and 41 second race, but not the extra lap as advertised. I'm not complaining because we're already running into our lunch break, but yeah, it is a slightly earlier finish than we were anticipating. So Williamson the winner, Hubel second, Prentice third, and fourth position should be Dave Todd once he makes it through. There he goes in the Gulf liveried Subaru. Fifth position then for Stevie McNab, and in sixth position it is going to be Reese eventually. Here comes Stevie McNab through, and the BMW 135M behind of Chris Reese will follow him home. Class winners, Class B won by Mike Williamson. Hubel runs in Class A2, so different classes, those two. They both will get the class wins. Class C won by McNab. There went the Class A1 winner, that being the number 76 car of Colin Simpson in the Marcos Mantis. And then quite a few other classes of one further back, but they're all of the main front runners within classes coming through claiming their wins, and in the end it was a 3-second winning margin for Williamson. Hubel though really was pushing on there, set his personal best lap right at the end, 16.4, but that was still a 10th slower than the fastest lap of the race set by Mike Williamson. So Williamson got quite a bit quicker after qualifying. Hubel's pace was actually a little bit off what he did in quali, and all of that meant that it was the Mitsubishi that came out on top.
He was, and I think Mike might slightly admit he was a little bit lucky given how Scott's pace was. I think also looking at the way that the Scott Hubel Peugeot rotated, it might well be rear-wheel drive,
yeah,
not front-wheel, not four-wheel drive.
Or perhaps, yeah, it was.
Yeah, because the rear-wheel drives were doing most of the spinning when he was on the grass. Which didn't seem maybe wet, but might have been a bit damp from some of the rain from yesterday. Well, I suspect it might have dried up a little bit. For those who also are wondering on the stream, and also for the benefit of our director as well, we are starting on time, or plan to start on time by timetable for lunch. So as it's timetabled for this one, we'll give Andy the results in a second. It's set to start at, well, it says here 13:47, so basically about to the quarter to 2 in that sense. We're set to go away. But yeah, Mike Williamson performing a tiny bit of a great escape from that one after he possibly could have been back in second place, but thanks to Hubel making that errant error at Coppice corner, that saved his bacon in the end.
It did, indeed. They both managed to get the class wins, though, within their various classes. Only 3 non-finishers in that one. Saikon Liu, of course, we saw off on the first lap. Actually, I didn't realise till later in the race he'd given that tyre stack a whack up at the entry to the chicane, and that's why perhaps the car wasn't moving afterwards, because it was quite a heavy hit that he'd had as he'd lost it going into the chicane on lap 1. The podium finishers, though, are down in the pit lane area, ready to catch up with Rob Lewis.
We nearly didn't have a winner because he drove straight past us, which is quite amusing for the last race before lunch. A very, very good win there. Scott Hubel had you on your toes for a while before he went off. But the car seemed to pull off a bit of pace before there. Did you have boost issues or just getting hot?
No. It was all going good. Everything's good. No, Scott, absolutely fantastic competitor. He is. Go here, buddy. Well done, mate. Well done.
They say there's no camaraderie in club racing. They're wrong. That was fantastic.
No, it was good. No, Scott, I knew he was going to push hard. I knew he was going to come at me, and he did. He passed me, and and then I was gifted it back again, wasn't I?
Yeah, I don't know how that happened.
What happened? Come on, Scott. What happened?
Talent ran out, just briefly.
Briefly, so it did look like you were on the inside for the corner and the rear end just stepped out.
I took a bit different line and it just kicked car a bit too much and I couldn't catch it quick enough.
He was trying hard because up the other side I was out of shape and he was in front of me, and I'm like, that's going some pace, that car, because I'm out of shape and he's in front, and then the next minute,
I wanted to see what grass were like.
But I tell you what, you couldn't get two more different cars as part of this series though. But what is it that makes these two so competitive against each other?
Don't know, really.
Scott's got youth and finesse, and he's built a brilliant car. I've got some absolute outright grunt on the straights. And I'm learning to drive it, and I'm learning my way around Donington and enjoying it. I really enjoyed that.
Drive it and slow down.
Some fantastic racing nonetheless. Congratulations to the both of you for a fantastic race. Well, you can see all of the cars pulling in around us, and we haven't even got third place. He's forgotten to come in for an interview, so well done for winning third place. Sorry I couldn't get to you, but it's lunchtime now, so all the marshals are going to tuck into their sandwiches, as is our camera crew. But don't worry, come back in about 40 minutes and there's going to be great racing on this afternoon. We've got Mazda MX-5s, we've got the modified Ford Series, we've got the classic VW Championship as well. Loads of racing, great racing. Don't worry about the Monaco Grand Prix. They're going to stay in a line for most of the race. You need to watch the racing here because it's better. See you back here in about 40 minutes, but for now, it's goodbye. Well, after rather a shortened lunch break, I think we've just about ended up with indigestion and the like. We've got racing back this afternoon with a packed schedule. And first out is the MX5 Championship, as you can see, lining up behind us. Can Adam Sparrow do it again? He's certainly going to have lots and lots of competition. But the main competition we're looking at this weekend is between Charlie Snell versus track limits and Luke Souch versus speed, technique and all the other things required to actually be a decent racing driver. Can they get through it? Well, let's see, but it's time to hand up to the commentary team, to Scott and to Andy.
Thank you, Rob, and very brave of you to resign so publicly from working with the BRSCC. That was brave stuff, but yes, Charlie and Luke, they have been the butt of a few jokes this weekend, and rightly so, quite frankly. They have they're good sports, they get stuck in, they are racers, the BRSCC's whole thing is that it's a club that is run by racers, for racers, and Charlie and Luke are quite bravely actually putting their reputations on the line a little bit by heading out onto track and getting stuck into our Mazda MX-5 races this weekend, and they have not embarrassed themselves actually, not half as much as we were hoping anyway, because they've actually had decent pace, knocking on the door of top 10s in a couple of the races yesterday across both this and the MX-5 Clubman Championship, which they also were out in both races for. Just the two Mark 1 races today, though, the races 2 and 3 of the weekend for the AD Modular Mazda MX-5 Championship. And whilst we do have that private BRSCC battle going on further down the order, at the front, it's Adam Sparrow hoping to double up on race victories after beating Paul Simard to the win yesterday. Neil Chisnell and Michael Taylor share row 2 ahead of Adam Craig and Steve Foden, with Steve Bartlett and Paul Bateman together on row 4. Row 5, Jason Greatrex and Dev Singhal, with Harry Storer and Bo Parry completing the top dozen. Then it's Dennis Pillamonkin ahead of Chris Wright, Daniel Lengel and Matthew McCluckey on row 8 together. Row 9, Bradley McLagan and Chris Thelwell. Then it's Peter Williams and Luke Souch in 20th position ahead of Simon Privet and Tim Storer. Charlie Snell starts 3 positions behind Luke Souch, but those two have been very evenly matched on pace, to be fair, this weekend. Joshua Pato is next. Then it's Andrew Gilligan and Ollie Walden, with David Scowler and Richard Bartlett at the back of the grid. So 28 cars set to take the start, Scott, and an exciting race in prospect, I think. Yesterday's race won by Sparrow by a fairly narrow margin, it must be said. Paul Simard and Neil Chisnell both hunting him down to the checkered flag, and both gunning for a race win this time around.
Potentially. I mean, they put on enough of a show yesterday in their first race. Of course, the fact we've got 2 to go should be rather fascinating as we get ourselves ready to go on that sense. I imagine that it's going to be quite a frantic battle, as it was all the way through from start to finish. So we will wait and see how this one plays out as we look for this field to make its way around onto the grid for our second 3 races. Adam Sparrow, who I remember Rob was saying he was tipping him to be on the podium, so I'm expecting him to be on the podium to have a chat with him. And he was feeling a bit nervous, which I was a bit surprised about it, Sparrow, because he's one of a handful of cars which Brian Chandler does run, and Adam, of course, is, I guess, in terms of pace, the leading car in that field, and he'll be looking to try and extend his championship lead further if he can. I was impressed yesterday by particularly Paul Simard. He was having quite a fun run all the way through, but I think one driver who was maybe a bit lower than he really would have wanted to have been was definitely Steve Foden. Of course, at one point he was 10th or 11th and fell backwards because he fell out of that momentum all the way through the first few laps, and she got shuffled back to as far as 11th, but then managed to pick his way back up to P6. So he'll be looking to try and fix that as quick as he can. And then as we then move forwards into the next race, it'll be quite interesting to see how this drag race between Adam Sparrow and Paul Simard runs. And I'll also be watching out to see how Steve Foden makes progress from P6. If he's got himself more figured out and he can keep in this situation, it should be quite fascinating to see how he can put himself in the better mix. I'll also keep an eye on the likes of Adam Craig and also Mike Taylor, who at one point was in contention really for the win, the ex-Ginetta GT Academy racer and champion, if you remember correctly, did that though. We worked that out yesterday, looking back at the stream for Stetson, looking at the screenshot. Big giveaway, he was wearing Ginetta overalls. So the fact he stepped to X5 showing he's got the pod quality, and definitely the Ginetta title certainly wasn't a fluke. But 28 Mazda MX-5s ready to go, and let's see if they can put on just as good a show as they did yesterday. I'm sure they will.
I'm sure they will. 20 minutes of racing then. The AD Modular Mazda MX-5 Championship, second race of the weekend. And it's Adam Sparrow and Paul Simard battling from the front row. They launch off the line as the red lights go out, and it's a good start by Sparrow by the looks of it. Noses ahead on the preferred inside line. All two cars off further back though, headed for the barriers. Didn't quite spot who they were, but hopefully they didn't make too significant contact with the concrete wall. We've had that already earlier on today in one of the other races. The rest of the pack though head out of Redgate. Both cars continue. That's good news. So no need for safety car interruption. Oh my word! Car over though, exiting Redgate. There are 3 or 4 cars off, I think, at the top of the hill, and that is going to require a safety car almost certainly. It was not. In fact, red flag. Red flag is out. Race being stopped immediately. Not sure who they were either. It was somewhere towards the top 10, I think, though, that one was triggered, and that is a sizable incident.
I think one that was going over, I think from what I saw, it was a light blue car, and I think I saw number 2, so it might well be, not yet confirmed till we see anything. It looked like Matthew McCluckey to me, I think, possibly. I think the 14 was involved, which was Bo Parry. He was starting back in 12th somewhere, and there was a third car involved, and it was, I could tell it was orange with some black striping on it, but again, not exactly sure who that might have been. Obviously, in that scenario, no one ever wants to see that, so the first concern, obviously, is that all drivers involved are okay, particularly the car that went over. You never want to see that, as much as people, well, I was about to say some people find crashes entertaining, but at that point, obviously there's no entertainment in that until we figure out who the, when we need to figure out if the driver's okay, but red flag and race has been stopped. So that will mean they'll go back to original grid positions, and of course we now make sure that the marshals and recovery teams make their way over to ensure that all drivers involved are on the surface at least okay, and of course we'll go to the medical centre to be checked over by the chief medical officer to ensure that as far as they can see, all is well. So all we can do is sit tight and everyone let them do what they need to do, but that's a site where you never want to see that. Of course, it's quite extraordinary when it does happen, and fingers crossed all drivers are indeed on the surface is what we can see okay from that and can walk away from it.
Indeed so. I think the start line collision, Tim Storer was one of the drivers involved, wasn't it? I didn't see who the other one was.
I think it might have been, it was like a maroon colour car, and I think that's 666 Simon Privet.
Which would make sense. They shared the 11th row, so that would make sense as to what happened there, but then yes, a much more significant incident coming out of Redgate Corner leads to a red flag. So the cars that got around that first lap will make their way momentarily back to original grid order in anticipation of a restart. Adam Sparrow and Paul Simard are there, and interestingly, Steve Foden got into third place as well. So there we see Bo Parry, definitely one of those involved.
21, and that's Bradley McLagan.
Bradley McLagan, yes. Is it 20? Yes, it is 21, isn't it? Yes. And then the other car, we think might have been Matthew McCluckey. There is a blue car that was the one that went over, wasn't there? So 3 cars involved, but all drivers appear to be out, which is good news. And as you said, they will be checked over in the med centre, I'm sure, but doesn't look, in the grand scheme of things, as if we came out of that too badly. Yeah,
I think it looks like all 3 drivers are out, which is the best thing to see, at least initially. So thank goodness they are, or at least up and walking, able to walk of their own accord. As I say, in any incident, whether it's big or small, they all mandatorily have to go to the medical centre to be checked over to ensure that it's nothing underneath that you can't spot immediately from the surface has gone on at all, to make sure they are okay. Unfortunately, it means it's unless, well, the 2 cars in the gravel, I think we might well see them out for race 3 if they're okay. If it's Matthew McCluckey's car, if I'm sure I think it was, which suggests that even though he started in, well, he was around that sort of area of those cars there, with the car that dropped back, I was saying, that position was Bo Parry. He was started 12th on the 6th row of the grid, but he dropped backwards, and so Matthew McCluckey and Bradley McLagan were in the same area of the grid, where Matthew started 16th, Bradley McLagan 17th. So looks like it was possibly, I saw that Bo was on the outside of Redgate, so whether he was in a flush of what was going on the outside line and losing a couple of places, and as a result of that, that separate battle came together. Obviously, without any other camera angles, it's all speculation, but in terms of trying to piece that together in my mind, looks like how those 3 came together, and it was Bo not getting the start he wanted, and being maybe hung out to dry on the outside.
Yeah, that's so often the case, isn't it? It snowballs. We'll have one bit of bad luck, and then it can so easily develop into an even worse bit of bad luck, and you just end up in the wrong place at the wrong time. But that's a shame for Bo, who has been around the MX-5 paddock for a number of years now, racing in this and at times in the Clubman Championship. But yeah, it's not the start to his day that he was hoping for. Hopefully, that car will be back out for race 3 a little bit later on. So cars regridding, and Adam Sparrow has to do this all over again now, get the restart right from pole position. got a decent start the first time round, though, has to be said. Paul Simard wasn't really able to challenge him, but Steve Foden, as I said, came from 6th to 3rd on that, half a lap or so of racing that we had. So Foden was on his toes. Really got roughed up yesterday, did Steve Foden. It seemed that every time we saw him, he was heading off the track rather than round it, and not usually through his own fault. There were a couple of little moments here and there, but yeah, he tangled with a couple of other drivers during the course of that first race, so he really needs to try and bounce back from a championship perspective. Steve Foden came in 2nd in the championship with only 1 win from the first 5 races. The other 4 had all been won by Adam Sparrow. So Adam Sparrow, who came agonisingly close to the championship a few years ago, I seem to recall, at Brands Hatch, has become a regular front runner in the MX5 Championship. Really seems this year is, he hopes, his year, and he started off in brilliant fashion with, 5 wins now, of course, from 6 races, with Foden the only other winner, that coming in the 3rd race at Snetterton, or Snetterun, as it's called on the points table on the BRSCC's website, which might need to be amended before the next round. The next round will be at Croft, then they head to Cadwell Park, Anglesey, and it all finishes at Silverstone on, I think, the international circuit at the end of the season. So we are approaching sort of a 1/3 of the way through the championship campaign. Adam Sparrow and Steve Foden will both anticipate that they will be championship contenders come the end of the season. Of course, that championship lead would have gone out in the favour of Adam Sparrow after yesterday's result. Matthew McCluskey, who we believe to have been involved in this incident at Redgate Corner, he was 3rd in the points coming into this weekend, despite the fact that, if I'm reading this right, he hadn't actually had a podium finish yet, but he'd just been really consistent, top 5 or 6 finishes in every race so far, and he was 3rd in the championship, albeit some way back from the top 2. So Sparrow and Foden, that does seem to be the championship battle at this stage. Those two already sort of distancing themselves from the rest of the pack.
So field is now lined back up once again as they now start to load up Bo Parry's car onto the trailer. Again, shout out to all the marshals and the recovery teams, of course, have been performing live snatch over the course of the weekend and being able to pull cars out of the gravel pretty quickly. Indeed, the marshals, even mid-race, we had that clear that was off in the DDMC race earlier on, race 1, where it was facing the wrong way at the chicane, and they were able to push that away pretty quickly under double wave yellows. And even you, Brave, said that you wouldn't catch yourself in that situation. But for those who do choose to do so, again, massive thank you, because as we know, it's something which is something brave that those can do as a marshal. And again, I've always maintained that marshals are pretty much the best, I think, best trained in the world. There's some that can be equally as trained, like American marshals are pretty good and others, but I think British marshals do get excellent training all the way through from start to finish, and they get refresher training every year. There's always encouragement to bring new marshals in. It's a great way to be part of the sport and to get an entry. I can't make exact specifics, but there are some people who've gone up into quite high ranks, even drivers in the sport, who've started as a marshal just to be involved in the sport, and it's a great, essentially, most to your own expense, but free way to kind of get involved into an event. And it's something that we say quite often, but it's absolutely 100% true every single time, is that without marshals and people who volunteer at these events, like our officials, like our kind of people at scrutineers and everybody else, particularly marshals in that sense, if we have no marshals, that's it. A race event can't happen full stop. And that's full stop across motorsport, whether it's from club events like this or even over in Monaco for the Grand Prix or Le Mans or anything else. If there's no marshals or volunteers to actually make the most important parts of this event happen, it can't run full stop. So we have to be very thankful for them and all the effort they put in. So if you are a marshal watching, if you watch this back, again, thank you for the work that you put in to make these available, events happen. And I've always maintained marshals are the best in the world, and I think they always will be because of how well they're trained. Even so that marshals who start doing club events here, they get to be such a high standard that they get to do. There's a good selection that apply to be at the British Grand Prix every single year, and that's almost like a bit of a reward for them to do it. Some go as far as Le Mans, some go as far as Asia or Australia or the Middle East, a place like Abu Dhabi for the Grand Prix, and other places around the world, because they are such a high standard, they're so well respected, and they do such an amazing job to such a high standard.
Yeah, no, they definitely do. They are the best in the business, as we say, and thank them all for their service. They've had a fair bit to do today. Yesterday, this is what always happens. Yesterday evening, there were a few conversations among the organising team here at the BRSCC about how reasonably tame yesterday was, really. It was pretty uneventful, no major scares. We had a Citroen that fell over down at the Old Hairpin, but even that was a fairly minor roll. Always the way, isn't it? You have one calm day, and then the next day all hell breaks loose, and we've had a little bit of that already today. A delay this morning, now a further delay to kick off the afternoon. Hopefully that's it, us done with red flags. It's our second of the day, this, and we don't want that trend to continue, because we've got a lot to get through, 10 races to get through this afternoon. And almost every championship that's here today back out again at some point later on. I think the only exception really is the Fiesta ST150s, so a lot to get through, and we don't need too many of these red flag delays.
Also CNC Heads, who wrapped up their weekend early as well. They were the first race of the day, so that side of things. Just see I'm going to get a name right. If I get a name wrong, I'm going to be shot. Nina Fountain down there, who's one of the kind of leading marshals down there, just having a chat with one of our other marshals on the grid. And see, she's still working hard as the car's now grid that. Now, of course, for those who need the info, because there might be some watching for the first time, not for those who are the NRX thinking, oh, I know this already, but some might be watching for the first time just for their benefit, just for the grid restarts, because the race ended on the first, was red flagged on the first lap, and they hadn't completed at least 2 laps. The grid order is literally exactly the same as it was based on it was going to be from the results of race 1. So there's no changes to the grid. Doesn't matter who passed who on that opening few corners before the red flag. They all go back to their original grid spots, which means that Adam Sparrow will go back to pole position, Paul Simard's back into the front row of the grid from Neil Chisnell, Michael Taylor, Adam Craig, Steve Foden, Steve Bartlett, Paul Bateman, Jason Greatrex and Dev Singal. That's the top 10 as it was. You can see the weather conditions on the right-hand side. It's kept a relatively comfortable 16 degrees or so. It might creep up a little bit. Well, that's the old weather. It's now got up to about 17 degrees or so, because we're now at nearly 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So our weather graphic needs to be brought up to date in terms of where we are. But the temperature's been steady at about 16, 17 degrees. My weather app tells me we're at about 18 now. And in terms of a high, where are we going to be in terms of high for temperatures? It tells me somewhere around about maybe 19 degrees expected to be as high. It'll feel like 18, according to whatever that means. Nice, because it feels like 18. I've never got that before, how that happens, but how that works. But they give an actual number, and then they give like a feels like number, and it's like a difference. So this is what it actually is. This is what you'll think it'll be. Apparently it's windy as well, according to Rob, who's observing from the back of our commentary box position on that side. So
thank goodness you came, Rob. We would have never have had any idea, would we? If only there was a big BRSCC flag blowing in the wind right outside our commentary box. I did wonder why you were taking refuge in the commentary box a bit more today. It's a bit blustery out there, and doing a number on your hair, I suspect. Anyway, before Rob kicks me, let's get this race restarted, shall we?
Well, I don't know why kick you. You're feeding his ego. He's not disagreeing.
Not sure that was the intention, Scott. Anyway, cars will very shortly be released onto another green flag lap, as Scott was quite rightly saying, and hopefully we'll get the full 20-minute restart as the time. No, 15 minutes. 15 minutes reset. Oh, thank you, Barry. Everyone's giving us information just that 30 seconds later than we needed it today. 15-minute restart here at Donington Park, and the AD Modular Mazda MX-5 Championship will, with a slightly depleted grid, get going again. One thing I want to get at the bottom of is whether Tim Storer and Simon Privet sustained any real damage in their little tangle. They both carried on, but hopefully they'll be able to take the restart. That car's definitely not in showroom condition anymore. It is. We can now confirm the number 2 of Matthew McCluckey, and that's the car that went over at least once at Redgate Corner. You don't think the cars are going all that quickly exiting Redgate Corner, but that demonstrates they are moving at a fair lick there, aren't they?
One thing to point out as well, of course, these are open-top cars, of course, and of course, they all have a rollover protection system, or more simpler term, a roll cage. Of course, every single roll cage that runs in a race car obviously has to be, regardless of which race car it is, it has to be FIA homologated, so it works, because that's obviously not just MSUK standard, but it's FIA World Motorsport standards. Thankfully, every single roll cage is. And of course, as well, I mean, in terms of driver protection with these cars, unless you have to kind of have some kind of a roll cage extender, or higher, slightly add-on on top of it, which I've seen before in Caterham specifically, when you have a slightly taller roll cage for taller drivers. Obviously, every single driver has to be fit in within the confines of the top of the roll cage, so the head's not poking out the top. In a situation like that, well, it doesn't bear thinking about. So thankfully the roll cage in its sense did its job. So even though the car, unfortunately, you never want to see a car go over, but when it does, you want to, and you have to use that roll cage and rollover protection system. But at the very least, it's a comfort to know that it's there and it's strong enough and FIA homologated, so that when if it should happen, goodness forbid, then the driver is safe enough to at least walk away barring anything else that can happen on that sense, and they are as protected as they can be. I think they also do run, if I'm right in these cars from remember before, for anything on the side impact, they run NASCAR-style door bars behind the doors as well, also too. So even though these are cars built from as far back as 1989, they're all still made as safe as possible using the mandated MSUK and FIA homologation standards in terms of what these cars require to go racing in any capacity.
Remarkable, isn't it? Yeah, you forget how old these cars are. They are classics, aren't they, really? The Mark 1 Mazda MX-5, and yet still a huge amount of them that race across the United Kingdom, and they race them hard. They don't race them like classics, but still able to get parts that can be used as spares on the car, still able to get a donor car. Actually, they made lots of them. It was a very popular car, so plenty of them out there on wherever you buy your second-hand cars from, and it's keeps feeding this hugely popular motor racing scene in the UK for Mazda MX-5s. It's just always been a popular series here in the UK, and there are plenty of places you can race an MX-5 that aren't even one-make grids. Indeed, we've had MX-5s out this weekend in other series, so it's a great sort of entry-level car. A lot of people begin their racing careers in MX-5s, but then there are others who have been in and around MX-5 racing for decades, aren't there, and couldn't really imagine themselves doing anything else.
No, they seem to find a home in that sense when they come into this championship on that side. Although I've got to point out, of course, recognising that the first these MX-5s came out in 1989, it's the year some of these cars could be nearly coming up towards almost nearly 40 years old.
Yes, I know.
Which is extraordinary.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think of the cut-off of when a car becomes classified a classic or historic in that sense, but 37 years must put it into somewhere that's of classic vicinity, which always seems bizarre given that I was born in 1990s to get to these cars when these cars came out for a year or so.
Does that make you a historic as well, then?
Don't you start. You're not far behind me.
By your own definition, Scott, I think that's what you were stumbling towards.
Do I need to mileage up how old you are?
Moving on. Cars are about to get restarted here at Donington Park, and these cars that are still very much at the cutting edge of motor racing. 39 is the new 25, so I've been told. And yes, we're looking forward to 15 minutes of Mazda MX-5 racing. Adam Sparrow, Paul Simard, front row. Neil Chisnell and Michael Taylor together on row number 2. Who's going to get the whole shot this time? It was Sparrow the first time around, but whoever does get the lead into Redgate Corner, it's not one of those races you feel will be won at the first corner, will it? It's likely to be a race-long battle between that leading group. Ready to go then. 5-second board is held aloft, and he is hoping for a cleaner start this time after a bit of calamity first time around for the MX-5 drivers. Lights out, away they go, and it is indeed a good start once more for Sparrow from the pole position. Keep an eye on Steve Foden's white and gold number 77 car from the third row. He made good forward progress at the initial start of the race. Sparrow's going to hold on to the lead, and that looked like Neil Chisnell coming to the inside of Paul Simard for second. Round Redgate, there's another car through the gravel, but hopefully that is just going to be a single car incident, and they were able to continue at the back of the pack. Side by side, they're down the hill. Simard getting freight trained well and truly here, so Sparrow holds the lead. Chisnell through to second, and Simard could be as low down as 5th position by the time they come out of the Old Hairpin. He will be, because Steve Foden gets to the inside, contact further back. The 1-2-1 car is off of Daniel Lengel, and he tangled, I think, with Dev Singhal there, didn't he, in the AB Motorsport car. Again, I think they'll both continue, but somewhat delayed.
Yeah, so didn't quite get through all trouble-free for the first few corners, but they are starting to be a bit more disciplined in the top 6 at least. So Steve Foden up from 6th to 4th already, and that lead 6-pack is now been joined by Adam Craig, so he's making it the 6-pack at the front. Next group headed by Jason Breakerex, and he has Paul Bateman and Harry Storer, who have been sparring partners in the MX-5 Clubman Championship in the past. Good to see Paul not only back in MX-5s, but also actually not in Clubman, but he's actually in the, call it main, if you like, or kind of 2-day Mazda MX-5 Championship, and actually running in the top 10. There goes Foden passing Sparrow for third into the chicane as Chisnell takes the lead now. So Chisnell leads the way now with Taylor in second place. How much would he love to get a Mazda MX-5 victory? He came close at one point. Around goes Greatrex and also Harry Storer. That's both of the Parker-sponsored cars, both of the Storers that have hit trouble. Another car that was in the inside was also going wayward. So there's 3 or 4 cars being scattered at the chicane. Meanwhile, at Redgate Corner, Taylor takes the lead from Chisnell. Storer does get going, so it looks like we won't have any further dramas in that sense on that incident, and they'll carry on unscathed as much. Chisnall's done the up and under and gone back past Taylor to retake the lead, and Foden's getting involved here. And as we know from history, if Foden gets a sniff of a victory and he's on good pace, never count him out at any stretch of the imagination, especially this early in the race.
Yeah, he looks a bit more competitive today than yesterday, where, as I say, he was just on the wrong side of pretty much every side-by-side situation he found himself in. Couldn't really get into his groove. Tell you what, they're very fortunate that that incident at the chicane didn't lead to anything more significant, with cars stationary and pointing the wrong way in the middle of the track. That could have been nasty, but good reactions from those behind to avoid the cars that were having their own moments. Now, Foden for second position here up the inside of Michael Taylor at Coppice Corner, being given a shove by Adam Sparrow up the hill was Foden. The top two drivers in the championship are now side by side. In fact, they're three abreast, look, with Paul Simard giving the bumper to Sparrow on the inside line. Oh, off has gone the 87 of Ollie Walden. That's the Old Hairpin by the looks of it. It's Chisnall the leader. It is Sparrow back through to second position. He was gone from first to fourth to second in the last lap. That's your average lap of racing, really, Mazda MX-5s, and it's Foden this time who loses out. He will come across the line in fifth position, just ahead of... Right, what are you pointing out, Scott?
It's shown that Charlie does it out of the race. He's not. He's in the race. I think his transponder
right.
hasn't been registered yet because he's not been put into the race. And Harry Storr was showing at the back, but Charlie's definitely in the race, but he's just not come through. So they have to try and manually insert him into the timings if they can. So I'd ignore that, and I'm sure that they'll be able to do so once they can. Back to what's actually going on at the moment. But I definitely saw his car going through the Old Hairpin or earlier on at some point in the race. Through the Old Hairpin they goes to the top six with Bateman in somewhat no man's land at this point. Then there's a bit further back. You've got 7th place for 8th place for Wright with Stephen Bartlett, Pillar Monk in the top 10. Oh, another car goes gravel tracking. That is trying to work out who that is actually going through. That might be Joshua Pato, I'm going to guess, I think, and he was just ahead of Jason Greytrex, who'd recovered after that incident. And Charlie has now been inserted into the race order. Quite conveniently, he's behind car 201, a certain Luke Souch. So this is basically round 4 of this kind of 5-round battle, if you like, the 3 MX-5 championship races and yesterday's Clubman race. It was 2-1 in Luke's favour. It could have been a top 10 for Charlie had he not got a 5-second penalty, because ironically the car he was battling, Liam Martin Bradley, was the next one to get a 5-second penalty, and then Luke managed to get him above both of them to make that stick. Steve Foden going grass tracking as well. Don't do that. He's going to squeeze back to 6th position, right back to where he started. The fastest lap of the race gets taken 3 times. First by Chisnall, then Sparrow, then Taylor. And whilst all of this, it's now Paul Simard in the middle of all three of them here in 3rd position. Doesn't get the fastest lap, but sticks in close in contention anyway.
Indeed he does. So yeah, Foden down to 6th. Simard here having a go at Sparrow for 2nd position, but Adam fairly firmly closes that door. Dev Singhal back out on track as well. He would have sustained some damage, I think, in the contact down here a couple of laps ago. To your point, by the way, about the Luke Souch Charlie Snell battle, there is actually a trophy, apparently. I was chatting to Marcus last night from the club. There's a trophy up for grabs for whichever of them scores the most points collectively over the weekend. I don't know exactly what point system they're using. I don't think it's the standard MX-5 one. I think it's just a private battle between the two. But there's a point spreadsheet and everything. You know me, I like a spreadsheet. Marcus was sharing that with me last night. And yeah, a trophy for whoever has the best weekend collectively. So I have asked for regular updates on that as we move through the day. I'll try and keep you all posted. I know you're all on the edge of your seats at home wanting to know who wins that battle. At the moment, I think it is Souch from Snell. There they are, look, through the right-hander at Maclean's corner. And they've got the 78 car right behind them. But it is Luke Souch just narrowly ahead of Charlie Snell. But this might be one of the better battles they've had this weekend. They've been in and around the same area in most of the races that they've done so far. But as far as actual wheel-to-wheel competition is concerned, we haven't necessarily seen a lot of it. I think that's about to change.
There'll be bragging rights at stake also in the office tomorrow in Oxford, so see whoever's come on top, and whoever is on top of it, there'll be constant bragging and kind of rubbing it in their face, I think, in that sense, knowing those two. They are nose to tail, so they are in lockstep with each other out of the chicane. This is for the record, it's over 15th position in the race, with Luke holding on ahead of Charlie at the moment. In terms of who's got the better lap time, only by a fraction it's Luke. They're both lapping in the same pace, 127.5. Now, Charlie has gone down the outside of somebody before, and he's thinking about doing it again, and unfortunately the camera's not watching them, because if we see the end result as it comes out of it, he's still side by side. Now, he did that going through the gravel yesterday, which the BRSCC social media very aptly pointed out by completely not telling it, not posting who it was, but he kind of gave himself away by sharing it on his story and saying, yeah, the grey stuff is good, the green bit in the gravel is bad. But through the Old Hairpin, he tried the outside line bravely enough, but couldn't quite make that stick. And if they keep on battling, both the likes of Harry Stormer, who's recovering, who's pace-wise unquestionably quicker than both of them, just genuinely factually, and Richard Bartley might well start to disrupt this a little bit. So it's a bit of a sort of private battle at the moment, becoming rather more public, because there goes Storer breaking it up temporarily. Now, if Charlie can stick close with Harry, there could be an option here where if he opens the door up to get past Luke, he could take full advantage of that, as the leaders work their way out of the chicane now for the 5th time, still now with Chisnell in front, but with Sparrow right under his gearbox towards Redgate.
Yeah, pushing him down towards Redgate corner, but not, interestingly, looking to make a move in the braking zone. So I think Sparrow's trying to work with Neil Chisnell a little bit here to pull a gap on the rest behind. That will be easier said than done, but that is the right way to go about it. If you can start pulling a gap, then sometimes the cars behind start tripping over each other in eagerness to go after you, and that is how you can sometimes make a bit of a breakaway. So Chisnell and Sparrow forming a temporary truce at the front of the field. And it's now down to Michael Taylor, Paul Simard, Steve Foden and Adam Craig to try and go after them, although Craig just slipping back now slightly from the 3 cars ahead of him. Absolutely nose to tail then. The leaders head through Schwantz Curve. And Chisnell still feeling the need there to cover the inside line at Macleans. That's not really what Sparrow wants him to do. Simard wasn't defending, though. He was very wide and opened the door invitingly for Steve Foden, who moves back up into 4th position.
Yeah, so Steve Foden kind of yo-yoing up and down this kind of top 6 group. I think he's yet to actually take the lead at one point. He's got as high as 2nd or 3rd, but hasn't quite managed to hit the front because there's been so much battling and shuffling going on. Meanwhile, in the internal BRSCC struggle for power between Luke and Charlie on the track, as Morgan gets a 5-second time penalty. These two are still nose to tail. Now, thankfully, Harry Storer, getting past both of them and now escaping up the road, hasn't disrupted it too much. But Luke, who worked his way now in the, just for colour, obviously, coordination just in case anyone needs it, it's the all grey car of Luke Souch, who's a little wiggly through Coppice ahead of the blue, orange and white machine of Charlie. Of course, he's got his rookie cross on the back. He's done less than 6 races. I think his first ever race properly was, in fact, I think it was one of the C1 races before the 24 hours, if I'm correct. Of course, he did the 24-hour race with others. Neil Chisnell in the lead of the race. Well, it won't be any more because it's a 5-second time penalty for, guess what, track limit. So, ultimately, unless he can get away by 5 seconds, clearly, he ain't winning this race.
No, that's a shame, isn't it? Because it's going to slightly complicate now that lead battle that's going on. Here comes Snell versus Souch, and behind another similar side-by-side battle going on. Actually, this is Lengel, isn't it, and Pato battling away. But Luke Souch is not going to have an easy time of this. It is a completely private battle now. They've somehow found themselves a pretty empty bit of racetrack to scrap him. And Charlie Snell will be absolutely desperate to make this move. Carries good speed out of the Old Hairpin. Tucks into the slipstream of Luke Souch heading up the hill. And we'll try and make a move perhaps into McLean's corner. Now, look at the way that Chisnell and Sparrow have got away from the rest of the field. And of all the people for Sparrow to work with, he's picked the driver that has now picked up a 5-second penalty. So Adam doesn't even need to overtake Chisnell, potentially, to claim the race victory. They've really gapped the 3rd place group now, who are not working together quite so effectively. Michael Taylor at the front of that group, Steve Foden behind. But on the previous lap, they were nearly 2 seconds slower than the leader. So this teamwork between Chisnell and Sparrow is working, and actually for Sparrow he's in the ideal position now.
He is, because all he needs to do is sit on his rear bumper, and even though ironically at the very least it'll help preserve 2nd place for Neil, because if they can get themselves as far as 5 seconds in front, that will certainly help. But of course it won't save Neil's opportunity to hold the race victory. Effectively what he's doing is he's kind of giving Sparrow a free pass for the victory and trying to save himself in 2nd, because even if he tails Sparrow and keeps close to him and they pull away, he knows it won't actually change anything in terms of where he finishes, and even if he stays behind Sparrow, he won't be any higher up than 2nd at that point, but he won't drop any further back. So they are trying to pull away a little more. The gap gets bigger and bigger, and he'll be aided by the fact that these 4 can't seem to leave each other alone for long enough to actually start to work together themselves. I'd give you the fact that 2 guys is better than 4, as off goes Simon Privet the 2nd time in this race, and, with a gesticulation and frustration as he taps the A-pillar in angst. Onto the back straight they'll go. It's now side draft for Foden, battling with Simard as these two continue to pull away out in front. We'll see what the gap is. It was 3.7 seconds between Chisnell and Taylor in 3rd place. Taylor's trying to lead them through as Foden makes the move and completes it on Simard. Across the line go the top 2. They did 123s themselves. What about Taylor and Co? They did 124.2, so they're going a bit quicker. They've kind of calmed down a little bit, but this tandem drafting between the 2 of them at the front is working, and it's steadily getting them further away. So just need to find another 8 more tenths at least, which is easier said than done. although Taylor holds the fastest lap of the race so far with a 1:23.6. But Chisnall trying to pull away here to try and at least preserve a podium spot.
Yeah, the problem is there's no real chance now of Chisnall and Sparrow battling for the win, is there? Because they don't need to. Sparrow doesn't need to overtake Chisnall. That otherwise might have brought them closer to the chasing pack. That was all a bit messy through the final corner. Tim Storer there with the front end of his car hastily fixed during that red flag period. Now, there's a bit of company again for Luke Souch and Charlie Snell. They've been caught by the recovering Dev Singhal, who is a lap or two down as a result of the off earlier on. Neil Chisnall, meanwhile, race leader, has done it again. He's exceeded track limits once more, and that means it's now a 10-second penalty. So just as he was getting to within touching distance, maybe a 5-second lead over the third place battle, he's going to have to double that now, and I don't see that happening in the remaining 2.5 minutes.
Definitely not. And Taylor's trying to pull away from the 3 cars behind, which is Foden, Simard and Craig. So he's not exactly helping them, he's helping himself at this point. Another time penalty stacked this time for Des Pilamonki. If the car was 5 and then 10, it's not a 10-second penalty added on to the 5, it's the penalties being stacked on top of each other. So it's not 15 seconds total as Andy's rightfully said. The 5 seconds becomes 10 because he's had 2 5-second penalties, just for those who might have needed the clarification on that, just in case. So Chisnall now has got 10 seconds worth of penalty to be added on when he gets the checker flag, which means Sparrow is pretty much at the moment unchallenged, even though visibly it doesn't look like that. Now there's been something's happened between these two have gone through each other. This is Lengyel and Singhal. And ironically, despite that, they've lost 2 positions, but they found each other again on track because Charlie backed off a little bit, but carried a lot more speed through the final chicane because I think Souch was so close to trying to get past Lengyel. He's trying to get past to put another car between himself and Charlie, who is locking onto his rear bumper once again. So they're pretty evenly matched in terms of pace. You always get a sense of, and it's no reflection on their own pace at all, but when rather than if Charlie's going to calculate making a move. They have to get a hurry on though, because the leaders are about to start their last lap of the race, and I feel that maybe Adam possibly, unless he knows there's a penalties coming in for Adam, for Neil Chisnall, doesn't need to go for a move, although he maybe wants just the bragging rights of being across the line first by the time they get to the checkered flag. Yeah, he's a smart driver though, is Adam Sparrow. If he's had the message, I'm fairly certain he will sit there to the flag, but you never know, he might not have seen that there's a penalty for the driver ahead of him, because I think if this was an equal battle and there wasn't a time penalty involved, this is when Sparrow would make the move. It's all been building to this final lap, hasn't it, to try and get past Neil Chisnall. No point doing it any earlier, because then you just open yourself up to be slipstreamed back past again. So I think we'll find out momentarily whether Adam Sparrow knows that the car ahead of him has 10 seconds to be added on. 10 seconds at the moment would drop him down to 6th position, Neil Chisnall. And of course he's got to be careful not to exceed track limits again, then it will become 15 seconds and that will plummet him even further down the order. There's the third place battle, whoops, as we get some slightly jaunty angles through the old hairpin. That is perhaps more likely to change, isn't it then? Third place, in fact, it will become the battle for second place between Michael Taylor, Steve Foden and Paul Simard. There they go through the right-hander at Maclean's corner. Steve Foden's going to be a bit disappointed, I think, here if he doesn't end up getting at least to the front of that particular group of cars. It's not really been the Donington Park weekend that he would have been hoping for. Leaders then down the back straight. I don't think Sparrow's actually close enough anyway to get past Neil Chisnall, even if he wanted to, but I think that might be a deliberate choice by Adam, just to leave a bit of distance between himself and the leader. The last thing he wants is to, force Chisnall into a mistake that ends up delaying him. So Neil Chisnall's going to cross the line first. There has been a change further back. Adam Sparrow will win the race, his second of the weekend, and it's going to be side by side for what will be second place on corrected times. And by just under 0.2 of a second, Steve Foden does get the better of Michael Taylor, with Adam Craig next, and Neil Chisnall dropping, as I predicted, down to 6th position once that time penalty was applied. So where did Paul Simard... Oh, there we go. He's come through now in 4th. Dodgy transponder on the Paul Simard car. I thought we were missing someone when I was reading down that list of names. There's Harry Storer coming home. What's going on between Luke Souch and Charlie Snell, I hear you all ask? Well, here they come, and that is Luke Souch, and Charlie's dropped way back, so something's happened on the last lap. I hope Luke Souch didn't get a bit rough with Charlie there in his defence of 15th place. He's pretty happy to have defended that position. 16th place, actually, for Luke Souch, and Charlie Snell 17th, so a points advantage in their private battle to Luke Souch after
after that, their 4th race of the weekend.
So that makes it 3-1 to Luke now in terms of battles, in terms of who finished ahead of who, which is interesting. So Adam Sparrow, I think the way he was punching the air, looks like something came up obviously on the electronic boards here or something. He was notified somewhere that Chisnell had penalties, so therefore he realised that he was the winner and just played it smart, played it safe, stuck close with him and just made sure he kept the rest of the cars behind. That's at least a saving grace for Foden. Of course, you were saying on that last lap he was hoping he gets to the front of the pack. He did, and it's good to see also that Mike Taylor has picked up another podium as well, and Simard doing well in 4th position as well, and Chisnell having to resort himself to 7th place rather than... Okay, so he was not far enough in... He dropped to 7th rather than 6th. So
it was 6th initially because Simard had disappeared off the tyre screen. That's all it was. But
stand corrected.
Yeah, 7th position on corrected tyres for the man who led at the line. But it was Adam Sparrow who managed to come home a victor ahead of Steve Foden and Michael Taylor to join him on the podium. Paul Simard 4th, Adam Craig 5th, Steve Bartlett 6th, and Neil Chisnell, as I said, 7th ahead of Bateman, Greatrex and Chris Wright to complete the top 10 after a at times bruising but always entertaining second race of the weekend for the AD Modular Mazda MX-5 Championship. They'll have one more race, a third and final race to come a little bit later on in the afternoon, in theory at about 5 o'clock, their third and final race. But down in the pit lane are a couple at least of our podium finishers, and to greet them, Rob Lewis.
I've lost 3rd place again. I think these drivers don't want to talk to me today because our Taylor car that's finished in 3rd place has turned... Well, it's halfway down the pit lane now. But an ecstatic Adam Sparrow repeats his win yesterday. Steve Foden gets himself onto the podium. And I'm also going to give you an exclusive interview with Charlie Snell, who's going to get in trouble. But for the moment, we've got a jubilant Adam Sparrow being congratulated by his team. I am going to try and get in there and talk to him.
Take this off first.
He needs to get the kit off. It's a little bit warm out there.
Especially sitting in the car during red flag.
Adam, great win.
Yeah, I feel devastated for Neil. I think it's just a couple of times he went over through the Old Hairpin, and I guess it's racing, but from that point on it was managed temperatures, just sitting behind and then pick it up. I knew I was in a comfortable place.
Pretty sure you've got one more race to go later today. Can you get the 3-peat?
We'll see. Got all wins at Alton, 2 out of 3 at Snet, so we're on a good run. So yeah.
Congratulations, fantastic win, Adam. I think he could potentially get that 3-peat later. I'm not biased or anything, but he's pretty difficult to beat. But if there's one person that can beat him this weekend, it's probably this man here, Steve Foden. Welcome back to the podium. Had a bit of an off day yesterday. What happened?
Yeah, well, first of all, that felt like a win after yesterday. Yeah, yesterday we judged the conditions wrong in qualifying. We were P8 in qualifying, and that first race was a bit of a nightmare, to say the least. I think I was off the road more than I was on it. Ended up coming back to finish P6, so I was fairly happy with that. And my goal of this race was just to get myself back on the podium, really. It was a great race with the guys. It was very clean from Paul and Mike, and I think we just broke away from the guys in front, and they kind of got a big enough gap where we were outside of the tow. We were trying to work together to get back towards them, and you see 3 minutes on the board and the gloves come off and we start fighting. So yeah, just really pleased. Obviously I didn't know about the penalty from Neil until we pulled up to the P2 slot. So yeah, just want to say a big thanks to Thermal Road, AD Modular, Porsche Racing, all the other sponsors that we've got here this weekend, and hopefully the third race will be a top step.
We look forward to it, Stephen. As ever, a class act. And our third place man here, Mike Taylor, who didn't want to speak to me. I'm not going to take it personally, Mike. You took off down the pit lane, you were that excited. Third place, you must be thrilled.
Yeah, obviously I'm sad, gutted for Neil. He's such a nice man, but penalty there for a reason, so pleased to pick up a podium from it. I was really happy with driver development in that race. I figured out now how to go faster than a Mazda. That's the first time I can confidently say I know what to do. It's just working out the gearbox. I think I must have found fifth gear about 10 times in that race, which is pretty much every time I lost lap time it was that. So if I can figure that out, they've got to watch out.
Definitely so. What can you do to challenge these two?
As silly as it sounds, it's literally me missing a gear. I believe I'm quicker than them now. I just need to get the gear changes smooth and consistent, which will come with experience. It's third time in the car, so yeah, watch out front, boys, I'm coming.
I look forward to it. Fighting talk. Absolutely. I love that. Congratulations on the podium there, Mike Taylor. Unfortunately, I think Charlie has chickened out and headed off down the pit lane, but I am told by race control that during that regridding process, he had his hand up waving to a friend. You're not supposed to do that. He was technically signalling that there was a problem with the car. car. So he's had a bit of a ticking off from the officials, so he probably won't do that again, and maybe learn not to do that next time. We've got more racing to come with the Nankang Tyres BMW SuperCup next out. Time to head back to the commentary box to take you through the grid.
Thank you very much, Rob. Yes, so we move swiftly on to some more one-make racing, this time, as you said, of a BMW variety. The Nankang Tyre BMW SuperCup heading out next. They qualified earlier on this morning because they didn't race with us yesterday here at Donington. And this is going to be their first of, I believe, 2 races this afternoon. Yes, that's the plan, 2 races for the BMW. So the BMW Compact Cup, as this formerly was known, there is still a class within this for the old BMW Compacts, but now we've got these 1 Series SuperCup cars that are quicker than the Compacts. They tend to contest the overall race victories, and we had some really good close battling between them earlier on this season, the first couple of events. This, I think, their 3rd round of the 2026 Championship, and Simon Waterfall set the fastest time in qualifying this morning, ahead of the reigning Compact Cup champion Conor Grady, who makes the step up into the 1 Series for 2026. We saw a number of these 1 Series actually out in yesterday's Club Sport Trophy race, I seem to recall, didn't we?
All 3 of them.
Yes, indeed so. So, yeah, Simon Waterfall, it was the Bromley Motorsport cars, wasn't it, that were out there? So Simon Waterfall, Chris Stretton was out there as well. That car actually shared with Josh Bromley. Good to see him here this weekend. So yeah, competitive racing across both classes, I suspect, and these new 1 Series starting now to gain popularity, aren't they?
They are, and there looks to be a few more coming through, which is a telling point when you've got more and more of them appearing on the grid. Look in terms of how many exactly we've got, trying to work it out on my screen. We've got 8 on the grid for this weekend and 10 of the compacts. So there's still more and more which are kind of still in place, either being built or other compacts that are being brought out from hiding to try and bring more onto the grid, which is good to see. But that was always the intention, I think, to naturally start to transition to bring more of these 1 Series cars in, and to build that up, of course, to make it a natural transition. It reminds me a little bit of when we're going through the transition of things like in the Fiesta world, when the ST150s, both in the senior levels and also juniors, when we had the new ZTEC S car coming in from a couple of years ago, and to the point we had a full grid of them, and even the ST240s when they came in initially, and then more and more came through to the point we have regularly very high teens to even early 20s turning up on solely that grid as well. Of course, Fiesta Juniors, having done their work, they're now regularly getting 29, 30, 31 cars on the grid, which makes them, by numerically by grid size, the biggest junior championship in the country, which is mega work from all involved. So the 1 Series Super Cups looks like they're starting to go the same way. This is their kind of first proper full series in a way. No, it's the 2nd season of them being a championship as the Super Cup became last year with the 2 classes combined. So the Compact Cup still exists as a class, but of course you've got the 1 Series Super Cup cars in their 2nd season of being a championship point scoring class within the now amalgamated 2 series to become the Super Cup. And in its own right, the championship does become quite competitive up and down the order. So I'll be surprised to see if that's the case. I did have a bit of a joke with Simon Waterfall, because we've seen that car before. It does tend to be a little bit smoky, that car, this is the 1 Series car. So I said, is it going to be extra smoky today? And he went, extra. So it's going to. So I expect it to be a barbecue at the back, but hopefully not too much in that sense. So it seems to run okay, maybe just a bit rich in that sense. But whatever it was running, how much smoke it was producing, hopefully not too much, he stuck it on pole anyway.
He did indeed, from Conor Grady alongside him on the front row, just a couple of tenths between them in the end. Aidan Hassan and Thorben Aston row 2, and then Molly Pugh and Chris Stretton on the 3rd row. Darren Rickaby and David Meadows the last of the 1 Series, whilst Max Noble was the pole sitter in the Compact Cup alongside Paul Mousel. Then it was Adam Wright and Matt Kendall. Xavier Ross is next alongside Ethan Woods, then Angus Noble, Aaron Tippler, Daniel Mountford and Tim Seaford to round out the grid. So more or less an even split now. We've got, 8 of the 1 Series, 10 of the Compact Cups, so it's becoming more of a 50-50 balance, and really interesting at the start of the year to have Conor Grady make the step over into the 1 Series rather than go on and race elsewhere. He's staying with the championship, having won the Compact Cup last season, and that, I would hope, is a bit of a message to some of the other frontrunners in Compact Cup that, you know, they need to try and embrace these 1 Series Super Cup cars, come and have a go in them. Connor's proven that it's not an easy class to win in necessarily. He's had a bit of misfortune, admittedly, this season, but he has been quick, he's been competitive, and he would love to try and get himself a first victory. In fact, his first proper points of the season. He scored 1 solitary point at Brands Hatch for, I believe, pole position or fastest lap. I forget which bonus point it was, in a race that he didn't actually finish, then didn't start races 2 or 3. race 2 at Brands Hatch. He didn't start the first race at Snetterton and didn't finish either of the other 2. So Conor Grady is yet to finish a race, but he's on the front row of the grid for this one. And if that car stays together, he should have the pace to win it, I would suspect. It's just reliability has not been his friend.
Yeah, and that has been the case, that he's made the transition, so he's obviously massively quick. Just the issue is that he's had just the reliability issues that have stopped him from getting the results that he probably feels he wanted and maybe possibly deserved at some points. So making the way around on the formation of that. These BMW 1 Series Super Cup cars are effectively the same ethos of some other cars which exist in the BRSCC portfolio, like the Fiesta Junior cars or the Audi TT Cup racing cars that we've had, and other cars are similar, even City Car Cup cars as well. You essentially buy the donor car, strip it all out, you then buy the dedicated kit of parts from the supplier. I think typically you buy the kit from SW Motorsports, as you typically do for most of them. You then get sent the kit, and quite simply, it's just a case of strip the car out, put the kit on, get all the safety stuff you need, and apart from rain, wheels and tyres and everything else, that's pretty much all you need to put this car together. So the big bit is kind of really just buying the kit and the donor car and sticking it all together in one piece. And again, some teams, people like to put the cars together themselves, others will choose teams to do it for them, or teams will build cars and hire them out for others to drive them. So I'm intrigued to see how these 8 examples do so. Simon Waterfall does have his windscreen wiper on, but I would suggest probably it's just he's flicked a switch somewhere, or he's trying to clear a windscreen to give him better visibility of some kind, because I don't see raindrops coming. I mean, it's considerably brighter than it was yesterday, and there's no sign of any rain. Temperature's still about, what, 18, 19 degrees, so I put to you there's no chance of that much, if there's any, that much rain at all as they go through. One thing I should point out for those who are familiar with the championship, that car that's taken pole position is not the car you think it is. It's not Gareth Claydon. It is Max Noble in Gareth Claydon's spare car, because Max's regular car had an engine issue, which meant he couldn't actually go ahead and use that one. So he's racing in the colours of Gareth Claydon, his spare compact, but representing Master Mixed Concrete, I guess unintentionally, but having to do so given that that is his car, and I guess, well, I'd say it's mandated because he can't necessarily cover the logos up.
No, exactly, but that's probably going to catch me out at some point, isn't it, today?
Yes.
I apologise in advance if it does. There you can see it in the background, but Max Noble, who is won the first 2 races in the end, did the double at Brands Hatch within the Compact Cup, but then had a bit of a disaster at Snetterton with 2 non-finishes, so he's well down the order in points for now, but once the drop scores are added or subtracted, he should be right back up there. Paul Mousel is leading in the Compact Cup Championship after 2 wins at Snetterton last time out, and he starts alongside Max Noble on the front row of that grid. There is Adam Wright, not going to miss that car, are we? The bright pink number 27, which will start third among the compacts. Matt Kendall will share the second row of that grid with him. There's a 10-second delay between the 2 starts, so don't panic when the only half the grid accelerates away when the lights go out. The second half of the grid controlled by usually a union flag, isn't it, that gets dropped on the starting gantry. That's when the second part of the race will start, and it just creates a nice bit of separation between the 2 classes on the run down into what can sometimes be a pretty congested first corner at Redgate. So, ready to go. First Nankang Tyre BMW SuperCup Championship race of the day. Simon Waterfall and Conor Grady on the front row. Conor Grady in desperate need of a good result today. Can he turn his season around here at Donington? Well, he's had a good start. Waterfall's quite slow away, and so Grady will get the advantage. Hassan coming through into second position. A disaster that for Waterfall, who is 4th by the time they arrive down at Redgate Corner. Hassan moves right over on Thorburn. Asked him, what was that all about? It's like he didn't know that the 91 car was there. There's another one off further back. Was that David Meadows? Maybe, yes, I think it was, through the gravel trap. There are a couple of windscreen wipers on there. I noticed Thorburn Aston's car with the wipers going, but Aidan Hassan into second. And yes, it is raining. It's raining at the Old Hairpin, I think. There looked like there were grooves being cut in the road there. The moisture on top of the road. It is definitely raining through the Craner curves, and that is something that the Compact Cup field are about to discover as well. The lead has changed by the looks of it, so I think Paul Mousel has got himself to the front of that group, whilst Aidan Hassan is going for the lead in the 1 Series to the outside of Conor Grady in ever-changing and worsening conditions. This is going to be a real voyage into the unknown.
It really is. Very mixed as they go through the right-hand. Of course, I noticed was one set of windscreen wipers went, a couple more did, as you said, and then going through as off the road goes the 22. So that off the road goes Aaron Tippler as he tracks his way through. There's Molly Pugh in the 3rd of the Bromley Motorsport BMWs, of which all 3 of them are towards the back of that group. So looks like 4th, 6th and 7th at this point, because Simon Waterfall's at the back of the lead group. So into the chicane for the first time under brakes in what could be again very slightly unknown conditions. The huge tail sliding off the road into the barriers of Aiden Hassan. That's a big shunt and up onto its side. So I'm afraid, unfortunately, that will have to be a red flag, I'm certain, because that's on its side. And Simon Waterfall, through all of that, is going to go into a lead, but I think it will be short-lived. And as you said, red flag immediately. No surprise, race has been stopped. And of course, the first immediate sight is that Aiden Hassan hopefully is okay, but it was just simply just getting caught out, either hitting a bump or just the conditions on the exit of the chicane. Put the power down. BMW's a rear-wheel drive, of course. Got the twitch on, couldn't save it, and unfortunately catapulted straight into the barriers and ending up on its side. And when that happens, effectively, like it was yesterday with the DS3 that we had off from the DS3 Cup race, it's an automatic red flag in that sense, and we have to go again before barely even completing a lap of this race.
Yes, Aiden getting out of the car, that's good news, but that's going to take a while to remove the car. It's just in an awkward position, isn't it? Up against the barrier on its side. That's not going to be the work of a moment to get the car recovered. And so the marshals spring into action to go and collect the Aiden Hassan car. And yes, this is going to be, I fear, a reasonably lengthy delay. So, asked him out of the car. The recticel barriers hopefully have done a decent amount to soften the impact there, at least. It's broken the rear wing off, but that's easily replaced. But yeah, to get the car back out from the barrier and then fix the barrier is going to take probably 10 or 15 minutes, I would have thought, but we'll wait and see. The marshals, as previously discussed, very efficient. They're good at what they do, and they hopefully will be able to get things moving again before too much longer. But I think we are now starting to venture into the point at which races might have to start being shortened, because we were already fighting delays earlier on in the day. This race started, I think, about 5 minutes late. We don't have a huge amount of wiggle room at the end of the day. That's an odd place for a car to end up, flush against the wall, but on its side. And of course, you can't just push it back over onto its wheels, because its wheels are facing the wall. So I actually don't know how they're going to do this. I'm quite intrigued to see what processes the marshals work through here to get the car back on its wheels, because you don't really want to roll it over on its roof, of course. That can do even more damage. So can they lift it on its side? This is a real headache, isn't it, for the recovery crews? They've got the live snatch vehicle, actually, the JCB there, to assist with this, but I'm genuinely intrigued as to what they're going to do. So rain, I don't think ever materialised into proper rain, if you like. It was just a tiny shower, but it came at the worst possible point, because the cars obviously were on cold tyres still, which won't have helped. And with the nature of these cars being rear-wheel drive, as Scott said, it's very, very easy to lose control when it starts getting a bit slippery. And yeah, the rear of the car's snapping sideways there. So they're going to sort of twist it, aren't they? I think they've attached a rope to the front of the car. They're going to twist it around so that it's now not flush against the wall, and then roll it over onto its wheels. That's what I think they're going to do. So that's... I knew there'd be a plan, and indeed there is. But certainly not your standard recovery procedure, this. Someone making a racket down in the pit lane. Not sure what that was all about. But Aiden Hassan's car is going no further in this race. I'll be intrigued to see how much damage is done to that, though, because it was a nice sort of soft impact, if you like, up against the recticels, as soft as it can be. That cushions the impact. It didn't go straight into the tyre wall, which would have ripped the back of the car to pieces. So he might have got away without too much damage there. They might just be able to get that car out for race 2, which is at about 5:30 in theory this afternoon. There you can see some of the older Compact Cup cars. Tim Seaford's burgundy and grey car. Daniel Mountford in the yellow and black 112 car. That's the back row of the Compact Cup field. It was a lively first lap, that, wasn't it? Aidan Hassan, his race might not have actually lasted beyond the end of the opening lap, but a lot happened to him in that lap with the skirmish with Thorburn Aston going into the first corner. Then he ended up getting the lead, and then of course threw it off the road up at the final turn. So, out onto the track come a couple of the BRSCC officials. There's a conversation going on, I think, about how long this is going to take, how long the restart might end up being. It's been shortened to a 10-minute restart, according to the timing screen, but there's potential for that to change, I suppose, if this delay goes on any further. Our last race of the day was due to finish at 10 to 7 this evening, so it's quite a late finish as it is. And a lot of the races today are 15 minutes or so, so there's... don't really have a lot of opportunity to shorten those races massively. We don't want to shorten those races because they're already quite short as it is, so hopefully we can buy back a bit of time between races this afternoon, but this is... we're not off to a good start, are we? After the lunch break. Looks as there's a bit more rain in the air again now as well on the start-finish area, so all the time we're sat here going nowhere, the track conditions potentially are going to get worse and worse. So this third event of the season for the BMWs started off at Brands Hatch earlier on in the year, where in the 1 Series, Aidan Hassan, as I said, was a double race winner, actually. In fact, he's won 4 of the 5 races so far. And the only other winner in the 1 Series category, Simon Waterfall, who won the first race at Snetterton. In the Compact Cup category, Max Noble, a double winner at Brands Hatch. 2 wins at Snetterton for Paul Mousel, and the middle race was won by Matt Kendall. So we've had 3 different winners in the Compact Cup. And who knows whether we'll be adding more names to that winners tally over the course of today's 2 races. Well, Hassan certainly isn't going to be winning, and the only other winner in that 1 Series category is Simon Waterfall on the front row. So my initial thought as to what they were going to do is not what they've done with Aidan Hassan's car. They have actually managed to lift the car on its side, so they'll now just hoik it away from the barrier and then presumably push it back over onto its wheels. There is Simon Waterfall, windscreen wiper going, and it is a windscreen wiper singular. For reasons best known to the Bromley Motorsport team, they've removed one of the windscreen wipers on the 24 car, weight saving perhaps. I suppose you only really need the driver's side to be cleared. There is Molly Pugh, who will take the restart from 5th, but with an empty space on the grid ahead of her, where Aidan Hassan should have been. Another of those cars prepared by Josh Bromley, who himself is a pretty handy racer. Seen him out in a number of championships. Civic Cup he still competes in, and is a regular top 10 runner in that category, so he's handy behind the wheel, also knows how to engineer a car, and seemingly out of nowhere really over the last 2 or 3 years his workload seems to have tripled. He's gone from really just running his own car in the Civic Cup to now running cars in 3 or 4 different championships and 3 or 4 different types of cars. Mazda MX-5s, he runs a few Civics now in that championship, and of course his fleet of BMWs, so he's a busy man now, is Josh Bromley. There's Conor Grady, former Ginetta star, and Fiesta star as well, as Scott reminds me between mouthfuls of chips. Thank you, Scott, for the inputs. Yes, experienced one-mate racer is Conor Grady, and really did find his feet in the BMW Compact Cup last year, the last couple of years really, winning the championship last season. There's Simon, and Simon, a man who really enjoys his racing, and good to have him out in the 1 Series this year. Right, there is our first proper look at the Aidan Hassan car. Now, apart from the fact it's missing a rear wing, if I told you that car had just been in the wall at high speed and ended up on its side, I'm not convinced many of you would believe me if you hadn't already seen it. The back of the car is almost immaculate, apart from the snapped off rear wing. There's hardly a dent in the rear bodywork, so they've done the recticel barriers have done a really good job, as they're designed to, of course, of cushioning that blow. And I genuinely think it's possible that car will back out for race 2 later on. Really, really good work from the well, whoever invented recticel barriers, quite frankly, deserves a medal, because it saved many a life, quite frankly, but certainly saved many a racing car over the years. And these days they're implemented at most of the sort of accident hotspots at most racetracks in the country, and the chicane is definitely one of those places where it's not uncommon to see cars heading towards the barriers. We've had it a few times this weekend alone. They're not the easiest of things to stand on, though, the recticels, as it turns out. Careful not to lose your balance. So, shouldn't be too much longer then before the Aidan Hassan car is placed back onto the flatbed truck, and a 10-minute restart for the Nankang Tyre BMW SuperCup Championship race will be underway. And Simon Waterfall will look to try and get a better start. He'll be quite grateful, in a way, for the red flag. I'm sure he didn't want to see Aidan Hassan have what was quite a scary-looking accident, but at least it means he gets another bite of the cherry here. Had a dreadful launch the first time round, Simon, and ended up falling down as low as fourth position. I think he was down through the Craner curves, but now gets another go at starting from pole, and another opportunity to try and get one over on Conor Grady. Hearing there is still light rain being reported down in the pit lane area. What it's like around the track, I don't know, but unlike yesterday, where the weather seemed to be coming from the Macleans and Coppice end of the track, the wind has changed direction by about 180 degrees since then, so it's now coming in from Redgate and blowing away from this camera position, essentially. So Redgate will be the first bit of the track to get wet, in other words, as and when rain starts coming through. The forecast I saw this morning didn't suggest that there was that much rain in the area, but it has changed. Yes, 75% chance of rain between now and 4 o'clock, so I think it's going to be a fairly soggy afternoon. Doesn't bode well, does it, for hopefully minimising delays through the course of the day, but we'll see just how efficiently we can run the next few hours worth of racing and hopefully get back on time. But we are slipping ever further behind time now with this latest delay. They still haven't actually got the Aidan Hassan car onto the flatbed truck. They're rolling away the bits of recticel barrier that were damaged in that impact, and that's requiring 3 marshals to roll it back to a place of safety. Of course, there's no guarantee that this restart will be any less dramatic, because there is still rain in the air. We've seen that these cars are a bit of a challenge in these conditions, and the drivers will all have to have their wits about them when the race does eventually restart. So the Hassan car now on the back of the low loader. I think the recovery vehicles that were dealing with the barrier damage are starting to vacate the scene now, and we are ready and raring to go with a 10-minute restart for this race, hopefully in the next few minutes, Scott.
You'd certainly hope so. Certainly hope that we're going to get racing back underway as much as we can, as Hassan's cars have been successfully recovered, as you so artfully described the course of that sequence. I think you're right with Simon Waterfall's or Romney Motorsports theory of having one windscreen wiper and you're really having to look out the driver's side. The only thing I would contest on that is if something's happening on the opposite side and the visibility is obscured, then you might not have full visibility of exactly what's going on as he looks out the side window. But I think you're right from what you said about the amount of damage that car hasn't taken, if that makes sense. He's gone into there and yes, it's been a soft, gentle rollover. It has broken the rear wing off, but that should be easily reattachable unless it's sheared something off that requires an entirely new rear wing support assembly, which we zoom into it. It looks relatively intact what we can see. The camera person is listening to me talking, which it's rare someone actually listens to me full stop. There's 15 years of commentary, that's a miracle. But nonetheless, the left-hand wing mirror is hanging off it. There's a little bit of rippling of damage on that left-hand side car, but I think you're right, that is at the very sense, that sort of ripple of damage alongside it's just a consequence of where it's gone in. The left front wing, they should be able to kind of just bend it back a little bit if they can. Where they can find it, if they've got a spare one, reattach the left-hand side wing mirror. And I think you're actually right, despite some people might be thinking that's been over, that won't be back out. You'd be surprised. I've seen cars before go off into tyre walls and go over and you would lose have a wheel shear off full stop, and they've been out like a couple of hours later for the next race. So you'd be surprised that one, how sturdy something these more modern cars can be in terms of what they can take. Two, as well, how repairable they can be, and three, just how effective a rectile barrier has been to reduce the amount of damage and take the energy that would have been taken from a much more solid hit into a concrete or other kind of wall.
Yeah, exactly. That's yeah, it's really nice to see that you can make a mistake, have a fairly sizable accident, and actually not too much damage done to the car, and therefore a fairly minimal repair bill, more to the point, especially in club racing. That's something that sometimes gets forgotten, I think, a little bit, that these drivers are running on fairly small budgets for the most part, and any accident damage not only can it have an effect on their ability to race later on in the same event, but indeed to be able to afford to come back and do any future events. So yeah, hopefully that car hasn't sustained too much damage and there's not too much that needs to be repaired and replaced on it before it's next back out on track. So thank you for sticking with us, everyone. We're ready to go again with this BMW SuperCup race take 2. It is still showing as a 10-minute restart, so that's good news. We're going to get 2/3 of the original race distance in, but first another green flag lap so that the drivers can A, get some heat into the tyres, but B, take a look at how wet the track is. It was pretty soggy through the Crater curves when the race started. It got wet quite quickly as well, I felt, so obviously it was a reasonably heavy cloud burst. It doesn't look like it's raining now, though, at least not out of the commentary box window. So hopefully the track's dried. As I said, it's not cold today, and that wind will assist the drying process. And so hopefully track conditions are going to be reasonable now, and they'll be discovering that as they head down the Crater curves on this green flag lap.
Yeah, so another bit of a message into the unknown in terms of how these track conditions are. A bit of respite for Simon Waterfall if he can get a better start this time. His starts haven't been too bad. I can see a couple of spots starting to form now on the camera, just down there at the Crater curves. And again, the windscreen wipers are going. You can see Simon Waterfall's cars. He weaves from side to side to try and get some temperature into them. He's putting a bit of a gap here. So go through the rest of this formation lap. Take 2 for this first one. I was just keeping tabs on the timing. Is at the moment right now we are roughly around about, compared to the planned start time, about half an hour behind in terms of where we are. But ever in their efficiency, I've known BRSCC to be as far as half an hour behind and still being able to quickly, rapid fire, bring the races out one after the other, which might possibly reduce a tiny bit of interview time for our man on the ground, Rob Lewis. I'm going to have to quickly at least grab the winners list if you can, as a heads up. It might. I've seen them before get to the point where they're half an hour behind, even be as fast as 5 minutes up by the end of the day, and it's even on an hour on British summertime now when we're running until the times I think the curfew is up to about 7 o'clock. So they're going to try and push as far as they can in order to get all these races in. And if they need to, they do have the ability to reduce the race lengths, because most races are 15 minutes. They might choose to shorten it to a 12-minute race if they have to, or try and get as many races as they can in at full length before they have to start shortening some. That's never an easy decision to make in race control, but unfortunately, when you have situations, delays like we've had so far today, particularly delay-stricken day, that's decisions that race control and they're the most popular decisions you have to make. Once you have to do so that everyone else can at least get a race in that's timetable based on what they've got.
Yeah, I suspect maybe a couple of the 20-minute races, the Mazda races maybe, might end up becoming 15 minutes or so. We'll wait and see what race control decide to do, but if you can trim 5 minutes here and there, it can all add up over the course of the afternoon. We've still got 9 races to bring you, and it is 10 to 3 in the afternoon, so we're up against it, but if anyone can do it, the BRSCC can do it, and I'm sure they'll be coming up with a plan as we speak. So, for now, attention turns to the Nankang Tyre BMW SuperCup Championship. 10 minutes of racing is the plan, and the sun now, if anything, starting to break through the clouds ever so slightly, so hopefully that's it for the rain for the time being, and we'll have a dry track for this 10-minute restarted race. Drivers, I think, who've been sat in the car for quite a while now, starting to get a bit toasty, so just a couple of doors being fanned open there to try and get some cooler air in. There's no time for that now, though, because the green flag's been waved at the back of the grid. The red lights are on. Out they go, and Simon Waterfall launches from pole position. A better start this time, but Conor Grady's still going to beat him into Redgate corner. And it's up through the gears, isn't it, where Waterfall seems to struggle ever so slightly. Thorburn Astin pulls to the outside of him now into Redgate corner. This time does not get squeezed onto the grass because there's no Aidan Hassan to his inside. There is a Simon Waterfall, though, and those two go side by side out of Redgate. Grady then with the advantage. Absolutely level for second position. Waterfall on the outside for the left-hand element of the Craner curves. That's the inside for the Old Hairpin, but it doesn't matter. Astin has cleared him anyway, and so Thorburn Astin into second position. Mousel holding on to the lead by the looks of it in the compact, and a poor start for Max Noble, who's only about 4th heading down the Craner curves.
Yeah, as you were watching the 1 Series start, I looked out of my window to see the compact launch. Yeah, Max Noble didn't get the best launch at all. He was beaten off the line by at least 2 or 3 drivers initially, and that's what's cost him the lead, already down to the bottom of the top 5. There's a tiny bit of sort of spray, but all at least some kind of still moisture down at the top of the circuit in Macleans and maybe at Coppice as well. It's a little dry up here. Just watching here, this is Chris Stretton battling with Darren Rickaby. Can't miss his car with the bright yellow flashes and the first yellow wheels. Got Molly Pugh just behind as well. So come down here, back with the compacts. This is now, Paul Mousel, who is getting in the mix with Adam Wright in second. And on the outside line is Matt Kendall, that's striking Parks Motorsport car. Max Noble's also found his momentum on the second part of this lap because he's back up the inside of Kendall to take 3rd position as the 1 Series cars come across the line past our commentary position. Down the back straight come the compacts, and Noble's trying to go for second if he can. And as they head towards the chicane for the end of their first lap, onto the second goes Conor Grady with Waterfall and Astin in lockstep together in second and third, and it's 4th position for Molly Pugh, who's got past both Darren Rickaby and Chris Stretton. She was behind them going onto the back straight. Something's obviously happened in a skirmish between them ahead that's held them both up enough for Molly to get through into P4.
Yes, they are. So down into the Old Hairpin go the leading 3. Big gap back to 4th place at the moment. And missed the battle for 5th then with the 83 of Christopher Stretton. Keeping just about Darren Rickaby at bay. Simon Waterfall, meanwhile, back ahead of Thorburn Astin. So Waterfall, who was briefly down to 3rd on that opening lap, the car smoking, as is standard for that car, now starts to set off after the leader. But Conor Grady in qualifying within a couple of tenths of Simon Waterfall this morning. So this is not going to be easy for Simon to bridge the gap. He is quick, but Conor Grady desperate, so desperate to get a race win, just to get a finish, given the way that his season started. He's not going to be an easy man to overtake. Down through the chicane, using plenty of the curb on the way in and on the way out. That was the curb that caught out Aidan Hassan earlier on by taking the shorter route through the left-hand element of the chicane. That works in the dry, but in the wet, that curb is very, very slippery, and that's what unfortunately triggered that accident earlier on. The lead gap then, 7/10, and Waterfall was half a second quicker than the race leader that time, so the gap already starting to come down.
Indeed so. Good run. It was a 22.5 for Grady, 22.0 for Waterfall. Waiting for the compacts to come across the line. It's Mousel now under threat from Max Noble. So we need to look at the compacts a second, because Max Noble in the spare car for Gareth Claydon. There it is, in fact. Good timing. Side by side for the lead. And Noble isn't going to be averse to going down the outside if there's space to do so. Looks for the up and under. Gives Mousel the space on corner exit. Also trying to close in his Adam Wright. But looks as though Mousel has got the momentum down the hill through Hollywood and into the Craner curves. And the slipperiness that we saw when it started to rain briefly, just as that red flag was about to come out in the first start, hasn't really started to dissipate. Now it's slightly warmer temperatures. What might be about to dissipate is Paul Mousel's lead, because here comes Noble. He was quite wayward and sideways exiting the Old Hairpin. Now they come up the hill, and Noble is in position all around the outside at Schwanz curve and in towards the right-hander at Macleans. And just like that, like he never even lost the pole position, Max Noble to the lead. But I would probably invite for you that Miles won't let him have it get away that easy. And also, in fact, on top of that, it will be Adam Wright. Meanwhile, looking back at the 1 Series in a second, because Simon Waterfall, as you can see on the screen in the bottom right, has taken the lead for Conor Grady and is clear by almost 4/10 of a second out in front.
Yeah, so that didn't take as long as I expected it to. Conor Grady still getting to grips with the 1 Series. Simon Waterfall, of course, raced this car last year, so he's got a season of 1 Series racing under his belt, and I think part of the reason why he's really hit the ground running in 2026. The compacts come through the chicane, and it is, as he said, now Max Noble back to the front. He was about 6/10 quicker than Paul Mousel in qualifying, so he had quite a cushion on 1 lap pace this morning, but in a race situation, Paul might now be able to give him a bit more of a hard time, certainly sticking with him for the time being. So down through Hollywood they go. And the white and blue car leading the way of Max Noble, getting used to a new car. That can be a challenge. It'll have been set up differently from his at the start of the weekend. I'm sure the team will have worked on adjusting it to his liking, but yeah, he's doing well to jump into an unfamiliar car. Every car will have its own quirks, its own unique sort of characteristics. And he'll be very happy, I'm sure, with the way that that car is performing, as will Simon Waterfall, who's back to the lead of the race, as we said. And Conor Grady might soon be under threat for second position. Thorburn Aston is quicker than him at the moment. On the previous lap, about 3/10 faster than the number 1 car, and he's within half a second or so now of second place.
So Conor Grady will want to at least finish, but of course he might be a bit frustrated that the pace he's got isn't quite the same as Simon's, as he gets up, trying to get up the road after him once again to try and reclaim it. But Simon's pace at the moment, his last lap was a full 7/10 quicker, so it looks as though the Waterfall has got the measure. Smoky on the series at all. And there goes the top 3 through the Old Hairpin with Thorburn Aston. He'll be quite grateful that he survived that kind of initial first corner move, which I think, in all fairness to Aidan, to take the set on the fence, wasn't obviously intentional for him. Of course, he moved across to take his racing line. I think he fully realised exactly where Thorburn was. But Thorburn, of course, might feel a little bit aggrieved in thinking that he moved across to try and defend as much as he could. Back with the compacts, and Noble now still trying to extend that lead even more. The gap across the line was just under 3/4 of a second, so Noble's last lap was 3/10 better, trying to pull away as he kicks up the dust as he flick through the right-hander of the Old Hairpin at the bottom of the hill. Further back, we've got Aaron Tippler in the ex-Ross Stoner BMW, just chasing after, I think that might be, out of all cars, he's got a friend from Xavier Ross, who is, I think he resides from somewhere in the Caribbean originally and comes across and races quite a lot in the championship, which he enjoys. He's also having a scrap with the 95, which is Angus Noble, of course, a fellow Noble family member. And that's over in class, at least. That's over, that will be for, got 7 of the 1 Series, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 7th or 8th position in the compact at this point. Into the last 2 minutes and 36 seconds of this race, and Simon Waterfall has it under control. He's got the gap to just over a second. So again, despite the smokiness of that number 124 car, which I might suggest possibly that it's running a little bit rich, as Aston takes a huge bumper curb and runs way wide, and the AstroTurf on the exit saves his bacon for the moment. It's just that despite the smoke, it running a little bit rich, I would suggest that that car isn't quite slow, and that smoke doesn't seem to affect him no matter where he races it.
No, it's been the case ever since he brought that car into the championship last year, hasn't it? So we've been well used to seeing it. Thorburn Aston there, as you said, using a lot of the curve through the Old Hairpin. Needs to be careful, because that's definitely one of the places where track limits are being monitored. Paul Mousel actually being warned about track limits at that very part of the track this time around. So they're pretty quick on that. There's a bit of debris there in the road that they're all swerving to avoid down the exhibition straight. I'm not sure what that's come from, but someone dropping a little bit of body weight. In fact, I wonder whether that's come from Mousel's car, because I spotted his front splitter was a bit loose when we last saw him. It looked like it was a bit of green bodywork that was in the middle of the road. Wally Pugh there, 4th position. Her pace seems to be improving as well. A 22.9 was matching the leader that time by, so maybe lacking a bit of confidence on cold tyres, but now as the race goes on, she's starting to find a fairly strong pace. As in fairness is Conor Grady, who also more or less matched the leader that time, so the leader's pretty evenly matched now, and with time for this and probably one more lap, it doesn't look as though there's likely to be a massive change between these leading three with the lap times as close as they are. Meanwhile, in the Compact Cup, yeah, you can see the front of Mousel's car. That front splitter is dragging on the ground. I wonder whether he shed a little bit of it down the back straight last time by. The big battle is for third position, though, isn't it, between Adam Wright in the pink number 27 car and right behind him, Matt Kendall in the green and yellow Parks Motorsports prepared machine. And that is about the closest battle on track right now.
Seems to be. Kendall's putting on some good pressure here to try and move that. I think that might be the same Adam Wright, if I'm correct, who I want to say used to race in City Car Cup. I remember there being Adam Wright in City Car. I think it might be the same one whose transitioned I would offer. Of course, I admit there are several Adam Wrights out there, but nonetheless, battling with Matt Kendall, who's been quite an established stalwart in this championship, and of course, has got a nice, brand new looking car at least this year, the bright green of that Parks Motorsport machine. On to the last lap goes our 1 Series Super Cup runners. Simon Waterfall now, his gap has stayed static at 1.2 because even though Conor Grady did put in a fractionally faster lap time than him, which was a personal best, Waterfall matched it with a 22.5 and Aston did a 23.0, and even though he's 3 seconds ahead, half seconds ahead of Molly Pugh, she was quicker again, and again matching the leaders. And I noticed on that previous lap, she was quicker than basically everyone else in front of her. She was out of the 4 cars in that top 4, she was the quickest of the 4. So again, getting a lot of confidence and matching the leading pace. It's just a case. It's frustrating when you're matching their pace, but you're several seconds back. You're not gaining the pace in that sense. Meanwhile, as the compacts go through, Noble has set a new personal best, a second quicker than Mausel. And Wright itself and Kendall both a couple of seconons back. But you were peeking at your timing screen thinking you could spot something.
No, I was just looking at the lap times, and yeah, it was a personal best lap time that time for Molly, and they're all so evenly matched, aren't they? That leading group. Aston had a bit of an off lap, but the other 3 of the leading 4 drivers within a tenth of a second or so of each other, so extremely close on lap times, and that's why these gaps have stayed pretty static really over the last handful of laps. Simon Waterfall, though, still pushing on, heads out of the chicane, and he's about to see the checkered flag and claim victory in the first race of the weekend. Took us a while to get to the checkered flag, but when we do, it is car number 24 that gets us there. Simon Waterfall victorious, and in second position in the end, Conor Grady, Thorburn Aston in third, and Molly Pugh in 4th position. And then we wait for Darren Rickaby, who should be next. Here he comes in the number 13 car, and got the better in the end then of Christopher Stretton, who was ahead of him at one point earlier on, but the Bromley Motorsport driver slipping behind by the end. In the background, I can see our leading Compact Cup competitor, Max Noble, again had to fight his way through from I think as low as 4th at one point in the Compact Cup class, but in the end it's going to be a very healthy victory for Max Noble in an unfamiliar car, but manages to get himself onto the top step of the podium, flashes the lights, he's happy with that. Second position will go the way of the championship leader Paul Mousel, and the third, Adam Wright, is just about going to hang on to keep Matt Kendall at bay. So the Compact Cup runners finishing in grid order as well, at least across the top 4 positions or so. So, dramatic first part of the race. In the end, the second part of the race reasonably uneventful once we got settled in. And the 10 minutes go by incident-free. Tim Seaford will be the last car to see the checkered flag, and he will be with us any moment now. So, Simon Waterfall with a race win in the BMW 1 Series class within the Nankang Tyre BMW Super Cup. And for Simon, that is a second victory of the season. Won the first race at Snetterton last time out. Conor Grady comes home second ahead of Thorburn Aston and Molly Pugh, with Darren Rickaby, Chris Stretton, David Meadows, Max Noble, Paul Mousel and Adam Wright completing the top 10 overall. Of course, Noble winning in the Compact Cup ahead of Mousel, with Adam Wright joining them on the Compact Cup podium. Then it was Matt Kendall and Ethan Woods, 4th and 5th respectively in Compact Cup. Then Javier Ross, Angus Noble, Aaron Tippler, Dan Mountford and Tim Seaford. Only the one non-finisher, and that of course was Aidan Hassam, who made a spectacular exit from the race with that roll at the chicane from which the car emerged remarkably undamaged. So hopefully we'll have him back out for race number 2. That coming up in theory at about 5:30 this afternoon, but as we've already documented, those times are very much subject to change. Simon Waterfall then clambers out of the number 24 car. He's the winner in the BMW 1 Series Super Cup, and he's about to catch up with Rob Lewis.
And a big shout out to Max Noble, our winner in Compact Cups as well. We're hopefully going to get to have a chat with him but we're as expected because of the delay for the earlier incident. We are running a bit behind on schedule, but I've got a delighted Simon Waterfall here after what was a Leicester flag victory for yourself. How was it?
It was good. I mean, I hope Aidan's all right from the stoppage.
Absolutely fine, yeah.
Great. Yeah, I made that difficult for myself with the others just mugging me off the line. So, yeah, see, the pace is still in the car. Yeah, we'll see what we can do this afternoon. Massive thanks to my sponsors, and we'll go again later on.
Fantastic. Congratulations, Simon. All the drivers are running away from me. Where are they going? Well, let's go and have a chat with them, shall we? Let's go and try and grab them. Our circuit colleagues are just doing the interviews. I've got Mr. Jarvis here as well. Good race, good Mr. Aston. Good racing.
Yeah, it was all right. A little bit wet before the restart, but no, it was good. Not quite as much of a battle as I hoped. They sort of got away from me, but still enjoyed it. Still good fun.
You've been doing these BMWs sort of since the start and been enjoying yourself, haven't you?
Yeah, I've been trying to. They're quite hard to drive. They're quite understeery, but when you can sort of get around it a little bit, you can just about get there. So hopefully we're almost there.
Almost there. Hopefully you can catch Simon this afternoon. Congratulations on second place. I have got to rush forward because we do have modified Fords out on circuit. Apologies. I just saw Jarvis written on his race suit and I just got me names mixed up. Leicester flag victory from the Noble car, the Master Mix concrete car. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, no, really happy, I say, especially after it was wet straight off the cuff. So going off down the Craners and then managing to keep it in one piece and then come back to make a few overtakes and get back out front there, I'm really happy with. Yeah, new car for the weekend, so yeah, it's going well so far.
Ex-Gareth Roberts car, right?
Yeah, ex-Claydon car, so he built a couple last year, and this one he reckons he was keeping in the shed for a rainy day, but I had a few issues with my car at Snet, a couple of engines that we've managed to make go bang in a short space of time, so this was the best option. So yeah, thanks to be fair, thanks to my parents for actually sorting all this out, I have to say, and Gareth for lending us the car, and all the lads at home for all their help, because it's been a tough old week, so they deserve this one.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a brilliant comeback cup win. Now, as you can see behind us, we have got a monster modified Ford Series grid out on the circuit, being sponsored by James Allen Interiors for this weekend. To take you through that massive grid, it's back up to the commentary box to Scott and to Andy.
Good to hear from our Thank you very much, Rob. Yes, good to hear from our BMWs as we get set to get our first modified Ford Series race of the day. And as Rob absolutely said, I think he's a little bit envious given the fact that he isn't on this grid because he does regularly compete in it, so he knows this grid very, very well indeed. If you ever seen Modified Ford Series, if you're a Blue Oval fan, you're in for a treat. There's so many wonderful cars here, which are all aged up until 2013. And you can have first-gen Fiestas also, or Focus Mark 3s in the mix as well, built on up-to-date to 2013. Multiple classes in this series. It's no championship points here. It's always a series to invite so many different cars in the field. And there's a really tasty entry. I've just spotted also, I didn't even realise it was on the entry list, a really beautiful-looking Eggenberger Texaco-inspired Sierra RS500. What a gorgeous car that is. We can take you through the grid very, very shortly. Of course, time set by qualifying. There's a 32-car grid full of Fords here in the field, and it should be quite a mouth-watering spectacle. So, the grid for the first modified Ford Series race this weekend, sponsored by James Allen Interiors, looks as follows. It is fast Welshman Jason Davies in his Ford Sapphire Cosworth, who takes pole position, alongside Scotsman Lloyd Jameson in his Ford Escort Cosworth Maxi. Then it's the beautiful V8 supercar sounding Ford Capri with the V8 of Simon Light, alongside Mike Manning in that gorgeous Texaco Eggenberger-inspired Ford Sierra RS500. You then have Daniel Brown in his RS500, alongside Scott Matthias in the Sapphire Cosworth. James Allen will start in 7th on the grid alongside Chris Harrison, the first of the Ford Escort RSR space frame cars. Paul Neville, who's the series owner and coordinator, will start in 9th alongside Darren Owen on another Mark 1 RSR on the 5th row. Sean Brown and Oliver Bullying and then come next. We see them scrolling through the grid, but I'll read through the full. And it's Stephen Marsh and Sam Daffin on the 7th row of the grid, from Mike Thurley in his Mark 1 Zaxpeed Escort and Alan Tolley in his 4x4 Sierra XR. Stephen Primmett in a Mark 1 Escort, Micah McKenzie in his Fiesta ST150 come next, followed by Chris White and Mick Head, who I think it was meant to be an Escort Cosworth, but that's still being worked on. He's now got a really lovely looking Mark II Ford Focus, which looks like a Ken Block Monster Rally car. You'll see that on screen as it goes through. Next is Jason Stone and Lucas Dryden on the 11th and 12th rows of the grid. Gary Johnson on row 12, James Newens and Ian Blackley, Gary Littlewood and Richard Bishop, Malcolm Wise and his escort Cosworth, Kester Cook, who's a bit further back than he would like to be, but he's back in 30th. He's been a regular front runner in those classes before. And then John Ward and Leslie Chapelhow will round out the 32 car entry that qualified this morning. They should be all present to go for 15 minutes of racing. It is planned to be 15 minutes. We are, in terms of timetable, okay, we've got ourselves back towards only 20 minutes behind schedule, so they're kind of cutting out all the clear-up time in order to get ourselves back on schedule, so we should be able to rattle through these races one after the other, give as many as possible the full amount of time. Now, one thing I do have to applaud them for is these rolling starts. They do go 2 by 2, and they've been learning over the years to get better and better, but you have to say, look at how beautifully presented that rolling start is. 2 by 2, 16 rows of blue ovals. It is a very highly powered Ford Sierra Sapphire Cosworth of Jason Davies and Lloyd Jameson in that Ford Escort Cosworth Maxi. Then you've got Simon Light's blue Ford Capri and that gorgeous Texaco Eggenberger liveried Ford Sierra RS500. It might well be just a replica, I'm not sure if it's genuine, but it is very least a tribute to the awesome cars from the European and World Touring cars of the late 80s. So side by side through the grid, through the field they'll go, and all set for 15 minutes of action set to burst into life for the first modified Ford Series race of the day, sponsored by James Allen Interiors. The red lights will come on any second now. When they go out, they'll put their foot to the floor, green flag in the air, and we are up and underway for modified Fords here at Donington Park. It's a nice even side-by-side run to the corner, 3 abreast between the two RS500 sandwiching Simon Light's Capri, and there goes Manning round the outside in the Texaco car. The other car which you want to watch for is Daniel Brown in the Brandon Giesen car, and in fact actually I've cursed Mike Manning quickly enough because he's gone wide over the gravel and lost a couple of places. He's lost out to the very fast starting Paul Neville, who's up there to 5th position. He started what was in 9th, so 4th place already, but diving up the inside for the lead. Well, out of 2nd place in fact, because into the lead has gone Daniel Brown, who started 5th. Something happened on the exit of the corner, it seems, between the front row men of Jason Davies and Lloyd Jameson, because they've now dropped back to 2nd and 3rd respectively. Simon Light is on Jameson's tail as they come up through Macleans for the first time, fast starting Neville up to 5th. And as for Mike Manning, he's not in 5th position because there is another Sapphire, that Scott Matthias' car would offer you in P5 ahead of James Allen. When James was there, yeah, he was hidden behind him for a second. Watch for Chris Harrison in the RSR. They won't move their way through fairly steadily. And Mike Manning's car back towards the bottom of the top 10. So a slightly frantic start, but they're all seemingly getting through towards the end of this first lap relatively unscathed, as James Allen trying to get to the front of his own sponsored race, past both Scott Matthias and then Paul Neville in quick succession at the chicane. But a bit of skirmishing on this opening lap, but they're all fingers crossed. Andy McEwen seems to be getting through pretty much unscathed as they come onto lap number 2. But admittedly, what a fantastic sight they make through the chicane.
Yeah, great sight, great sound, massive grid, 31 cars out there, and always some good battles within the classes. Side by side here, Scott Matthias on the outside line through the first corner there. And that was Paul Neville, wasn't it, that he was dicing with. Managed to get ahead, actually. That's for 6th position now. Matthias gains a place. And James Allen next in line for him. Allen a little out of position, I would argue. 7th on the grid. We've seen James Allen win these races frequently before. But, yeah, not qualifying quite as well as he normally would have done this weekend. There goes the 92 Ford Fiesta of Michael McKenzie through shot as they head up towards Macleans for the first time. The lead, though, held by the 185 car. And Daniel Brown from 5th on the grid to the lead by the end of the opening lap. That's decent going, isn't it?
That was something happened at Redgate Corner because Mike Manning's Texaco Sierra was wide at the corner, but I think something also kicked off maybe between the front row men of Jason Davies and Lloyd Jameson, because they fell back, and by the time they got to the Old Hairpin, Brown was a few seconds ahead. Not anymore, he's not, because Jason Davies has caught him and passed him and got ahead by half a second, setting the new fast snap of the race. I felt that was always going to happen, given that when Jason turns up in that car, it's usually a quick car anyway, so that car's going to be pushing forward. So Davies has now given Daniel Brown a short-lived lead. He's now back in front, with Jameson's holding on to 2nd in 3rd place behind Brown. So we've got Sierra Sapphire from Sierra RS500 from Escort Maxi Cosworth from the Simon Light car. There is the number 2 machine of Sam Daffin. I've seen that car in like a Golf livery with the kind of more deeper orange stripe and front end on it. Down the hill they go. There goes Scott Matthias, tailed by Paul Neville and the recovering Mike Manning. He dropped to about 10th on the opening lap after he ran wide on the exit of Redgate. Stefan Marsh in there just ahead of Sam Daffin. But there is Jason Davies in typical blissful ignorance now. He's pulled away. That definitely is not half a second. That is several seconds in front. And now he's leaving Brown to be into the clutches of the 3 cars behind, who, as we know, having seen them before, are quite hungry for good results.
Yes, indeed so. So Davis then now should have the pace, I would suspect, to pull away at the head of the field. There is Matthias now up in, Jameson, excuse me, into second position. So Lloyd Jameson then getting ahead of Brown too. So the fast starting Daniel Brown now starting to slip back towards where he qualified, 5th position. This is going to be James Allen through, I suspect, on the inside line into Redgate corner. Indeed it is. So the focus goes through and off is the 362. Trying to work out where that is. Is that the Craner Curves? It is.
Yes.
Bottom of the Craner Curves. That car has come a cropper. So that's the yellow flags down there, isn't it, Scott?
Yeah, there's Chapel Howe. That's the car that starts at the back of the field, the Fiesta ST 150. I wasn't about to state what was on the rear window, but we'll gloss over that unless you spotted that to get you to work out your own reasons what that means. Meanwhile, our leaders, Davies is now already very quickly pulled out, a 6.1 second lead, and he's at least 5 seconds quicker as James Allen very wayward there, getting past Lloyd Jameson. He went to go for the apex. I think he spooked Lloyd, was wondering where he was going. He dived up the inside, and there was almost contact between the two of them when Lloyd tried to turn in and just got surprised by the arrival of this Mark II Focus. Chapahal, meanwhile, has now managed to get going where he went off briefly at the entrance towards the Old Hairpin. Jameson will try and come back, but it feels as though that Allen's car at least is much better under brakes, hence he's passed both of them much later than intended. Simon Light in the background has also got past the Daniel Brown and Geeson liveried and sponsored RS500s. That's him back down to P5. Classes at which it's in the A class, it is Davies ahead of Allen with Brown down to 3rd now. In Super A, it's now Jameson from Simon Light, and then it's the 135 RSR of Chris Harrison, which is the white car. It's further back at the moment, in 9th. In Class B, B Plus is being headed by Paul Neville from Kester Cook, who he's the one that started quite out of position back in 30th, up 16 places to 14th already. So good effort from Kester. He's using quite a quick car. There he is, in fact. Good timing. Up the inside of Sam Daffin he goes. That will make it 13th, and that is unfortunately the end of Daniel Brown's race quite prematurely. The very pretty looking RS500, probably not so pretty mechanically now as it goes off the road right at the cut-off road at the Craner Curves.
Yeah, it did look like he was losing pace just before that, so yeah, it's a shame that car's not going to make it to the end. There's a little bit of smoke hanging in the air at the top of the Craner Curves, I noticed, so I suspect that came from the car of Daniel Brown just before it pulled off. Good battle here, 85 Sean Brown, runs a bit wide through Maclean's corner, loses a position and is about to lose another one to the rapid Kester Cook, so this will put Kester into, I think, about 12th or 13th place now, 13th I reckon, at the expense of Sean Brown, but that will probably be 12th by the end of the lap. So really quick pace being shown by that not exactly standard Ford Fiesta, I suspect. I don't know what engine they've got in that, but it is rapid down the straights. And I'm not sure what the issue was in qualifying for Kester. A 1:26.7 was his best lap. That's well off the pace that he's running now. That lap time a 16.1, which would have put him about 8th on the grid if he'd have done that this morning in qualifying. So very impressive stuff. And Kester Cook, I suspect, is going to keep on moving forward from there. That's actually 9th position that he's in now at the end of the 5th lap.
Yeah, a couple of dropouts, one of course being Daniel Brown, of course, has helped him out. There goes, that was Markham Wise, who's also a stalwart in this series. A couple more cars towards further back. Don't often see Mark 1 focuses in this championship. Well, you do with Rob Lewis when he competes, when his car decides to behave or he remembers to put it back together again. So that car, the Focus there, the Mark 1, is John Ward, who started on the back row of the grid. As you see, they're just arriving into the chicane past all the back markers. Comes the fight for second between James Allen and Lloyd Jameson. Down the pit straight they come, past the other escort cars within the field, flashing the must be LED headlights, and Jameson getting a little closer as a result of that. So this battle isn't really over by a long shot, I don't think. I'd invite you, considering that Jameson, through the traffic, was 8/10 quicker. There's confirmation Daniel Brown is out of the race on the bottom right. And then Simon Light, they're holding on to 4th. And yeah, these two very evenly matched. Into the pit lane has come number 18, which is... 18 is Richard Bishop in the Mark 1 Escort. He started way back in 28th position, so not a good race for him either. A few more dropping out. We've gone past half distance, just under 7 minutes to go in this race. And at the moment, Jason Davies now has got the gap out to, well, it's down 9 seconds, but I invite you, might have possibly backed off a tiny bit, considering that he's quite distant out in front and not pulling away as fast as he was doing earlier on when he had much more gusto to do so. Yeah, well, they're in amongst the traffic at the moment, aren't they? Which is obviously going to be having an effect. Everyone was about 5 seconds off their previous best pace amongst that leading group. So, yeah, I think that's the last of the clear track well and truly gone now.
Davis crosses the line that time, 1 minute 14, so fractionally quicker than the previous lap, but still struggling, I think, to get into any sort of a rhythm. It's so difficult, isn't it, when you've got so many other cars running at very different speeds around you. Davis leads in Class A, Lloyd Jameson leads Class SA, and is still trying to find a way past James Allen, but not quite close enough to do so as they head out of Redgate Corner. B Plus being led by Paul Neville, and Class B itself led by the number 2 car, by the looks of it, of Sam Daffin. And that's one of the closer battles, actually, with he and Sean Brown, who we saw before. Sean Brown in his Escort Mark 1 actually fighting for class victory in Class B. As there, the monster branded Ford Focus with the WRC spec rear wing on it makes its way up towards Maclean's Corner.
Noticed on James Allen's car, the front splitter just flapping a bit or chattering on the front end. You see it's going through. It's doing a little bit there. You can just see it there. It's flapping around just as you look at its underside of the car going through. There's a couple more of the machines in the field. Just an internal battle going on there between the 847 Escort Mark II, which is Fiesta Mark II, Lucas Dryden. He's battling there with Ian Blackley's Ford Puma, and that is over, not in class, I don't believe. No, it's not, because it's B plus for the Puma, B simply for the Mark II. There's Simon Light putting a lap on both of them. It is for overall position. That will be for 18th position between the two of them. Another pretty Mark 1 in the field as well. That was the bronze-coloured car, and that and a couple others about to be lapped by the ever-rapid Jason Davies. But I thought, unless I was seeing things, that James Allen was a lot closer. Yeah, 4.5 seconds, because he's gained 2.2 seconds of getting through the traffic. So James Allen, he's negotiating the traffic right now much better than Jason Davies, I would argue, because that gap was 9 seconds about a lap or two ago. Now it's been slashed in half. Jason's had a moment behind 1 or 2 back markers, so James has just negotiated them much gbetter. The gap is severely coming down quite quickly, almost half gone in barely a lap and a bit.
Yeah, it depends where you catch the traffic, I suppose. If you catch them through that final chicane, there's nowhere really to go, so you can lose quite a bit of time, 2 or 3 seconds, just through one slight fumble in the traffic, I suppose. Let's hope that's all it is, and it's not the sign of an issue developing for Davis. Let's see what this lap time is. It's a similar one, 14.8, and yes, that's again 1.1 seconds slower than James Allen. So there is the leader. Is it traffic that's causing him problems, or is there a gremlin starting to creep into the systems of Ford Sapphire Cosworth, being chased down by the Focus of James Allen, who of course will also have some lappery to be doing. He's 1.7 seconds ahead of Lloyd Jameson now as well, so James Allen starting to look a bit more comfortable in second. There he goes, scything his way up the inside of one of the Mark 1 Escorts down the hill. The body language of that car does say that he is attacking to me. And as I said, he sort of qualified out of position, really. 7th on the grid, just over 3 seconds slower than the pole position time. You would expect more than that from James Allen, so maybe this is just a case of James finally delivering on the pace that we know that car's capable of.
He's been getting a bit too held up in this particular sequence of traffic. I think the gap is still roughly the same, given their pace of about, still about roughly 3.5 to 4 seconds. He's lost some time on this lap alone. Either he's permanently fixed or pressed down the button for his headlight flashing, or he's just keeping it held whilst he's going through no matter what. Absolutely be the case. Now there's a lot of clear air here, so we'll be able to tell exactly if Jason Davies' lap times are better, and that was a better lap this time. He did gain back 8 tenths, so the gap is back to 4.2. So it seems to be that traffic is a big factor, and in fact, what Jameson hasn't really gone that much elsewhere anyway. He looked like he's negotiated the traffic better than he did, and Allen did. Half a second quicker on that lap in the Escort Maxi Cosworth. Down the hill on this, I'd say, lap time wise, at least 2 laps to go, including the one that they're on. Maybe 3 if they're quick enough to do so. That's Simon Light off the road. That will be the exit of Redgate Corner. Now, again, the big question, did he jump or was he pushed? Because it looks like it's gone tracking through the gravel quite some pace, whether he's had contact with somebody who's still skating off. But it looks like it's gone very, very deep at quite a high speed. That would invite that he's approached Redgate Corner at quite a high speed and ended up there because he's been going quite a high rate of knots.
Well, yeah, but he's actually past Redgate, isn't he, really? It's almost like he's gone off on the exit of the corner. He's a long way round the turn, and there was a bit of bodywork in the gravel trap, and sort of the telltale tyre marks through the gravel. It was towards the exit of the corner, really, so that would suggest maybe someone else was involved. Not entirely sure. Anyway, here come the leaders. They're about to start the penultimate lap of the race, and is this lead gap coming down? I would say it is. Yes, 1.3 seconds, personal best lap time that time for James Allen, and nearly matched by Lloyd Jameson behind him, who's only 1.5 seconds adrift in third. So 2 more laps to go, and the top 3 covered by 2.8 seconds. I have noticed that James Allen's splitter is a little bit loose. I was going to suggest that that's maybe why he was no longer catching the race leader, but that's no longer the case, is it? Because Jason Davis is being caught by the second place man, and that was on genuine pace.
It was, yeah. So he wasn't sure if it was a problem or not, because that's nearly a full. In fact, 3 seconds quicker on that lap. You look at it, it was a 13.9 for Davies and 11.0. That was nearly 3 seconds quicker. So near it makes no difference as he comes through. So you really slash that gap down pretty quickly, and I would offer you that unless Jason makes it overly difficult and holds him up and then backs him into Lloyd Jameson as a result, it's probably a case of when, with all due respect, rather than if he gets past. Down the back straight we see another of the Brown and Geeston liveried cars. That's the 985 machine that's started about mid-pack or so, a bit further back than it should have been. 85, it's not my score, as...
Where's the leader? There is James Allen, there is Lloyd Jameson. I didn't see Jason Davis come through. No, so James Allen then takes the lead, and
there he is.
There is the erstwhile race leader, a long way back, and not destined for the pit lane, carries on, but at a reduced pace, most definitely. So there is an issue of some sort with the Sapphire Cosworth. That's a great shame, a lap and a half from home, but I think that was sort of on the cards for a lap or so before. It did seem as though he was losing pace, and now it's just a case of trying to limp the car home. So James Allen gets the lead, but Lloyd Jameson is not far behind him. We're on the final lap of the race. They've got a whole sea of traffic to try and negotiate, and Lloyd Jameson could yet challenge for the victory. He's closing now as they head up through Schwann's Curve for the final time. And James Allen, headlights flashing, but that front splitter dragging on the ground might be slowing him down slightly, and that might just offer Lloyd Jameson half an opportunity. Up towards Coppice they go, the gap continuing to shrink. It was only 3/10 at the start of the lap though, actually, so if anything it's gone out since the start of the 13th and final lap. But Jameson's car, we know, is quick in a straight line. Here he comes, he's closing on James Allen. James should be later on the brakes, and is, but this could become a drag race to the line. There's a lapped car ahead. How many horsepower has Lloyd Jameson got at his disposal? Is it enough to grab the win? I think it might have been. No, by 45 thousandths of a second. James Allen hangs on, but that was a drag race to the line, and Lloyd Jameson, so nearly got there, but just couldn't quite get his nose ahead. That was an awful lot closer than James Allen wanted it to be, and it was all because he couldn't carry the momentum off the final corner because of the lapped car ahead of him, and that almost opened the door for Lloyd Jameson to steal the win. Jason Davis has to settle for third. Of course, lost the Class A victory out of all of that too, because James Allen was also a Class A runner. Class B Plus won by Paul Neville, and Paul crosses the line, or will cross the line momentarily in the 33 car. There goes Paul Neville, just out of shot, and 5th place overall. So a solid finish that for Paul. And we'll get a couple of the other class winners. In fact, we've already had the Class B winner through. Now, Class B was quite close before, but Sean Brown ended up winning by 28.5 seconds in the end over Mike Thurley. So that's... because... the number 2 car of Sam Daffin, who was leading earlier on in that class, pitted a few laps from home, so he unfortunately retired from the lead of Class B. So dramatic race that, and very nearly 3 different leaders in the last lap and a half or so. A shame for Jason Davis that, but a brilliant grandstand finish between James Allen and Lloyd Jameson, and according to the timekeepers, 45 thousandths of a second, all that separated Lloyd Jameson from claiming the race win, but that will give him plenty of hope going into race 2 later on this afternoon, that maybe there's going to be an opportunity for him to steal a victory in that one. James Allen, of course, will likely not be starting as far out of position in that one, so it will be a slightly tougher job for Jameson, but the Escort Cosworth Maxi, we know, is a quick piece of kit. It has to settle for second this time, though, by the narrowest of margins. James Allen wins from Lloyd Jameson, and Jason Davis in third. Is that Lloyd Jameson's car that stopped on the way into the pit lane? Well, okay. Might have to take back what I've just been saying about his prospects for race 2. Mike Manning was 4th ahead of Paul Neville and Chris Harrison. Then Kester Cook from 29th on the grid finishes in 7th position. We cycle through some of the other finishers. And class winners, Chris White is a class winner in Class SB, Gary Littlewood a winner in Class C. I think he was the only Class C runner, and he was the last of the finishers actually. Sam Daffin, as I said, retired to the pit lane. Simon Light we saw off at Redgate Corner, John Ward, Oliver Bullion, and a whole host of others sadly not making it to the finish, but it was a typically entertaining 15 minutes of modified Ford Series racing, and our race winner by a narrow margin, James Allen, is down in the pit lane looking more than a little bit relieved, Rob.
45 thousandths of a second is what it took for James Allen to beat Lloyd Jamieson, who hasn't actually, I think he may have stopped out on circuit somewhere, but James, not only is he sponsoring the round, Jason looked to have took that from the off but hit problems, and you just snuck in there when you needed to.
Yeah, I thought he was gone. I thought everybody had gone, to be fair. I just tried to keep it honest and get my head down. I'm happy with that.
There's been a bit of banter between you and Lloyd in the past few weeks. He's got a lot higher power car. He's still learning his way into door-to-door motorsport. But to be 45 thousandths of a second
with 400 horsepower less.
Is that the next bit of bragging rights?
No, we won't go there, but yeah, 400 horsepower less and two-wheel drive.
Definitely two-wheel drive, yeah?
Last time I checked.
I'll let Scott know. Congratulations on a fantastic win. That is your race winner in the modified Fords, James Allen. Unfortunately, we are still missing Lloyd Jamieson, who looks to have parked out on circuit. I do need to talk to this man here, however, Jason Davies. It laboured to have finished. The penultimate lap, the car slowed right down. Jason, have you any idea what happened? Was it just a loss of boost?
Yeah, I think it felt like I split a boost pipe. So, yeah, these things happen with the turbocharged cars. We haven't had one go for a while, so I guess, yeah, we've had a good run of it. But, yeah, unfortunately, today was the day it decided to cry enough.
You've raced this car for quite a long time across various Ford series across the UK. What's it like bringing it out here at Donington Park for the Mod Fords?
Oh, fantastic. They're always a great crowd with the Mod Fords. And obviously we've got some fantastic cars here today. James's Focus obviously took home the crown. Well done to James. Lloyd, he's been working so hard with his guys, and yeah, his cars, yeah, it's something to be reckoned with now for sure, as is Lloyd. But yeah, good day, but could have been better. We'll get it fixed now and we'll get out for the second race, and yeah.
But it's a level of development that goes into these cars over the years as well. I mean, this is started its life as a Sapphire Cosworth, but what have you done to this to get it to this point?
Oh, what haven't we done? Yeah, the list is endless. I mean, just slowly chipping away. We built the car back in 2013 originally, and it was very, very basic then. And just year on year, as budget allowed, just slowly chipped away at it and made improvements where we found the car was lacking. And yeah, this is a product of those years of hard work.
Fantastic, congratulations. A third place may seem like commiserations for Jason, but it was still a superb drive. Congratulations to James Allen. We have got a couple of cars being picked up from around the circuit. Unfortunately, they are racing Fords. I'll even put my hands up as I own one as well. That just happens with these modified Fords, but we got more great racing to come next once the clear-ups have happened. It's time to hand back to our commentary team to take you through the next race.
Racing coming, the RacingLine VW Audi Racing Championship is next, a 15-minute race. Then the Clapham North Mazda MX-5 SuperCup Championship, they're out for their third and final race of the weekend. The DDMC's Northern Saloon and Sports Cars out after that. Then the third Mark 1 ADMTR Mazda MX-5 Championship race before the BMWs, the modified Fords again, and then we will finish it with the VW Audi Racing Championship in theory at about 6:30. The time currently is just gone 3:30, which means we're potentially still about 20 minutes, I think, when all's said and done behind time, but we were more than that at one point. So the timetable starting to get a bit closer to a reality of us getting finished in time, and that's before we potentially start finishing races or shortening races a little bit later on in the day.
I'd say actually we're close to 12 minutes behind, because the scheduled start time for this race was 15:22, and we're currently at 3, so about 12-13 minutes. So obviously we've got a bit of recovery for the
Yes, I was anticipating that. Yes,
bit there, so
going to be another. We don't yet have cars on the grid, Scott, which tells me we're maybe 5 minutes or so away from an actual race start, which is, I think, where we're going to have a slight delay. But yeah, still, we're closer to being on time than we were half an hour or so ago, aren't we?
Yes, definitely so. And that's just to the efficiency of BRSCC making sure that each grid is ready to go when it's ready to put them out on track when the circuit is clear. They do put in the clear up times to use it to factor into the timetable, but there's always a message at the bottom that says that the all times are subject to change without notice, because of course we can be ahead of time or behind time, and they do advise drivers to be at least, or no, beat the assembly area no later than 20 minutes before the race starts. But of course there are some races that are 15 or 20 minute races coming up that timing can switch a little bit, so that's kind of something they can play with where they can. As I mentioned earlier on, in terms of, we've got a bit of a wait for this couple of clear up from what we have. Next racing action that's coming up for BRSCC, particularly with a live stream perspective, is next weekend when we'll be on the coast of Anglesey. There's one of the reasons for the clear up. That's Simon Light's car that's been literally dragged out of the gravel. Lots of gravel stones and chips that are gathered on the front splitter as evidence, and there's Simon Light with hands on hips looking to try and get that cleared up and sorted for their second race later on, which is scheduled at around about 6:05 at this point. As we see more scenic shots of the flowing and beautiful looking Donington Park circuit in all its glory. You see the tents in the background for next weekend's Download Festival, which they've been preparing for. So if anyone's been coming into the circuit, they've been seeing lots of glamping pods and tents and other different sorts of structures being, and main stages being put together. So anyone that's coming here for Donington, who is a favoured spot for festivals at some point. But of course it has a dual purpose, of course, being quite a fine racetrack that's been here for decades in many cases. And of course, this used to be host Grand Prix, not just 1993's European Grand Prix that Ayrton Senna famously won and had that infamous opening lap from 5th to 1st, but also there was pre-war Grand Prix when you had the Alto Unions and the Mercedes racing here on a slightly different circuit. But there are some parts of this track which are pretty much untouched in many cases and relatively the same shape from what they were all those years ago. But back to live stream action for next weekend at Anglesey. Wonderful circuit, probably the most picturesque circuit, arguably more picturesque than Donington Park already is. The main event will be the double header of 3-hour races for the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, but you will also have action in store from the JMRG Catering Graduates Championship classes, Sigma 135 and Sigma 150, and on top of that the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240s and the ever brilliant BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship as well, plus a round of the PBS Brakes Supersport Endurance Cup. That they've ever been to Anglesey before, so that's a debut for them. So be sure to tune in next weekend, 13th and 14th of June. That will be on the BRSCC and Alpha Live YouTube channels to watch for them. Also other racing, if you can't make it to Anglesey and but want to still watch some racing maybe in person, you can head to the home of British Motorsport, because there is the Silverstone National Circuit in action for the Silverstone Summer Race Weekend, which will feature, in no particular order, the Classic Mini Racing Championship, Nankang Tyre City Car Cup, which includes the Student Motorsport Competition, the combined grid for the Hickford Construction MG Metro Cup and the MG Cockshoot Cup as well. Mini 7 Racing Club are back in action, the Goodyear Mini Challenges with the Mini Melias and Mini 7s. Also, we love a bit of Formula Fords. You've got the Jeff Page Engineering Super Classic Formula Ford Championship. Getting some really good, strong grids this season for Super Classic Formula Ford racing, which is really good to see. Classic 2CVs, he put on a really excellent time last time we saw them on stream back in April for their opening round at Snetterton, where they got a photo finish in the end. They've also been to Mallory Park since we last saw them as well. And on top of that, on the Sunday, there's also we've got a small matter of the Silver Lake C1 Racing Series, fresh from their excursion to Silverstone. Of course, just been there for the 24 hours on the Grand Prix circuit, the BRSCC 24 hours, and they now have the shorter national circuit to contend with for 3 hours of racing rather than the full-on 24 this time. So a bit short to watch that one. Head down Silverstone. Tickets are available on the Silverstone website. And of course, for all information on what's racing, you can head to the website brscc.co.uk. So still recovering the qualifying Fords that either went off or stopped around there. There was also a Focus Mark 1 being dragged up the hill alongside Lloyd Jamieson's Escort. I remind myself of the race order of that because I've just deleted those. The Mark 1 Escort belonged to, drumroll, John Ward 115. That was the only Mark 1 Ford Focus we had in the field. So they've been pulled up the hill. You can just see them at the top of the shot, making their way to the top of the Craner curves up at Hollywood in that sense. But now Fords are out of the way, mostly. We can get ourselves prepared for the Volkswagen Audi Racing Championship, sponsored by RacingLine. got no less than, how many cars qualified? 21 cars qualified. So decent entry. It's growing in size as it goes through. And at the front of the grid, we're going to have our 4 Audi TT Cup class cars, which is going to be headed in that group by Ross Stoner in car number 22. His car in the distinctive orange livery with its multi-striped grey and white striping on that, which you can't miss. There is the evidence of both Lloyd Jamieson's and John Ward's car being, I was about to say very gently being pulled, and the front of John Ward's focus gets a small yank from the recovery truck as it goes forward to try and get them out of the way quickly enough, and again, they come off the road. So the TTs will go first. There's a bit of a rose gap before them, and then there's a 10-second delay before we get our other grid, which is predominantly made up of the Classic VW Racing Club, which has on pole position. I'm glad they get to see literally up-close racing for the very first time. That's Paul Roderson, who's been a stalwart of racing quite a few things in motorsport over the years in club racing, but in the championship now, the Classic VW Cup, and in a car which is a very unique car that we both agree is pretty excellent, a Skoda Octavia. You don't get many of those in club racing, but he was in his Cupra last time out and the first couple of rounds at Brands Hatch at Snetterton, but I did ask him in interviews when do we see the Skoda, and he said it should be back out at Donington. It is, and conveniently for the Classic VW segment of the grid, Andy McEwen, he has stuck the car conveniently on pole position, but only by 2/10 from the number 7 Gold Golf of John White.
Yeah, exactly. Quite tight, isn't it, in that portion of the session? And in fact, Tim Evans only a couple of tenths slower, the third place car in that group. So yeah, should be some pretty close racing there. I think within the TTs, Ross Stoner quite comfortably was the fastest. There is the third place of the Classic VW portion of the race, another of the TTs, but not running to TT Cup spec, if that makes sense. That's why Tim Evans' car is entered into the other part of the race, where we have more cars entered, and again several different classes up for grabs. But the wonderful looking, brilliantly presented Skoda Octavia pulls up onto the class pole, and Paul Roderson will be gunning for a race victory, as will Ross Stoner from pole position. Paul Savage alongside. There is only Jack McPhillips on row 2. No sign of Oliver Divine King. He disappeared in his race yesterday, didn't he? I seem to recall.
Production Cup, yeah.
Production Cup, yeah. I think he might have been a non-starter actually in the second race there, so some sort of issue with his car. Then Paul Roderson and John Wyatt at the front of the next portion of the grid, ahead of Tim Evans and Tony Hunter, Christopher Garnham and Mark Shepherd. Then Simon Tomlinson and Paul Hoggins. Jonathan Halliwell has David Richardson for company, then David Lawrence and Dawn Butcher, with Stephen Watson, Matt Anderson, Paul Dunningham, Harley Young and Andrew Dean. Now, David Lawrence's car was also a little bit off the pace in its races yesterday, and I did notice was on the back of the trailer when I walked past it in the paddock earlier on, so I'll have to keep an eye out for that on the green flag lap, but we may not have David Lawrence's Cupra on the grid. I can't see it, no, so I think that may well be, sadly, another non-starter.
Unfortunately so, and I think he was hoping that the issues he was suffering from, he was asking for some kind of, I think, a crankshaft sensor, according to Rob, when I spoke to Rob this morning, and asking about, his car was trundling around the paddock and being driven around, but obviously whatever issue he had, something to do with an engine sensor of some kind, with a crankshaft or something along those lines, was either not found or it wasn't repaired to the standard which he was happy with, and that's hence he was a bit off pace in qualifying. Tried it in qualifying and wasn't quite satisfied to do so. Just notice also that Tony Hunter looks like he's in Kerry Lewis's Volkswagen Golf Mark 5. It's the white and green car which usually Kerry drives, but obviously Kerry either unable to race it or has offered it to Tony to compete this weekend. So Tony's got a quite capable car in his hands. He's capable of driving himself. You've usually seen him before racing in another series in a white Renault Clio, and more recently he's been racing in this series in Classic VWs in a yellow Seat Leon, I think, if I'm correct, but it's the first gen Seat Leon, as in those like the SuperCup cars in that sense. But he's now jumped into, I'm guessing that because he had some issues, I think he had some problems at Snetterton, if I'm right, so it means he's now jumped into Kerry Lewis's car, and Kerry unable to race it this weekend. You can just see the white and green car just on the right shot, just on the screen, physically above the 101 car, the 124 car, Paul Savage on the front row of the Audi TT Cup portion of the grid. There's the last little bit of recovery for Simon Light's car, so they've fallen them up and should get them on the green flag lap fairly shortly. And more of a history regarding the TTs, it's quite interesting you've got Tim Evans' cars there, because that car which he's had started out as the original base car, that was the development car, the genesis of what became the Audi TT Cup in BRSCC circles, but that's now evolved so much more, but it's far from being the standard TT Cup spec machine, as you rightfully said, Andy, so that car has to sit in the Classic VW regs. Now we're going to get set for our formation that. They're going to get the full 15-minute quota for this start. Also mentioned as well, you've got at the back of the field Andrew Dean in the VW Vento. That is BTCC star Dave Pinkney's car, which he shares with Andrew Dean throughout the season. And so Andrew driving that car, but it is his actual VW Vento Cup car. Of course, he's been a stalwart of British touring cars previously. He had a couple of stints, one in the Super Touring era, and then very briefly when he came back with Team Dynamics in the black and pink machine. And that seems to be, given it's in his name, he always tends to have a tinge of pink in whatever he drives.
Yes, he was a character, Dave Pinkney, back in his touring car days, definitely, and pretty handy peddler, to be fair. It's not an easy championship to jump into and be competitive in, but he was always up for it, wasn't he? And yeah, a lot of one-make success at national level before that, so great to have that car out there. It's a bit like the Vectra Challenge car that we had out in the CNC Heads races, a bit of a blast from the past from late 80s, early 90s production saloon style racing. So the 3 Audi TT Cup cars at the front of the field then. Ross Stoner, Paul Savage and Jack McPhillips. Jack McPhillips was well off the pace in qualifying, so I suspect he had some dramas with his 117 Audi. Hopefully they got to the bottom of that, because he was some 20 seconds off the pole position pace, which is a lot, and I suspect there was more to it than just driver ability there. So Jack hopefully has got the car working as it should be. Paul Roddison at the front, as we said, at the next portion of the grid, where we expect some decent battling, I think, and a couple of stories to monitor. A shame we don't have David Lawrence, though, because I think he and Paul Roddison would have had some entertaining battles towards the front of the field. A little bit surprised we're keeping this at 15 minutes, although, as I say, we have got a handful of 20-minute races, 2 20-minute races to come later on, which could be maybe trimmed down to 15. But we really can't afford any further delays, can we? The weather, for now at least, is playing ball. It's brightening up again. We had that little shower at the beginning of the BMW race, but beyond that, track conditions are not terrible. Dry, and the wind perhaps dying down slightly as well. So hopefully we're good with weather for the rest of the day. There's the 53 VW Scirocco, Stephen Watson, who starts alongside Matt Anderson's Seat Leon. Handful of Sciroccos in the midfield portion of the VW Audi Racing Championship. So to the line come the field, and Ross Stone will pull into pole position. And yeah, he was about a second and a half or so quicker than Paul Savage in qualifying, so he'll be feeling quite confident about a race win here, Ross Stoner. But as we've seen in races earlier on in the weekend, qualifying pace doesn't always dictate necessarily the form during the races. So there you see the gap between the two fields. So again, a bit like the BMW SuperCup, the first 3 cars in this case will accelerate, and then there'll be a 10-second delay before the rest of them. So we'll get the leaders through Redgate Corner probably, and then have to turn our attentions immediately back to the much bigger second pack of cars. Grid then more or less in position, and in blustery but still dry conditions for now here at Donington Park. Our first RacingLine VW Audi Racing Championship event of the day gets underway. And Ross Stoner accelerates from pole position, will hold on to the lead heading down into Redgate Corner. And no challenge in the end from Paul Savage. Now away goes the second group of cars. One of the Sciroccos a bit slow away mid-pack. Has Roddison been able to hold on to the advantage? Maybe, maybe not, because Tony Hunter has got to grips with that Golf pretty quickly. Challenges for the lead on the outside line. Roddison's late on the brakes though and manages to hang on through Redgate Corner. Hunter slots into second position. And John Wyatt, I think that was, coming into third in the Golf. Out of Redgate they go. Roddison the leader, but Tony Hunter is up for the fight.
I think that Octavia is four-wheel drive, which probably explains why he got such a good start, but it was actually equally good getaways, as you said, from both John Wyatt and Tony Hunter, and rightfully so, getting used to... He's got plenty of front-wheel drive experience, of course, having raced a Sedan, and before that he is for a Clio in many cases, so he's not too averse to that. Got almost 3 abreast between 24.50 and 140. Simon Tomlinson's, well, it's the Simon Tomlinson car, which has Simon Tomlinson at the wheel of it, once I get tongue-tied, and... to go up through Macleans for the first time. Hunter's giving Roddison as good as he gets. I think one thing it could be is that it's a bit heavier than the Golfs around him. That there is Jack McPhillips, who is keeping out of the way with the rookie cross, not to get involved too much, and almost letting the entire Classic VW field string past. The two out front Audi TTs go past our box, so we're looking here at this battle between the Classic VW lead, and Tony Hunter looks to the outside to get the up and under, the switch back through the chicane. But no move so far as they wiggle their way through for the first time, and it is Roddison who leads the way just from Hunter and John Wyatt, and that car's in a bit better shape than we saw it last time, because last time we saw that car, there was flames coming out of it, and there was almost flames for that pack. There were 4 wide at one point as they tried to squeeze their way through. The main mover on that was the Scirocco, I think, of Halliwell, that was trying to move up the order as much as he could. Came across the line, I think, in some 14th place. There was a couple of Sciroccos mixed in there. Down through the Craner curves they go, and if anything now, Wyatt is closer to Hunter than Hunter is to Roddison. Tim Evans also squeezing in as well, and also keep an eye on Shepherd in the 333 car, that being the Mark IV Golf of Mark Shepherd, and that must mean Simon Tomlinson might be a little bit out of position because he's usually much higher up the field, and he's now trying to pick his way past Dawn Butcher and that Mark V Golf. So Roddison leads, but having had a shaky and initial challenge from Tony Hunter, Tony's now falling back into the clutches of John White, whose car seems to be much healthier than it was last time we saw it.
Yes, that's good news, but yeah, slightly clumsy run through the chicane there for some of the midfield runners. That could easily have ended in drama. We've got side by side now for second position. John Wyatt to the inside of Tony Hunter. Hunter, remember, got ahead of Wyatt at the start, but Wyatt in qualifying was over a second quicker than Tony, and he's now able to move back through, and did that quickly as well before, significantly, Paul Roddison got too far away from him. So Roddison comes through. Paul was actually quicker than all of the Audi TTs as well in qualifying, so in theory should be able to close in on the leaders, and indeed he is. He was 1.3 seconds quicker than that man, Ross Stoner, who leads overall. A few more spots of rain on the camera lens, I think, down at the Craner curves. That's a tricky part of the circuit to have changeable conditions, but I think maybe we are getting a little sprinkling again across the circuit. Hopefully that won't catch too many drivers out in the early stages of this 15-minute race. There goes the 58 Audi through shot of Paul Hoggins. But yeah, Roddison, I'd be intrigued now to see whether he can actually go on and challenge for an overall race, but I think he'll definitely catch Paul Savage, who is 7 seconds ahead of him at the start of the lap. But whether over the remaining 11 minutes he can catch Ross Stone, we'll have to wait and see. Certainly though, Roddison has the pace of the field within his category, doesn't he? He's getting away again from Wyatt. And that's Octavia running well.
Certainly is. He's tuned it well. Like I said, it's a slightly more of an odd, not typical car that you find in club racing, but I think Paul Roddison trying to find something different, and I'll say trying to set a trend, but of course he's got something that's much more interesting to some of the average club racing cars that you would find. Not that they're interesting either, but Paul Roddson's car is certainly a talking point, being is a Skoda. You don't get Skodas very racing very often in terms. Of course, they're more associated with rallying rather than circuit racing, and they were more so way back in the day in the 60s and 70s or further back. There is Ross Stoner, the lone, well, in terms of being challenged, Audi TT car. He's not the only one, of course. There's 2 more in the field. There's one of them, which is Paul Savage, and about to be caught, and I think I'll have even passed in a few moments' time by Paul Roddison. So after a slightly slower start, of course, with that 10-second delay, these cars are certainly picking the pace up. Roddison has now picked his way past Paul Savage, and John White should follow him through in a few seconds' time. Roddison now enjoying nice clear air in front of him in terms of current track position, and he should catch Ross, who is, to be fair, lapping in 1 minute 20s, but Roddison is 11 seconds back at this point, trying to close the gap as quickly as he can. So a nice gap forming already as Roddison turns his way through Coppice corner. And we've got Wyatt in second in that Classic VW segment. And then Tony Hunter followed by Tim Evans. And up to 5th position in that category has gone Christopher Garner, one of the Audi A3s in the field, Audi A3/S3s. That's the Audi 3 front-wheel drive car in P5, slightly lighter than the S3, which will have 4-wheel drive if I remember correctly. And the chicane. Tony Hunter just adapting on the fly to this VW Golf as he comes down the pit straight once more. And there you see Garland ahead of the yellow Mark IV Golf with Shepherd, and then you've got Paul Hoggins in the ex-TT Cup Racing spec machine. That car was also out in Production Cup yesterday with a couple more of the Audi TTs, one of which was supposed to be Robin for the Divine King, who didn't make the second start or even out of qualifying from this morning. There's another TT which has Richardson, also a driver from yesterday, so a couple of drivers doing double duty more than one series this weekend, and certainly getting their money's worth.
They are indeed. Paul Roderson then up to second overall, but only about half a second quicker than Ross Stoner on the previous lap. Of course, he was busy overtaking Paul Savage on that previous lap, so might now be able to go a little bit quicker. His best lap is the fastest lap of the race, Paul Roderson. It was almost 2 seconds quicker than the best effort from Ross Stoner, so I suspect that gap's going to start coming down again. Roderson to Wyatt, 1.2 seconds or so. So Paul Roderson then with a strong pace in the Octavia. As Paul Hoggins winds his way through Coppice Corner, with a nice little battle going on just ahead of him. Further up the order, this is second, third and fourth within the VW Audi Racing Championship part of the race. And Tim Evans actually sets the fastest lap of the race. He was off the back of that group. Tim Evans faster than anyone else. Had a change further back, and that was for 6th in Clapham. 8th overall, 6th within that part of the race for Paul Hoggins. Just behind actually Garnham and Shepherd, who swapped over 2 places gained actually that time for Mark Shepherd. So Mark Shepherd's Golf is the one marching forward in that little group. But this is second, third and fourth. Roderson, Wyatt and Hunter, with Evans catching them behind. Sorry, Wyatt, Hunter and Evans I should say. Evans the fastest of the three in the Audi TT. So another TT that isn't in TT Cup spec, but going quickly and closing in on the 2 Golfs ahead.
Also as well, Roderson was 2.1 seconds quicker than Stoner out in front as well. She's got that gap down to 8.7, so even though momentarily it looked as though Stoner wasn't losing as much time, the fact that in slightly clearer air, these leading Classic VW Cup cars are now starting to lap better than Ross Stoner's Audi TT, will offer the fact that they're starting to find their pace in the second half of this 15-minute race. So down the pit straight comes past our position of Ross Stoner. His lap was 1:20.140, he's lost a bit more pace. One of that of Roderson, 1:18.7. The gap's down now by another, 2.7 seconds, down to 6 almost exactly. It's now a 3-way fight for second in the Classic VW ranks and third overall. Continues to rage between the 2 Golfs, followed by Tim Evans's, essentially it's a mother chassis, if you like, the kind of the Genesis development car of what becomes the Audi TT Cup cars, as you see there for Ross Stoner. But not letting Roderson get away that much. They're keeping him in touching distance as they come through the Old Hairpin. The gap between the lead in that Classic VW Cup segment, only 1.2 seconds, and Roderson, in fact, he lost time to them. He lost 2/10 to Wyatt and lost a full 6/10 to Hunter and half a second to Tim Evans. So trying to push on, but not getting away too much. And these three, if they continue to work a bit more together like they are, might not allow Roderson to relax too much as he continues his own pursuit of trying to catch Ross Stoner for the outright race lead.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Roderson not massively getting away, as you say, and if when he catches Ross Stoner, Ross comes over all defensive, he only has to keep Roderson at bay for maybe half a lap, and it would bring Wyatt, Hunter and Evans right onto their tail. There is Evans just peeking to the inside of Tony Hunter, who again was overtaken seemingly quite easily by John Wyatt earlier on, but has stuck with the gold and black VW Golf. So it's 3.7 seconds now between Stoner and Roderson. Roderson 1.5 or 1.4 clear of Wyatt. Here comes Evans again to the inside. It's a speculative look, but not fully committing to the move, and so actually just ends up losing himself momentum through the corner. Bit of lap traffic now for Ross Stoner to deal with as well. This is going to further delay the TT Cup leader. Music to the ears of Paul Roderson, who I'm sure would love to win the race outright. It makes no difference to him. He's still going to win his part of the race and his class within it at the moment, but he'd love to be the first one to see the checkered flag, and that's looking more and more likely to happen.
Seems like it. He's managed to negotiate Harley Young's VW Scirocco quite cleanly, as has Paul Roderson. Harley keeping cleanly out of the way. It's good driving from Harley to allow the faster cars through and to get around their own way. There's this battle still going on between Tony Hunter and Tim Evans. They're not really catching John. In fact, John's trying to go with Paul at this stage of the race, although that said, on the straight at least, Tony's got a bit more straight line. He's pulled away there from Tim Evans, getting a good exit off of Coppice, and now he's tried to, looks at Evans' car is better under brakes, and he's now closed back in, but they're both trying to close in on John Wyatt's car, who momentarily got closer. Must have been the punch off the corner, which they both got, and the exit from John wasn't as best. Ross Stoner now has a rather large grey and green Skoda Octavia looming in his mirrors because they come across the line. The gap was barely over a second, and once again he took another, 2.6 seconds out of him, because that was a slower lap of 1:21.5. Trying to get past Harley's car, that's what held him up and lost him the time. A little wayward through the crane occurs, but Roderson is on the prowl. LED headlights ablaze. He turns in through the Old Hairpin. Wyatt trying to go with him, and Tim Evans has got past Tony Hunter. So that is now him into third in the VW Cup segment. And Ross Stoner, in fact, not only has let first through, he's also let John Wyatt through. There was a momentary sort of jump that we thought that he was suffering some kind of a problem. He's back up to speed. Whether he thought that it's not his race to win because he's in the Audi TT Cup ranks rather than the classic VWs, but even so, it's all in one grid, so you would have thought maybe he'd want to try and fight for position, but he doesn't seem too bothered, and he'd let the phone for position. In fact, he's letting them all go because he realises he's probably having a very blissful Sunday afternoon drive as the runaway leader in the TT Cup ranks.
Yeah, no, I don't know though. I think that car's off pace. It's continuing to drop back now quite significantly down the back straight, so I'm not convinced all is well with Ross Stoner's car. He might just be giving them a bit of space, I suppose. He's not pitting, but that's a very, very slow lap for Ross Stoner. Yes, I know he was backing off, but that was 8 seconds off his best, so keep an eye on that. It definitely seems like he's dropped back further again at the start of this lap, so if there is a drama, then Paul Savage could yet inherit the win in the TT Cup part of the race, but Paul Roderson now has his hands full of John Wyatt, who has closed to within a couple of car lengths now of the race leader. And he is the race leader now, Paul Roderson. Paul a bit slow off the Old Hairpin. And so John Wyatt starts to close in again, heading up through Starkeys and Schwantz Curve. There is the 46 Audi turning its way through Redgate. Paul Dunningham, he's got the 53 VW Scirocco just behind of Stephen Watson. This is a battle for 9th overall. This is for 1st overall, though. Paul Roderson with some defending to do now. He's going to have 2 laps left at the end of this one, and we could be in for another grandstand finish.
Yeah, John's pace has picked up significantly, hasn't it? What was last time out, 1:19.2. It was a 1:18.6 for Wyatt as they come back into the chicane. They've navigated the lap traffic, which was another of the Scirocco's by the look of it. Another one of the cars that was... No, it's a Seat Leon that's going past. Just saw that come in the viewpoint. Down the straight they come, and I think also Roderson's woken up a little bit more now, and Tim Evans has gone with them, so Tony Hunter's really dropped back. That was 21.5 on that move, so 2 seconds lost. They turn into Redgate corner, so what we thought was going to be Roderson relatively comfortable out in front, it's now becoming a three-way fight for the lead in the Classic VW Cup ranks and overall respectively as they come down towards the bottom of the hill. Jack Phillips has been in the mix, and also the pit lane 2 comes the 15 of Chris Garner, and he was quite far down the order anyway. He was standing 17th, but he was as high 5th at one point, and it was Tony Hunter who has locked up into the Old Hairpin through the right-hander, but Roderson continues to lead as they come on to, this will be the penultimate lap of the race, but I imagine he's going to be under some immense pressure as there was quite a lot of understeer there for John Wyatt through Macleans, coming under threat from Tim Evans. I think this might not be such settled. He's going to have probably one more lap to try and deal with Paul Roderson before he finally gets the salvation of a checkered flag in this first race.
Yes, now can Evans get past Wyatt here quite quickly? Because if he can, he might have a chance to go after Paul Roderson. There's still a lap to go after this, remember. Evans is looking to the inside of Wyatt into the chicane. Does he commit to the move? Yes, he does. Does he come out in front? Yes, he does. So Tim Evans then up to 2nd. It was a bit of a clunky move in that they both really delayed each other quite a bit through the chicane. It will lose them a bit of time to the leader. 1.4, nearly 1.5 seconds the gap. But Evans is into 2nd, and he, remember, has been the fastest car on track. He has the fastest lap of the race. Only fractionally quicker than Paul Roderson's best. But at this stage of the race, I'd say Evans is the quicker of the two. But did he lose a bit too much time in that overtake to be able to catch Roderson over the remaining 2/3 of a lap? He's going to be pushing as hard as he can now, I'm sure, to try and get within striking range. But even if he gets there, of course, getting past Paul Roderson is not going to be the easiest of things to do. We'll see whether any of this happens. In the modified Ford race, we were sort of ready to hand the victory over to the race leader at this point. That ended up not being quite as straightforward as we thought, and I wonder whether it's going to be the same story here. Evans, though, I don't think is eating into this gap that Roderson's got quite quickly enough, is he? Roderson managing it nicely, and John Wyatt in 3rd position with again, seemingly a bit of a lack of pace in the closing stages. Dropping well back now from the top two, who head towards the final chicane. And Paul Rodderson, I think, is going to weather the storm here. Tim Evans, if he'd have got past John Wyatt maybe a lap earlier, would have had a chance. But as it is, it's going to be a victory for the Skoda Octavia on its return to the series. Paul Rodderson wins by, in the end, only 0.7 of a second or so over Tim Evans second and John Wyatt in third. Tony Hunter will come home a fairly distant fourth after that big lock-up down at the Old Hairpin that time, on the last time round. And then Ross Stoner, who did continue, Ross Stoner. His pace did not improve, though. His last lap was a 1:27, so has Ross Stoner made it to the flag? Not yet. Hoggins comes through. There is Ross Stoner. But there was definitely an issue for Ross Stoner. That car was well off the pace from about half race distance or so. But it will still be a comfortable victory in the class. Paul Savage just coming through now to finish second of the TT Cup cars. And there he goes, the black and white car. With Jack McPhillips. Did Jack McPhillips continue? Yes, he did, but a couple of laps down on the rest of the field. In fact, might well have retired. No, there he is, the 117 car coming to the line. And that will be, I suspect, the last car to see the checkered flag. Indeed it is. So Paul Rodderson victorious, and another bit of a nail-biter that in the closing stages, with Tim Evans coming through in second position. But less than a second in it, and with another lap, maybe Tim would have had a shot at grabbing the win. John Wyatt was third, ahead of Tony Hunter and Paul Hoggins, with Ross Stoner winning his class in 6th overall. Simon Tomlinson and Paul Dunningham next, ahead of Stephen Watson and Paul Savage. Jonathan Halliwell and David Richardson also getting victories within their various classes. In fact, Richardson a guest driver within the series. Dawn Butcher was next, then it was Andrew Dean and Matt Anderson, Harley Young, Christopher Garnham and Jack McPhillips, with Mark Shepherd in the end. Not the only non-finisher, actually, because Garnham was also not running at the flag. They were both in the pit lane, Christopher Garnham and Shepherd, neither of whom were able to see the checkered flag. So we'll have another race for the classic, for the RacingLine VW Audi Racing Championship a bit later on. The last race of the day, in fact, in theory, at 6:30. But into the pit lane come our top three. And Rob Lewis is down there ready to have a chat.
I also love the fact you don't see many racing Skodas apart from rallying. Certainly in circuit racing, you don't see many of these, especially in the UK. And Paul Rodderson and his team have put this immaculate car together. It looks the business, and it does the business out on circuit as well. I'm just waiting for Paul to get his kit off as such so we can have a chat to us. Paul, it looked a bit tricky out there first with those pesky TTs, but you got rid of them in the end.
Yeah, it wasn't easy. The car's not perfect. It's first time out. We've not had no running with it this year. So I had to drive around a few problems, but it was just a case of managing it. And then I saw Tim coming towards the end, so I was just waiting for the checkered flag.
But you still got there, got the win. Can you do it again this afternoon?
Hopefully, yes, especially if it rains.
Why the Skoda Octavia?
Just because it's different and nobody's done it before. So we built the first Mark III MX-5 that was ever raced in the UK, built the first Mark IV that was ever raced in the UK, so decided to do something different. So the Skoda, an old man in a Skoda.
It definitely is something different. Congratulations, Paul Rodderson, on a magnificent win there. Let's have a chat with our very stylish second place man, just going for a few
Garage 23 sunglasses, right in a good store.
Fantastic second place there in the Audi TT. Couldn't quite keep up with Rodderson in the end.
Good. I mean, the start, I didn't have a good start, but I was sort of fourth place, hanging on to them. I looked off my tyres a little bit better. I picked the two guys off in front, but this is the fastest taxi in the world. And I can't catch him yet. But yeah, so can I just say, this little fella here, Ezra, Jonathan Fletcher's grandson is poorly at the moment, so we're all rooting for Ezra. Okay.
So if you have a look at that little code on the screen and the camera zooms up to it, scan that little code and help out the family as much as you can as well. So fantastic. It's all done for Ezra. Let's see if I could sneak in here and just have a little chat with John White while the Super Cup gets ready. John, you were fighting in amongst the leaders as well, but you couldn't quite catch the Skoda.
I couldn't quite, no. We ran out of brakes in the end, but honestly, it was the first time the car's ever finished a race since I've owned it. So this is it. So we had lots and lots of problems, but today was the day. So hopefully we'll see what happens in the second race.
Sounds like a good omen, doesn't it? But the rain's starting to fall. Do you think it could come later?
We've got a lovely set of rain wets and we're ready. So we'll be very happy if it rains.
Kevin, your man in the background, I think he's definitely up for it.
Yeah, Kevin, without Kevin and Josh, we wouldn't get here today, because they finally got the car sorted. It wasn't a great car to start with, and now we've got it, so it's doing its best now.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a great third place. That concludes your podium for the RacingLine VW Audi Racing Championship. Supercars out on circuit for their braid laps. Take you through the grid. It's Andy and Scott.
Green flag lap for their third and final race of the weekend. Kamal Khalzi has won the Super Cup part of the race, both tyres, but it was that man there, Zihuai Wang, who won overall in his Mark IV MX-5 earlier on today from the back of the grid, as the Mark IVs have to start for both races, but he's been really the fastest car on track in both of the races so far. This one, though, features a partially reversed grid, and it's Jim Barrett who has been drawn on pole position. So Jim Barrett from pole has William Antrobus alongside, then Steve Kite and Scott Wright, with Tom Langford and Kamal Khalzi on row number 3. Lee Dendy Sadler and Sam Middleton share the 4th row. Then it's Robert Way and Graham Rumsey at the back of the top 10, ahead of Christopher Ginn and Martin Tolley. 7th row for Jonathan Christie-Rundle, ahead of Dan Parran-Smith, who of course was in the wars in the race earlier on today. Then it's Richard Moore and Alistair Dendy, with Alex Jones at the back of the Mark III Super Cup grid. The 2 Mark IVs at the back, Zihuai Wang and Ben Taylor, definitely worth keeping an eye on, especially the orange number 76 car, as we mentioned, that won the race earlier on. So, a bit of a bruising race earlier on today, and Dan Parran-Smith tangling with Will Antrobus. That was really one of the big talking points at the end of the second race. Contact down at the Old Hairpin. Parran-Smith had been leading half a lap earlier, got demoted down to 4th in typical MX-5 fashion, and was quite keen to try and regain that lost ground, but unfortunately tangled with Antrobus, who's not had a brilliant weekend, it has to be said. William Antrobus, championship front runner, but he's had no luck. He's been involved in contact in both races that wasn't necessarily his fault, and so he'll be really wanting to take advantage of this front row starting position.
He will, definitely trying to get a good getaway, because he started his first ever Super Cup race back at Snetterton from pole position, so he's well versed to starting from the front. We know how good he is to start as well. So laying up on the grid. I'll be intrigued to see what Steve Kite can do from this elevated position in P3. It's the top 6 have been reversed. Considering Kamal Khalzi starts in P6. So on the grid, ready to go. This will be another race where Thomas Langford really wants to make the most of where he is in the field. So watch out for him from the 3rd row of the grid. And also keep an eye and invite you to watch Dan Parran-Smith. This is the number 4 car, which is the bright blue car with the orange stripe. That actually is one of the only cars that actually has its headlights still remaining left in, because they tend to take them out for weight saving. But they're all lined up at the back of the grid. So for the 3rd time this weekend, Clapham North MX5 Super Cup action ready to go.
Yep, 20 minutes of the distance. The final race of the weekend for the Mark III MX5s, and Jim Barrett starting from pole. Is he going to be able to hold on to the lead into Redgate Corner? It's going to be a tough ask, isn't it? The lights go out, away we go. And it is William Antrobus who gets the best of the starts from the outside of row 1. Steve Kite goes with him into 2nd position. And that is Kamal Khalzi sticking his nose to the outside line into Redgate. He will move up to 3rd. Langford didn't get away that well, interestingly. So Tom Langford still only in about 6th position as they round Redgate for the first time and head down through the Craner curves. Antrobus, though, to the front, and that is part 1 of the job done. And what he'd really like to do now is Scarper before some of the other quick drivers break through towards the front. He doesn't really want any company in this one if he can help it. Langford there slips to the inside of Jim Barrett, takes 5th position away through the Old Hairpin, and further back Dan Parran-Smith in the Aidan Hills liveried car, the ex-Aidan Hills car, tries to come through from 14th on the grid. He's picked up a few places already. There is the move made by Kamal Khalzi, so he's up to 2nd already. Good start this from the double race winner, and he's not that far behind the race leader as they head towards Coppice.
Spy spots of rain on the camera at Macleans, so if there's going to be any more rain coming around, it might well be starting to consider dropping a little bit. A bit of a sprinkle possibly might be heading out here. Of course, there's no I don't think I remember correctly, no wet tyres in this championship anymore. It's just single all-weather tyre they use on the Nankang tyres they run in this championship now, compared to the Kumos they still use in Mark 1s. Flicking through the right and then left through the chicane of Donington Park's national circuit to go through. Paris Smith trying to get past Jim Barrett, but there was no avenue to get through on the outside line. And it's once again a Hills Motorsport 1-2. Steve Kite maintaining third and the club class lead. Tucked in behind Kelsey, ahead of Scott Wright, who he was battling for the most part. And Scott Wright not standing any more time behind Steve Kite, goes into third as a result up the inside. Paris Smith now has the move on Barrett, getting the push from his teammate lead Andy Sadler. And also, Thomas Langford quite fancies fourth from Steve Kite, also moves the Misty Racing boss down another position. Martin Tolley holding station in sixth, doing a fine job on this second lap. And Dan Paris Smith from 7th, 14th on the grid, up to 7th. And there's Zhihai Wang, who, to no one's surprise now, already in a lap and a half, has really got inside the top 10. He really has passed a couple more cars. He was 11th over the line, and actually has now passed two more by the time he got to the Old Hairpin of Rumsey and Dendy Sadler. So already running into 9th position. And the Bright Orange Mark IV certainly motoring, as we see even more sprinkles of rain on the camera lens at Maclean's.
Yeah, definitely sprinkling up there. I've not noticed anything in the first half of the lap though, which is odd because that's the direction from which the weather's coming. So weird that Macleans and Coppice at the moment, it's isolated, isn't it, the rain to that particular end of the track. Here comes Langford for third, and this is an attempted move into the chicane. Another one being made for the lead, actually. Oh, Kamal Khalzi on the inside of Antrobus, completely sideways. That was very ambitious, and he's really lost himself some momentum now. Langford will actually go from fourth to second, but that was a bizarre one, that from Kamal Khalzi. It's almost as if maybe he was caught out by a bit of moisture on the road, and he's down to fourth, in fact, because Scott Wright has gone through, although he might now get back up the inside of the red number 88 car. They're side by side through Redgate, and he sort of eases Scott Wright beyond the edge of the track there. So that has changed things around again. It is Antrobus still the leader. It's Langford up to second position. So Tom Langford up 3 positions in the last lap alone. And Kamal Khalzi back down to third position. There goes Dan Parran-Smith, by the way, up to 8th and within touch of the leading group. Don't count Dan out of this one yet.
Definitely not, although he is now, of all people he could follow up the hill to this lead group, it is now Zhihai Wang who's got past him. So he's up into 7th after just 2 laps and already off the tail of his top 6. Again, well, that's just legacy from, well, there's been a bit of rain, but it's stopped, or it is still mainly sprinkling with rain up at Maclean's. That's where there's seems to be a lot more moisture drops on the camera. And there's Zhihai Wang in car 76. Through the right hand at Coppice, and onto the back straight they go. Line the stern back towards the chicane. Steve Kite trying to retaliate at Scott Wright as Wang gets a good run. And now down towards the chicane for the lead. Kelsey closing back and under braking, because that was... Well, Langford tried to make a move, but he put Antrobus off under braking. That's now giving him a better exit onto the pit straight, as that's another place gain for the Chinese driver up into 6th position. Now side by side for the lead, and that's a sort of challenge from... mistake from Antrobus has given Langford the incentive he needs to go around the outside. The lead held for the time being, and everyone's stacking up behind him. Here comes that orange Mark IV behind them. He is still bringing Martin Tolley, who's also got past Dan Parran-Smith. Well, he's stayed ahead of him. And such is the confidence of Zhihai Wang. He's gone up the inside at the Craner curves, past Steve Kite and into 5th. So he's actually getting to the front quicker than he did in race 1, which is quite extraordinary. So he's actually motoring along. We've barely even had 5 minutes. Not even had 5 minutes yet. He's already up into the top 5.
Indeed so. There's Ben Taylor in the second of the Mark IVs, making slightly steadier progress through the order. And in fact might now lose a position to the 45 car heading up the hill. Antrobus slides across in front of Tom Langford. They're 3 abreast, and I don't think Antrobus realised, and that was Kamal Khalzi taking full advantage of that. William Antrobus has been involved in some skirmishes this weekend, has he? And that was nearly another one up at Maclean's corner. Here comes Wang to take the lead, probably within the next half a lap or so. He's going to blast up alongside the second place car down the back straight. He's on the outside line into the chicane. He's already got past Langford, in fact, and brings with him, does he, William Antrobus? Maybe. They're side by side for third in the race, but second in the class, still side by side, in fact. And this could now benefit Steve Kite, who's going to get a double slipstream and simply has to decide which side of the road to use. Kamal Khalzi leads, but not for much longer. Zhihai Wang is going to get to the inside into Redgate corner, and in less than 6 minutes he's come from the back of the grid to the front and should now have the pace to get away at the head of the field, although Khalzi, in fairness, coming back at him slightly now as they head down through Hollywood. Settles back in line behind Wang, and actually has bought himself now, Kamal Khalzi, 5 or 6 car lengths advantage over Langford, who is second. within that class. There's Scott Wright nipping to the inside of Martin Tolley. In fact, Tolley's done quite well to drag himself onto the back of this group now, more or less. So Wang the leader, and the longer that Kamal Khalzi can stay in the wheel tracks of the Mark IV car, the further away he might get from the cars with whom he's battling for class position.
Yeah, he can take full advantage and literally stay in Wang's wheel tracks. There's a good chance you're absolutely right. He will start to pull away, but Langford's obviously a wily character, of course. Counts in second place overall. Andrews is right there, locked into the rear bumper of Tom Langford. Of course, and now back Parham Smith, who's pulled himself up into this mix. So he's now ahead of Steve Kite and up into what is now 5th place overall. Kelsey locked in. And interesting enough now in this point, where before we expect Wang to get away, he didn't have his best exit off the corner as he was hoping, but actually he's backed Kelsey straight into Langford, who now has the run down the pit straight in towards Redgate corner, side by side for the SuperCup Pro lead. And there goes Langford up into 2nd overall, but now here comes the cavalry from Hills Motorsport. He's got both Antrobus and also Dan Parham-Smith locked onto his rear tail. So Langford looks behind him as he's a phalanx of Hill Motorsports cars right on his tail as they swing through the Old Hairpin once again. Whilst he's defending them, this gives the respite for Wang to escape up the road. There goes Antrobus up the inside to take 2nd in Pro Class. Kelsey will run wide over the curb slightly, but enough momentum to keep Parham-Smith at bay, but he might have no choice to attack because Steve Kite is right there, just behind him too. He's by far and away the best of the club class drivers. He's some 4 positions ahead of Jim Barry, who started on pole originally. He's back to 10th, and then 3rd in that class is Richard Moore, who's back in 14th. But interestingly enough, compared to race 2, he's not getting away as quickly or as far as he had done in the race before. Yes, he got to the front a little sooner, but he's not extending a massive lead here. Langford's trying to go with him and trying to at least negate some of the, it seems, straight line advantage it seems that Wang's Mark IV has, but under brakes at least, and on circuit knowledge, it looks like Langford is certainly doing enough to keep him honest enough through the turns to make this a bit of a proper race.
Yeah, visibly closed in on the leader there as Martin Tolley bounces his way through the gravel trap, loses a few positions as a result. Sam Middleton and Scott Wright go through, and I think Jim Barrett will go past him as well. So a bit of a moment there through the gravel as William Antrobus gets sideways, turning into Redgate corner. Car really snapping out from underneath him there. The damage to the front of Antrobus's car are spotted as well. Not sure where that's come from. Hopefully not going to slow him down too much. But yeah, Zihai Wang not getting away from Langford. If anything, Langford now looks the quicker of the two, and that's keeping him within slipstreaming range. He doesn't need to overtake Wang, but if he can stay with the Mark IV, that's a free aerodynamic aid down the straights for Langford, and it might just help him keep the rest of the supercars at arm's length. Dan Parham-Smith also has done really well to drag his way through the order and get in touch with the leaders, because they haven't been able to steal a march on the second group of cars massively. So Dan Parham-Smith, by the time he hit the front, the leaders were all there for him to join in with, so he could yet bounce back from what's been a slightly frustrating day so far. Towards the end of another lap we go then. This will be the 7th lap in the books as we approach half race distance, and yeah, an intriguing situation developing at the front of the field.
It is. Bright orange Mark IV. It's completely unmissable. Now being put under quite a threat from a quartet of blue MX-5 SuperCup Pro Car, 3 of which are in the same team. In actual fact, the fastest lap gets taken 3 times by the top 3 in SuperCup Pro. It's gone to Langford, then Antrobus, and then Kelsey in quick succession, as quick as you like. As we look back to Sam Middleton, who's in the head of that next group of cars, which has got Scott Wright and Alistair Dendy, who's been picking his way through the field. Then you've got Martin Tolley and Jim Barrett, who's the second man in club class. He then decided having a slightly quieter race in this one, back in 11th with Robert Way. As here comes the leading 5 altogether. The orange Mark IV of Wang leading those 4 blue SuperCup Pro Class cars, and Steve Kite in fairly comfortable pace at the moment. And they come through out of the Old Hairpin and through towards Macleans once again. Dendy again, not the same thing. Martin Tolley has a 5-second time penalty for track limits. He was skipping over the chicane once or twice. But we'll wait and see. And Jim Barrett's having to find more battles here. He's let Dendy Sadler through, and also now has gone through Robert Way to take up another position. So that's now Jim Barrett down to about 12th or 13th position, with Ben Taylor several seconds back, considering he's some 6 seconds off that group, back in 14th position.
Back to the leaders, and Tom Langford, yeah, not able to get away from William Antrobus. In fact, I think he's being held up slightly by Zihai Wang here at the head of the field. And this could now start to really ignite that battle for the Super Cup victory, because Langford is under threat now from William Antrobus, who's not averse to throwing it up the inside, as he demonstrates at Redgate Corner. Is he lean on Langford? Maybe a tiny bit, but I think William Antrobus is going to go through here on the run down the hill. Langford will try and stand his ground on the outside line, but the momentum should lie with Antrobus, and it did. Langford didn't then want to leave the door open for Kamal Kalsi, did he? So just slotted back in behind the new class leader. This might now just allow Wang to break the slipstream from this group of cars behind, because I suspect they're going to keep on battling. Langford's going to have another go here at Antrobus heading up the hill. But tough place to overtake in these cars into Maclean's corner, especially if the car ahead defends the inside line, which Antrobus did. Slides his way through the corner. William doesn't seem to mind a loose race car, does he? He's quite happy with the rear of that car stepping out from underneath him, more perhaps than anyone else in this group. That's always been one of the challenges of these Mark III cars, as Scott Wright picks up a 5-second track limit penalty. They are quite snappy compared to a Mark I, and actually it's rare to see them driven in this manner, where you're sort of drifting them through the corner. They're almost three abreast here. Kamal Kalsi pulls to the outside of Tom Langford and clears in. That was really good stuff from Kalsi. Managed to find a gap in line, just about slotted in between Antrobus and Langford. But as they head back down towards Redgate Corner, it could all start to change again as the slipstream takes effect, bunches them all back together. They are now losing ground to Zihuai Wang, which actually is not a bad thing. That slightly adds one less complication to what is already a fairly fierce battle for the class lead. And as Wang gets away, Antrobus can now focus 100% of his attentions on keeping these cars behind him.
Best he can. Of course, he might have to have one eye fixated on trying to catch Zihuai Wang if he can, but of course he'll surely have in the back of his mind the logical part that he's not in this race, but then the race driver part thinks, well, I still want to win, at least outright, so he wants that kind of bragging right at least anyway. You're telling your racing driver not to go after a car that's even an invitation or not to go and pass in position. There's a small part of their brain that wants to ignore that in many cases. Just noticing as well on the front, if this you have, on Antrobus's car where he's got damage, there's something that seems to be dragging on the underside of it as well. It's just the piece of bodywork that's, we'll just see it there towards the front splitter. But it's not slowing him down because he's still got good pace as he turns his way out of the right-hander at Coppice, with Kamal Kalsi in lockstep behind him. And down the back straight towards the chicane they'll go, with about just under 6.5 minutes left in this third Super Cup race of the weekend. Turn the way out through the chicane, right and then left and back on the straight, and both Langford and Parham-Smith find the edge of the circuit, pushing a little too hard onto the exit of the chicane. Langford trying to shake off some of the dirt or something that he might have gathered from taking a little excursion off track. But the gap is now 1.2 seconds, and yeah, Wang's pace is not like taking him too far away. He's got a second's gap now, and Antrobus has got a tiny bit of breathing space in front to try and put in a couple of quicker laps to catch him. But at this point in time, Antrobus leads the train.
Smoke from Antrobus's car. That's an engine, isn't it? Smoke from Antrobus's car, and is he dropping oil? And it might be that bodywork. You know, that bodywork might have just got trapped underneath the right front wheel. That was a really bizarre situation. I thought at first it was engine, but I think it might have been bodywork rubbing on the tyre. And William Antrobus's disastrous weekend is going to end up without a visit to the podium. It's unbelievable how much misfortune he's had this weekend. But William Antrobus is in the gravel. He may well be able to rejoin from there, but of course any chance of winning the race is now gone, and I suspect he's going to have to bring that car to the attention of the team to get the problem fixed. So major drama for Antrobus, and yeah, I do think that might have been to do with that damage he's sustained on the front bodywork.
Well, either way, Antrobus out of the race, and not how he wanted his weekend to round off. He was hoping for a good result, but as you say, without a single podium finish, it's certainly one to have to look back on as a weekend that he would rather forget. And in terms of result-wise, he may well have to. So off the pit straight now, in terms of our Pro Class runners, if we move Zihuai Wang out of the equation, because he is currently the leader by 2.6 seconds in that Mark IV, it is now Kalsi who, in the next 4.5 minutes, if Friday stays where he is likely on course to become a hat-trick winner this weekend here at Donington Park, with Langford holding on ahead of Parham-Smith in third position. I think maybe the most frustrated, aside from Antrobus, of course, on that side of things, there'll be a couple of frustrated people in the Hills Motorsport camp. Kamal Kalsi won't be one of them. The other one probably will be Dan Parham-Smith, considering that he's been in positions more than once to possibly even get a victory and stay close at one point, and this will be, if he stays where he is, his second Pro Class podium of the weekend. But he'll be in positions where he felt like a win was definitely possible, because it was outstanding for him, and he was hoping to try and get that right. And he was quite quick in testing on Friday. He's going to make it stick in the races that we've had Saturday and Sunday so far. I mean, there's still 3 3/4 minutes to go, so anything could definitely happen. As we see Jim Barrett battling with Martin Tolley over positions, is over 11th place, and Tolley gets a decent run in the approach to Coppice, gets the overlap into the right-hander at Coppice, and makes the move stick to move up into one spot outside the fringes of the top 10.
Yes, he does. Meanwhile, Tom Langford not able to go with Kamal Kalsi here, is he? So it's now really about whether he can hold on to second position. Dan Parent-Smith closing in on him as we get confirmation that William Antrobus is out of the race. Didn't make it back to the pit lane, Will, so I'm not sure if he's still in the gravel down at the Old Hairpin, or whether he's at least been able to pull the car to a place of relative safety. But either way, Antrobus taking no further part in the race as Martin Tolley builds a gap now over Jim Barrett, who started on pole position, has fallen all the way down to 11th place. Now, yes, I know it was a reversed grid race, but he started on pole because he finished 6th in race 2. It's not like it was a top 12 reversal. So, yeah, maybe fighting some sort of an issue with his car, or just not enjoying the conditions out there at the moment. It is cooler, I think, than it has been at any other point this weekend. And a little bit of moisture in the air from time to time. Perhaps he's not enjoying that so much. Dan Parent-Smith, meanwhile, roams in behind Tom Langford as they turn up through Coppice Corner. Martin Tolley, get confirmation, gets another 5 seconds added onto his existing track limits time penalty. 10 seconds now to be added onto his race at the end, and that will drop him outside of the top 10 now, unfortunately. The leader, though, Zihuai Wang, comes through to start what will be his penultimate lap of the race. And Kamal Kalsi looks to have done enough at this stage to hold on to the victory in SuperCup. It's all about now this fight for second.
We'll check my lap times. Kalsi does a 1:21.8. He had 22 zeros from both Langford and Parent-Smith. Parent-Smith about half a tenth slower on that time, as Lee Sadler's also out of the race. So another Hills Motorsport car falls by the wayside, so it's not been, aside from Kamal Kalsi, it's not been one of the most luckiest weekends for the majority of the Hills Motorsport squad on that side. But Parent-Smith, of course, is on course to pick up another SuperCup Pro Class podium, so not all is bad. He did have the retirement from race 2 after the contact with Sam Middleton up at Redgate Corner. There he is, going through the Old Hairpin, chased by club class leader Steve Kite. And Langford gets a 5-second penalty for track limits. Now, he has been extending once or twice. I'd argue maybe a couple of them wasn't really quite there by choice. I think that 1 or 2 of them was right here at Redgate on the exit when he had Antrobus leaning on him, which he's allowed to do. But Langford essentially will have to resign himself for, well, will he be third place? Because looking at the gap, how far is he ahead of Middleton? No, he'll be dropped behind him and possibly even Steve Kite. So they won't lose it. He'll lose 2 Pro Class spots, because if it stays how it is, he'll drop behind Parent-Smith and Middleton, and also behind Kite as well. So it'll put it down to 6th overall and 5th in the Mark III SuperCup ranks. But it'll drop him down to 4th in the Pro Class. That's one to watch out for. He will unfortunately get the message that will make his heart sink as he goes down the pit straight and sees the electronic board on the above the gantry, wherever that may be. On to the last lap of the race we go, and Zihuai Wang with 2.1 seconds in hand in towards Redgate for the final time. It's Kalsi looking on course for a hat-trick. It's going to be at least some salvation for Hills Motorsport, a 1-2, while Antrobus has to lick his wounds and come back next time.
Yeah, a weekend to forget for Will Antrobus, definitely, who's doubling up in Ginetta racing this year in the Ginetta GT Championship, part of the British GT package, and he's been a front runner in that as well for the opening couple of rounds. So he'll be hoping that maybe that is going to see a slight upturn in fortunes when he's next out on track. That will likely come. In fact, no, that will be after the next SuperCup round, I suspect. So, leaders then up towards the top of the track for the last time. And it looks as though we're going to get our second Mark IV overall victory of the weekend. There is Zihuai Wang in the orange number 76 machine, the Porsche machine, which is seconds clear of Kamal Kalsi at this stage. And Kamal Kalsi likewise going to be on for a pretty comfortable victory in the SuperCup here. This will be his biggest winning margin in that class by quite some way of the 3 races this weekend. So Wang will come across the line to win overall, and Kamal Kalsi is going to finish second on the road but win in the MX-5 SuperCup, and that is a hat-trick of victories for Kamal, with Dan Parent-Smith that registered second in SuperCup because of the penalty for Langford. And in fact, Langford also falls behind Sam Middleton and Alistair Dendy in the end, so that was really costly for Langford, who is registered as 5th in SuperCup, 5th of the pro drivers in that race. Then Steve Kite comes through in 7th. There's the second of the Mark 4s, Ben Taylor. He's going to be 13th at the end of that one. Whilst Martin Tolley retired to the pit lane there at the beginning of the final lap. So Martin Tolley had picked up those 10 seconds of track limits penalties, but in the end had an even bigger delay when he came into the pits to retire. So that's a shame for Tolley, who is not going to be classified a finisher, just waiting for the last couple of cars to come through. The 16 of Richard Moore and the 60 of Jonathan Christie-Rundle. And once they've done so, that will be all of our, in the end, just 15 runners through at the end of the race. But they were led home by Zihuai Wang. Kamal Kalsi set the fastest lap on the final lap, interestingly, 21.5, which was a 10th and a half quicker than the previous best set by Zihuai Wang. So Kamal Kalsi just proving a point there at the end of the race, that he had what it took to... he could have beaten Wang if he needed to, but didn't need to in the end, and won the SuperCup part of the race by about 3 seconds by the end of the 20 minutes. So that's our last MX5 SuperCup action. We do have one more Mark 1 race to come a little bit later on this afternoon, and we've still got 5 more races to go here at Donington Park, so don't go anywhere. Plenty more action to bring your way. But the SuperCup drivers for the final time head down into the pit lane area, and the top 3 will line up next to Rob Lewis. We'll be able to have a chat with them. I'm sure it'll be a very happy overall race winner, Zihuai Wang. Al Kalsi is your winner in the MX5 SuperCup, and we'll be able to hear from him in a few moments.
Well, we've got our SuperCup top 3, obviously, with the Mark IV USA spec car. So we've got a worthy winner in Kamal Kalsi here for the SuperCup. Kamal, you've had a mega weekend.
It has been the best race weekend ever, I think. Probably the best weekend ever. I wouldn't say that to my wife, but it has been the best race weekend. And yeah, brilliant. Very, very good.
And would it be the best weekend if your wife's not listening?
It would be the best weekend by a long mile. Yeah, it's very good. Very, very good. Yeah, and
you've raced in the Mazda MX-5s for a few years, made your way up to the ranks, so to get to a weekend like this and have this weekend, does it just keep fueling the fire?
It's just plugging away at the small things. I think once you get to the sharper end, it's a small incremental steps. So yeah, absolutely brilliant. You know, it's been very, very good. And yeah, no, thank you for the team. Built an amazing car, and yeah, I'm just grateful to be able to race with all these guys.
Fantastic, congratulations there, Kamal Kalsi. And our second place man, Mr. Parent-Smith. I had a chat with you at race 1 yesterday. Didn't quite get there for race 2, but you're here on the podium again with a podium for Thomas Langford. How was that race for you? Was that a bit testy?
Yeah, it was really good, mate. You know, I started 15th, and to finish second from 15th is always good, isn't it? I don't think you've really got much better than that, except for P1. I knew Langford in front of me had a 5-second penalty. The team was saying on the pit board, so I just sort of backed off and made sure I didn't do any track limits, and got second position. So no, it was bang on.
Bang on, and it helps top up those championship points. Obviously, you've had a couple of issues this weekend, a few setbacks. The championship's charge still on?
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, 2 seconds. You can't do really much better than that except for 2 first. But no, from the DNF we had this morning, which is really unfortunate, I'm really happy with how the last race has gone.
Fantastic, and build for the next one.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Grand, congratulations there. That's our second place man, Mr. Parent-Smith. Now, where's our third place driver? He's hiding from me, Sam Middleton, who looked very happy, was revving the engine a bit when he came in. You quite happy with that?
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, first overall podium, first pro class podium. Yeah, I don't know what else to say.
It's a day of first, especially with Kamal Kalsi. He had his first overall win this weekend. That's got to be the next target, surely.
Yeah, I think so. I think this weekend's kind of showed that the car's got the pace. I've just about got the pace to hang it with these guys now, so I think hopefully going forward we'll see a few more of these, I think.
And it's frantic racing to the front as well. Proper one-make racing. Is that what brings you to the SuperCup?
Yeah, absolutely. Like that race there, I got a crap start. That's completely my fault, but to have such a good race all the way through the field, everyone's fair, most of the time it's clean. There's a couple of dodgy moments sometimes, but no, overall it's an amazing championship for racing.
Fantastic. I'm over the moon for you, Sam. Congratulations. His first podium in SuperCup. Ecstatic. We've got cars out onto the grid for the next race. That's going to be the last grid for the SuperCup this weekend. Our thank you to Clapham North for sponsoring the MX5 SuperCup. But they're heading home, and we've now got our friends from the Darlington and District Motor Club for their Northern Sports and Saloon Car Championship to take you through the grid on the standing start. Andy McEwen, Scott Woodward.
And we're ready to go then for our second DDMC, Darlington District Motor Club Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship race of the day. Scott Hubel's Peugeot starts from pole, despite the fact he didn't manage to win the race earlier on. He started race 1 from pole, but lost out early on to Mike Williamson and was never quite able to get on terms with him. Well, actually, that's not quite true, because he did catch Mike at one point, only to spin up at Coppice Corner, and then, unfortunately, wasn't able to quite catch him before the checkered flag. We've got a couple of cars that are either missing or at the very least late to the grid. Alex Prentice's VW Golf doesn't appear to have appeared. Doesn't appear to have turned up on the grid. We'll get to that in a moment. This is what the grid should look like. Scott Hubel and Mike Williamson row 1, with Prentice in theory starting alongside Dave Todd on row 2. Row 3, Colin Simpson and Michael Boak, but I don't see Colin Simpson's Marcos Mantis. Steve Kell and Chris Rees are next in line, and then Stevie McNabb and Colin Dunn complete the top 10 ahead of Phil Jordan and Gary Bowers. Skyong Lu is 13th alongside John Armstrong, with Robert Claxton and Stephen Rees on row 8. Row 9, Stephen Reed and Simon Baker. Row 10, Harry Price and Paul Lightburn, and Stuart Middleton 21st and last on the grid. But looking out of the window, we do not have Alex Prentice, we do not have Colin Simpson, and are we missing Steve Kell as well? Yeah, we are. So the outside of rows 2, 3 and 4, all empty, it would appear. And there may be a couple of gaps a little bit further down the order as well. Not so sure whether we've got a couple of others missing. So that's a shame, but we've got our two headline acts, if you like, from race 1. Scott Hubel's Peugeot and Mike Williamson's Mitsubishi Evo 4, who in the end were separated by 3 seconds, but that doesn't really tell the full story of that race. It was definitely advantage pace-wise for Hubel. And he will really want to try and get a better start in this one, if possible, in order to give Mike Williamson a bit more of a run for his money. So just waiting for the back of the grid to be formed. Race to get underway. It will be, well, I was told 15 minutes plus 1 lap. They didn't bother with the plus 1 lap earlier on. I don't know whether they're going to do it this time either. But in theory, according to the timetable, well, actually, according to the timetable, it's a 17-minute race, which would be about 15 minutes plus a lap. My grid sheet says 15 minutes plus a lap. The timing screen says 15 minutes only. So somewhere, one of those is right. I don't know which, but we'll just wait and see when the checkered flag comes out, I guess. So cars then released onto the green flag lap. Porsche 924, they don't see many of those these days, do you? Of John Armstrong, the number 25 car running in Class B. And you're never far away from a Mazda MX-5, are you? The number 53 car of Stephen Reed there just goes through shot with the Ford Fiesta XR2 of Simon Baker for company. Those two were pretty close at the end of the first race of the weekend, I seem to recall. So, Scott Hubel in the Peugeot. Well, just to sum up the confusion of how long this race is, I think that graphic at the bottom of the screen said all 3 of the possible lengths of races that I've seen for the DDMC. I think we're going to go with 15 minutes. That's what it says on the timing screen. And that's not a long time if you, as happened to Scott Hubel earlier on, if you get a bit of a bad start. Yes, I've seen Andrew Payne is here trying to be helpful as best he can. But yes, this timetable says 15 minutes plus a lap. The original timetable said 17 minutes, I'm pretty sure. No, that's me being thick. I'm not reading the timetable right. It says 15 minutes and 17 minutes. There you go. That's cleared that confusion up, hasn't it? Something around the 15-minute mark will be the length for the DDMC race. It was bang on 15 minutes earlier on. They didn't bother with that extra lap. So the the cars wind their way around the Donington Park National Circuit. And what do we expect from this one, Scott, then? Race 1 was pretty entertaining. Scott Hubel will feel that that was a race win that got away from him, won't he?
I was wondering how you're doing without Andrew Payne's help.
As well as I normally do with Andrew Payne's help, if I'm honest. But
right, okay. I won't continue that conversation any further then.
He's not quite put enough milk in my coffee either, if I was going to be really picky, but it's caffeinated.
There's never a moment when Andy McKee's complaining about isn't complaining about something.
It worked though. He's gone to put more milk in my coffee, so I've got a little bit of power over him.
Right,
That's good to know.
you add that to your rider for next time. We'll get back to this. It should be quite intriguing. Go back to more pressing matters, including the race that's about to start. Yeah, this should be intriguing. It's a rematch basically from race 1. Of course, we learned for the fact from spinning off at Coppice Corner that Peugeot is not four-wheel drive, it is rear-wheel drive, which I've never seen a rear-wheel drive Peugeot 205 before. No. That's the first for everything. But that Evo 4, and particularly also the Impreza that starts on the second row of the grid, anticipating that should absolutely fly off the line. I just noticed also, having come back from a very brief sort of step away from the microphone for a moment, there are one or two rather large holes in the grid from where other cars should be. So a bit of a gap from where cars were from before. But nonetheless, I think that's set to go for 15 minutes of plus one lap or 17 minutes, whatever we reach first, of DDMC racing. So we're missing the Marcos.
Yes, we are. Can Scott Hubel get a better start this time, or will the four-wheel drive Mitsubishi beat him into Redgate Corner? Let's find out. The red lights go out, and it's a much more even start, actually. In fact, Hubel is going to give Mike Williamson a bit of a race into Redgate Corner, but the Mitsubishi arrives at the braking zone just about ahead. Dave Todd holds on to third position, bit of leaning on each other going on further back, as Colin Dunn there nearly tangled with the BMW of Chris Rees going into the first turn, but it is, as it was in race 1, the Mitsubishi that leads down the hill by a smaller margin, though, I'd say, than he did in the first race of the day. And so Scott Hubel won't want to waste any time here. He'll want to get the lead away and build a margin so that he doesn't then have that sort of scramble to the line that he had in race number 1, where he was left trying to catch the Mitsubishi after his spin up at the next corner at Coppice. He might even think about making an overtake into Coppice this time by Scott Hubel. He was certainly quicker through Macleans, but no, not quite close enough into the next right-hander. Todd is next, ahead of Michael Boak and Stevie McNabb, who's got ahead of Chris Rees by the looks of it. Rees we saw getting levered aside by the Clio of Colin Dunn at the first corner. Leaders, though, head down towards the chicane, and, well, actually, Scott Hubel not quite as quick as Mike Williamson down the straight. This isn't going to be an easy pass, is it?
No, but given the fact he was quicker later in the race, means he's maybe just winding up for it. The normal time screen is not the last lap of the race after one lap. That's just a bit of a reset that our producer will have to do on the timing graphics. So ignore the one. It's definitely 13.5 minutes to go as they close. We've got more Mazda MX-5 action, but not the ones you think. Got two MX-5s all over each other there. That was between 10 and 53. That being car 10 being the Mark 1 of Paul Lightburn and 53 being Stephen Reed. Those two swapping places for what eventually became 15th position, with Reed ahead of Lightburn now. 3-car battle going on here as well on this second lap with the Porsche 924 of John Armstrong backing away with the Fiesta Mark II, which is being run by Simon Baker. And then we've got the Golf and another of the MX-5s in the field. And MX-5 scything up the inside of the Golf and not really giving a choice for that Golf to make it through. That was Claxton in 251. Meanwhile, the leader, Mike Williamson, still has Scott Hubel for close attention. Evo versus Peugeot down the back straight. Puff of smoke as he grabs another gear down the back straight towards the chicane. And yeah, the Evo does have the straight line punch, but on the corners, at least in particular the braking, so that's where the Peugeot will gather it back up. Case in point, slightly wavering, slightly more clumsy through the chicane, through the corners as the Evo, but that little Peugeot certainly has plenty of agility to try and keep up with him. And case in point, just by only a tenth or so, sets the fastest lap of the race. That's exactly
Some good scraps going on up and down the order. Are any of those for a class lead? No, but second place in Class B is what Todd and Boak are scrapping over. Then the Class C leading Honda of Stevie McNabb has got the Class B BMW behind him of Chris Rees, who's back ahead of Colin Dunn now after their little trading of paint on the first corner. But not yet able to get back ahead of the Honda Civic, although Rees closing in now as they head up towards Macleans. Front-wheel drive Civic, rear-wheel drive BMW, and it is the Civic who stays in front for the time being. So around Coppice corner, the trio head, with 8.5 minutes of the race remaining. These three pretty evenly matched, it would seem, in straight lines, so it's going to be a tougher pass, perhaps, for Rees to make. Thinks about the inside of the chicane, but the Civic just about keeps the advantage for now as they come through to complete the 5th lap of the race.
And now that Hubel is in front, you can see now that there is more advantage because his last lap was a 1:16.8 compared to a 1:17.2. So that's looking pretty stronger for him. Looking to the outside is the BMW, number 77, Chris Rees, trying to get a move on the defending DDMC champion, which is the number 1 Honda Civic Type R EP3 of Stevie McNabb. And they've also got for attention Colin Dunn, who's having his second day of racing after completing the pair of Silver Lake Production Cup races yesterday, and also doing some fun out in the DDMC run. There he is in the Clio, number 19. And this is a battle overall for 5th, 6th and 7th behind the two sort of pairs of cars that are battling amongst each other. 2 more cars further in the field. There is the rather kind of vibrant and jazzy looking number 6, which is the Mini Cooper of Harry Price, which is running in Class D, running second to the leader in that class, which is the number 33 Ford Fiesta of Baker, Simon Baker. Down the back straight they come once again. Just gone past half distance in this race. There goes Williamson. In fact, now that Hubel has been completely released, that gap is substantially up. But last lap for Williamson was a 1:20.7. He lost 3 seconds. So not comfortable at all in terms of the pace he's got right now midway through. I don't know whether it's tyres or just trying to manage the car through the field, but Hubel's car seems to have better agility but able to keep its pace longer, because Williamson had a similar thing in race 1 earlier on, if you remember, where he had decent enough pace to begin with, but then fell off in the second half of the race and started making more mistakes. Whether it is tyres or setup or the temperature or track conditions are changing enough to affect the Evo, whether it's the 4-wheel drive having an issue with how much it's using its tyres or the way it's using its tyres because of that system, who knows? But Hubel definitely has pace advantage, and the little agile little Peugeot is then improving its overall pace. You don't have to have all the power on the straights to be able to be the fastest car on track.
No, definitely not. Even on a high average speed circuit such as this one, it is all about momentum, as we've said in a few of the other races earlier on in the day. A lot of damage there to the side of Saikong Lu's clear. Remember, he went off at the chicane, didn't he, in the first race and clattered into the tyre stack, so that'll be a legacy of that. At least they've been able to get the car out there for this second race then. So now the question, I guess, is whether Mike Williamson's second position is safe, and more to the point, his class lead. He's in the same class as Dave Todd and Michael Boak behind him. But on the previous lap, they were both quicker than him. Let's see what the lap time comparison is this time. The Mitsubishi comes through, does a 1:19.0. In the end, 4 tenths quicker that time than Todd. Boak the quickest of the 3, but only fractionally, so maybe it was just an off lap for Williamson last time by. Nips up the inside of the XR2 of Simon Baker. Sets back off down the crane of curves. There is Scott Hubel with this ever-increasing lead, 5.7 seconds. A lot of traffic now, though, for Williamson to deal with, so this could be an opportunity for Todd and Boak to start eating into that advantage a bit more.
Certainly so, particularly he's trying to work his way through. And Hubel's advantage, of course, is now 5.7 seconds. He's pulled quite clear. Just him flashing through the shot there, that flash of white that you saw on the screen, was Scott Hubel's Peugeot. So now we're on to less than 5 minutes to go left, so it's 15 minutes plus 1 lap, so we'll see what they manage this time by. I wonder if they might well just scrub, guaranteed to scrub the 1 lap off, but they only managed just 15 minutes in that first race and didn't do the plus 1 lap, so I'll be intrigued to see how they work it this time, particularly as we are still a little bit behind time. It's currently almost 5 o'clock, and the next race is due to start pretty much in about 3 minutes or so. So we're getting near to back on timetable, because we're kind of just not even using any of the clear-up time. This is pretty straightforward races are getting through and the next one's ready to go. I imagine as we speak the MX-5s are already lined up in assembly, ready to rumble. As the leaders come back through, 4 minutes 19, looking at lap times, and Williamson was quicker than Todd, although unless Boak's had a mistake somewhere or his transponder's not coming through properly, he's not showing as having come through this time. That's the reason why he's off the road, and that is him pulling off with an issue in the race he won Golf. So unfortunately, the Mark III Golf has hit trouble, and no kind of actual physical damage. Looks like it's mechanical problems that have pulled him to the side. So unfortunately, what was looking decent for Boak has now decided to completely expire, and unfortunately that will mean he will not gain any points to his class or a finish from what would have been well, he was leading. He wasn't leading Class B because he was in third place anyway. So Boak being pushed away. That means now that Todd will look to be on a completely unchallenged second place in class, whilst he tries to, but he's currently failing to, close down leader Williamson.
Yes, indeed. So there is Chris Rees in his BMW, still keeping Stevie McNabb honest. Stevie bounces the Civic over the curb up through Coppice Corner. But McNabb just had a slightly better run through that bit of traffic, I think, than Rees, although the BMW maybe now starting to edge closer again down the back straight towards the braking zone at the chicane. Past the stricken car of Michael Boak, then, that's going no further in this race. And there the MX-5 that they just put a lap on. Runs a bit wide over the exit curb. Colin Dunn in his Renault Clio has sort of fallen adrift now of these two, who are side by side into Redgate Corner. Rees to the outside into the turn, but Stevie McNabb defended the inside. Does look though to me as though in the second half of the race the pendulum of pace is swinging back in the favour of the BMW. These two run in different classes. Rees Class B, McNabb in Class C, but it's for 4th place overall, and they'd both like to get that 4th place overall if possible, and Rees at the moment will be thinking that he's got half a chance. The BMW looks the quicker of the two.
So he's trying his best to find a way through with just over 2 minutes to go on the clock. Up through Macleans they come, the rear-wheel drive BMW against the front-wheel drive EP3 Type R. Coming up the hill towards Coppice. Always an interesting corner, Coppice. It's basically you turn in right at the top of the crest, and it's a blind apex. So you just have to kind of trust how much grip and front end your car's got in order to hit that apex and let it early apex to go through. Meanwhile, the leader, Scott Hoover, I wonder why he was going to the inside line. He must have been overtaking somebody. He was. He's putting a lap on 2 cars, in fact. That's the Mini Cooper of Harry Price, and then the Mazda MX-5 that was, I think, directly in front of him, which is of, yes, that was number 10, which is Paul Lightburn, which is in the M class, which I think is for, I'm guessing it must be for Mazdas in that sense. Down the hill they come. There is a distant second place man of Mike Williamson in that Evo 4. As I said earlier on, it's not often you see full stop Evos running in club racing. It's an Evo 4 that's being run and run well, or in fact most part Super Imprezas. Their 2 cars don't really get too much track race, and they're more kind of synonymous with being rallied in many ways. So we're seeing here this battle still going on for 4th overall. Not for class, because Stephen McNabb is in Class C and Chris Rees is in Class B in that 135M. As they come towards the, what I'm going to, tends to be say is the last lap of the race, because it says 15 minutes plus 1 lap, but when we ended the first race we expected the 1 lap, but the checkered flag came out. So I think we'll tentatively say provisionally it is the last lap of the race, unless they come through we see a checkered flag. The next time by, whether we see the appearance of said checkered flag will tell us whether or not it's actually true this time, or if they're sticking to 15 minutes.
Yes, we're in the closing stages of this second DDMC Northern Saloon Sports Car Championship race. Just how close to the end we are awaits to be seen. So a little battle comes down towards Redgate Corner here. This is the Mini looking to try and make a move. Quite close enough to do so. They're just about to go a lap down to the 3rd place Subaru Impreza of Dave Todd. One stage was catching Mike Williamson quite quickly. Was looking forward to a Mitsubishi versus Subaru battle for class honours, but looks like it is going to go the way of the Mitsubishi Evo 4. The Subaru, which is such a striking, distinctive shape, makes its way out of the Old Hairpin and heads up towards Macleans for the final time, question mark. Scott Hubel is accelerating out of Coppice though. The time has ticked down to 0. He's got an 11 and a bit second lead over Mike Williamson. And Scott Hubel may well be about to see the checkered flag then. Turns his way through the final chicane, accelerates towards the line. Is he greeted by a checkered flag? Answer, no. Okay, so they really are trying to confuse us, and it's working, because they are going to give them the extra lap this time. Maybe it's because they had a couple of cars to recover after the race earlier on, although we do have Michael Boak's VW Golf that needs to be picked up from the chicane. But anyway, one more time around the Donington National Circuit. Doubt much is going to change, but it would be quite cruel, wouldn't it, if someone ran into an issue now on this final lap, especially if it were to cost them a decent position within their class.
You're really trying to tap up a commentator's curse, aren't you? In that sense, if someone that happens. There is third place man Dave Todd. He's quite a quiet race in that Subaru Impreza, Gulf liveried Subaru Impreza through the Craner curves. Yeah, so probably the reason why they don't run Evas in the Imprezas before is, one, the good condition ones tend to be quite high value. At the same time, four-wheel drive sometimes never tends to be a favoured drivetrain for many people, unless it's a car they really want to run. Because either front-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive, you save a lot of weight, whereas four-wheel drive cars carry more weight because you have obviously a bigger transmission to work for both driving the front and rear wheels in that sense. But don't have to wait too long to see if this race is underway, because we're certain to see a checker flag this time. And after looping it around at Coppice this time by, no problems with the Peugeot, he's about to head to victory lane for the first time this weekend. Yep,
Scott Hubel then out of the final corner, does get the job done in race 2 for the Darlington District Motor Club Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship. Wins race 2 here at Donington Park. Mike Williamson will be a fairly distant second place. Here he comes, but it's still going to be a winning Class B for Williamson. So could have been a lot worse. He has backed off, I think, on this final lap. Dave Todd looks a little bit closer now in the Subaru. He will be second in Class B. Yeah, it was quite a slow last lap that for Williamson, but managed the gap and holds on to the class win. It will also be a class win for Stevie McNabb in the Honda Civic, who's got away look from Chris Rees, who potentially slowed there on the run through the final couple of corners, but the BMW man comes through third in Class B. Oh, and look at this side-by-side through the final chicane. The number 10 is the Paul Lightburn Mazda MX-5, and he's just going to get the better of the Mini of Harry Price. Those two were battling for position all race long for 15th spot. They do run in different classes, but next to nothing to choose between them pace-wise. This is an entertaining scrap as well. The 25 Porsche 924. We've had a change here, have we? No, not according to the time. No, there were laps between those cars, actually. So the Porsche ends up 4th in Class B. But there was a class winner in there, actually, the Class M class winner, which was for Mazda MX-5s, I believe. And it was the 1-2-3 car of Stephen Rees who managed to get the class win. So just waiting for... In fact, no, that was the last of the finishers home. So our final DDMC race of the day is done. We've got 4 more races to come your way. Next up, Mazda MX-5s, but first, the result of the Sports Saloon race. Scott Hubel, the winner, Mike Williamson second, Dave Todd third, and 4th position, Stevie McNabb ahead of Chris Rees, with Colin Dunn, Gary Bowers, Phil Jordan, John Armstrong and Robert Claxton completing the top 10. Stephen Rees and Simon Baker outside that top 10 even. Then Saikong Liu, who got to the end of that race unscathed in the Renault Clio, Stephen Reed, Paul Lightburn and Harry Price, whilst Michael Boak unfortunately retired from a promising position at the chicane. Stuart Middleton, also quite an early retiree, pulling the Honda Civic into the pit lane. So the drivers head back down into the pit lane area. There they are, right on cue. Scott Hubel arrives quite a long way in front of anyone else, and that's fitting considering he won that race by 16 seconds, and he is already back in the pit lane. So eager is he to speak to Rob Lewis, and that's something he'll be able to do in just a few moments' time.
Well, first of all, Mike Williamson's just got a bit mixed up. He's parked in the 3rd place spot, but never mind. A great win here by Scott Hubel, who gets himself de-helmeted before he gets out of the car, and nice and sensible. I didn't actually realise before they left, this is a proper, genuine T16 rear engine, no?
No, it's not. No, it's one I built in my shed.
One you built in your shed?
Yeah, it's only 2-wheel drive.
Only 2-wheel drive?
One's 4-wheel drive.
Obviously taking the inspiration from a T16, right?
Yeah, I tried to get as close as possible with the bits I had. I love it.
After, let's call it a faux pas in race 1, you certainly made up for it in race 2. How good did that feel?
Very good. Talent stayed where it was supposed to stay this time, which was a bonus. But yeah, it got a bit lonely. I was missing him. I nearly thought about having a spin around just right
Just to coax him back in?
Yeah. Well, no, brilliant.
Scott, congratulations. Mega performance, mega car. I love a 205. Look how beautiful this car is. They certainly built some beautiful cars in the Darlington and District Motor Club. Let's have a word with our second place man, not the third place as the board suggests. You parked in the wrong area first of all, Mike, but you couldn't quite keep up with Scott this time.
No, he had the jump on me this time. Once them slicks came alive, he was away. So he's a very, very, very fast car. I only needed to win the class, so that's what we've done. So I'm happy.
But you've won your class both times. You've had an overall win and you've had a class win, second place. Great weekend.
Absolutely fantastic weekend. Car's been faultless, team's been great, the race family's been great, you guys have been great, the track's been great. What more can I say? Yeah, absolutely delighted.
Grand Slam, congratulations, Mike. Superb. What a gentleman, and again, beautiful car, an Evo 4. They're just gorgeous. And let's have a word with our third place man in an equally gorgeous Subaru Impreza. Congratulations, third place overall.
Yeah, it was hard work, very hard work. I didn't know whether I was third or not, to be honest. But yeah, so yeah, I don't know what to say.
You're genuinely gobsmacked.
Yeah, I am, to be fair, because I've had a third overall at Mallory. Yeah, the car's not very much power, but it handles quite well. So
you were certainly giving it your own out there against much more powerful cars. I mean, what is the spec of this car? Is it Group N, a little bit more?
No, yeah, probably a bit standard really. It's got some decent brakes on it. Engine's 330 horsepower really, so but it's all standard engine, standard turbo. So yeah, it's just the handle well done on the Subaru straight out of the tin. So yeah, I'm chuffed to bits with it really. So
congratulations, fantastic third place overall in what is not quite production, but a near as damn it production car. That has been the Darlington and District Northern Saloon and Sports Car Championship. Great to have them on the BRSCC package and on the live stream. Safe trip home from those guys, and we have got Mazda MX-5s out on the grid now, quite a large grid, and we will see the final showdown between Luke Souch and Charlie Snell this weekend to see who comes out on top here. And of course there is the actual MX-5 Championship to sort out too. So to take you through the grid to see if Adam Sparrow can do the three-peat, back to the commentary box. Scott to Andy.
Thank you very much, Rob. Thanks to our DDMC competitors for entertaining us today here at Donington Park. And for the third time this weekend, the AD Modular and Thermal Road Mazda MX-5 Championship heads off for its final formation lap, at least regularly formation lap of the weekend. We get set, and you can see in set there just on screen, two cars in focus that we're particularly focusing on, 291 Luke Souch and 342 Charlie Snell. It's 3-1 in terms of on-track victories, but in terms of whatever the point system is, we haven't quite seen that information. I think my colleague Mr. McEwen has that, but he's currently grabbing some more grids before we get to our race later on. So, the grid for our third and final AD Modular Mazda MX-5 Championship race looks as follows. It's Adam Sparrow who starts on pole position with Steve Foden alongside him. If that's not a tasty prospect for the front row down towards turn one, you tell me otherwise. Mike Taylor starts on the second row alongside Paul Simard with Adam Craig and Steve Bartlett on the third row. Then Neil Chisnell, who had a time penalty earlier on after he finished first on the road but dropped back with 10 seconds worth of time penalties. He's fourth on the fourth row of the grid alongside Paul Bateman. Then Jason Greatrex and Chris Wright round out the top 10, followed by Chris Thelwell and Peter Williams. Then it's Harry Storer, who had quite an eventful race earlier on, alongside Dennis Pillamonkin starting on the 7th row. Daniel Lengyel, and then crucially Luke Souch starting 16th, ahead of Charlie Snell 17th on the grid with Richard Bartlett alongside him. Top 20 completed by Joshua Pato and Tim Storer after he and Simon Privet came together on the first start on the pit straight, and it's Tim Storer starting 20th. Andrew Gilligan is 21st alongside David Scullett, then Dev Singal and Simon Privet after he climbed through the order, and then Ollie Walden came off the road up at, I think it was the Old Hairpin in 25th position. Now the three cars that had the incident that brought out the red flag, which is Bo Parry, Matthew McCluskey, who almost certainly will not be on this grid, and Bradley McLagan. We hope possibly that Bo Parry and Bradley McLagan will be there. If they are, we should see the predominantly grey ex-John Langridge car, if I'm correct, for Bo Parry, with my memory going much longer, on the 13th row of the grid in 26th, and the bright orange car of Bradley McLagan a row back, and there should be a vacant spot with Matthew McCluskey's car, because by some miracle that car is there. That will be some feat of repair, but I can see it isn't, and also that we do currently have Bo Parry and Bradley McLagan, which means that we have 27 of those 28 qualifiers as starters from the first two races. Adam Sparrow now, of course, has 2 of the 3 race victories in the mix. Of course, Steve Foden has his best starting position, I think, of the weekend from the front row. And we know, of course, from history, Andy McEwen, that Adam Sparrow and Steve Foden are friendly perennial rivals in this championship and have been for the last couple of years. Of course, it was the year in which Steve Foden won the championship. I think it was that he and at least Adam Sparrow were fighting for the title in that year, which Steve Foden picked it up, and Sparrow's on a course to try and win this one. But on the front row of the grid, this could be quite an intense showdown towards turn 1. But of course, the more intense battle is that BRSCC scrap between Luke Snell and Charlie Snell. 3-1 to Luke, but the points might decide everything, regardless of who finishes where.
Yeah, well, funnily you should say that. Marcus Hesketh has just sent me the updated points. Lowest score wins. I'm not going to ask him what his formula is. Luke is on 62 points and Charlie on 68, so it's pretty close. Only 4 between them as the final MX5 race of the weekend gets underway, and it is going to be neck and neck, I think, between Sparrow and Foden. Foden, if anything, getting his nose ahead. In fact, gets his whole car ahead on the run into Redgate Corner, and doesn't even feel the need to defend the inside line. So very strong performance under acceleration off the grid there for Foden. A couple of them wide through the gravel, more than a couple go wide through the gravel, but thankfully not such a dramatic first corner as we had in race number 2 of the weekend. Down the hill then, Sparrow under a bit of threat here. Foden perhaps getting away slightly, and Sparrow's got it all wrong at the Old Hairpin. Goes wide over the exit curb. Through on the inside goes Michael Taylor and a few others, and that is a very uncharacteristic mistake for Adam Sparrow.
Yeah, he's lost out to Taylor, to Steve Bartlett, to Paul Simard and to Adam Craig all in one fell swoop. So he's down to 6 positions. They come up towards Macleans for the first time. Taylor's the one going wayward through the apex there, and he's out. You see Adam Sparrow's also now falling right into the clutches of a trio of cars behind him, trying to also pick up a place. That is Harry Storer, Paul Bateman, and also Jason Greytrek. So if he's not careful, he's marching his way towards the back of the top 10 almost by the time they get to the end of lap number 1. And the second group of cars looks like it's headed, I can't quite see exactly who it's headed by, but it's in there from 10th position backwards. Meanwhile, Steve Foden, looking at Steve Foden of old, who's now trying to pull away quite substantially. Taylor leads the group for second place through the chicane in pursuit, with Adam Sparrow right at the back of that group. And the next group is now headed by, we can see now, that is the number 12, I think. Oh, is it 17? One of the two. No, 121, which is Daniel Lengyel, and also in there 62, Chris Wright. So that's who's grabbing that next group for 10th and 11th, side by side for third, second place between Mike Taylor and Steve Bartlett, and Mike Taylor's the one that gets edged out over the AstroTurf. I can see also that Adam Craig and Neil Chisler are scuffling, as well. That's Adam Craig and Adam Sparrow's in there as well. He's picked up 1 place from Taylor's excursion exiting Redgate, a 2nd place getting past Adam Craig before they turn into the Old Hairpin, and they're all trying to get away from that 3-car group that's led by Paul Bateman for 7th, 8th and 9th. The rest of the pack goes streaming through line astern. Now what about the battle between Charlie and Luke? Now Luke is 15th, and I would put Charlie roughly round about, where is he? 21st. Not a great start for Charlie. Being worked out wide, and working out wide there was, well, no choice. Steve Bartlett, he was edged out by a sideways Paul Simard. They're all over each other. Looks like Sparrow's picked about 203 more spots in towards Coppice Corner. He's up to now, what's that, 3rd place now as he's gone through, where he was 6th or 7th at one point. It's all pretty much kicking off, but as it does so, Steve Foden, looking like Steve Foden of old, out in front by, well, that ain't 1.4 seconds anymore.
Well, no, that's a lot more than that, I would say, and it's very, very rare that you get a driver able to do this, isn't it? Get to the front of these Mazda MX-5 races and pull away, but it's the thing about Steve, isn't it? When he gets out in front, he is quite good at getting his head down, and on raw pace, he's often tough to beat. Yes, he's been helped by the fact they've been fighting behind, though, so we'll wait and see now whether Chisnell and Sparrow, who worked well together, remember, for much of the second race earlier on today, whether they can do the same now and start to bridge the gap to the leading car. Nearly 2.4 seconds the advantage for Foden at the end of lap number 2. Chisnell 2nd, Sparrow 3rd, Craig 4th, as there goes Luke Souch. So it's a point per position, basically. So whatever position they finish in, that's how many points they score, hence why lowest score wins. And so Charlie would have to beat Luke by 7 positions in this race, which I find unlikely. Someone off at the top of the hill, Scott.
Ooh, yeah.
Still someone having an off at the top of the hill. 178. Andrew Gilligan with the world's longest accident, which is still sort of going on as he rolls backwards down the hill, selects first gear and rejoins at the back of the pack.
Good advert for AD Modular, though, was on the side of that car. So,
Yes.
been the title sponsor, but not quite the way you would have wanted to advertise it in that sense. Meanwhile, back towards the front, Steve Foden's gap is now 2.3 seconds at the line last time by, and there was a tight nose-to-tail scrap going on there between Neil Chisnell and Adam Sparrow for 2nd place. Adam Craig trying to go with them. The key thing is going to be is whether or not Foden keep this gap of 2.3 seconds, or whether there could be a temporary truce between Chisnell and Sparrow, which there seems to be. They seem to be working together as they were in race 2, but doing that for Chisnell's not going to help matters unless Sparrow gives him the physical push up the road. And it is working even though with that, because by 0.003 of a second, Sparrow took the fastest lap of the race, and they're both lapping pretty similarly compared to a 1:24.0, 1:23.5 each for Chisnall and Sparrow. So they gained half a second, got the gap down to 1.9 as Mike Taylor has a very tentative lean, sort of just expect tapping the rear bumper to see Paul Simard, he's there, and more than that, he's gone alongside him to effectively force his way through to fourth, and it's brought Steve Bartlett with him. So position changes to plenty towards the front, but the key task now is the 15 minutes to go. How much ground, how quickly can Neil Chisnall and Adam Sparrow work together to reel in leader Steve Foden and make it a 3-car fight for the lead in a few laps' time?
Yeah, there's something about these two drivers, isn't there, where Sparrow and Chisnall, they do seem to work very well together. Did so in that race earlier on, as I said, as there's a lunge to the inside from Steve Bartlett. And I think that's going to yield a position as he's given a bit of assistance from Paul Simard. That's Michael Taylor that they are battling, and Michael Taylor in the AB Motorsport car gets levered aside up at the top of the hill. And as often is the case in MX5 racing, you get freight trained. You lose one position, you're probably going to lose 2 or 3, if not more. There is Steve Foden. Well, he's hoping that doesn't happen to him, but it's looking increasingly likely that he's going to have a fight on his hands here because Chisnall and Sparrow are catching him. That gap was 1.9 seconds first to second at the beginning of the lap. It is now 0.8, and it's another new fastest lap for Sparrow, which is, I believe, in this championship worth a bonus point as well, which will all help the championship leader, who's had a good weekend so far. 2 race victories from 2 races. But is he now going to be able to claim the hat-trick to beat Steve Foden? Is going to take some doing, but they've definitely got the pace, those two. And they have been able to close up now to within slipstreaming range, more or less, of the race leader. There goes Luke Souch in the 291 car, turning his way through Redgate Corner. Luke in 18th position. Charlie Snell is now only a couple of positions behind him, but he's a couple of seconds behind him as well. So maybe Luke will just slow down a bit to give us a bit of entertainment, as if this race isn't going to be entertaining enough. I'm pretty sure it will be, but it could well be that those two still find themselves together before the end of the 20 minutes.
You seriously suggest that Luke is going to slow down for Charlie Snell? No chance whatsoever.
Well, no, maybe not for Charlie's benefit, but you know, Charlie's raw pace might carry him onto the tail of Luke by the end of the race. You never know.
Absolutely, have to wait and see. That's a bit further back. There's Bo Parry, who at one point, particularly in Clubman circles, but also at some stages in the MX5 Championship, he was quite a front runner, but he's got some work to do to try and get a bit further up the order. He is currently now just got past Chris Thelwell. That will put him, but him and Dev Singal have moved up before them. Now then, it's on now, because we said how long is it going to take them to catch Steve Foden. With the benefit of working together, not very long. It's now down towards the pit straight, 3 for the lead. The huge pack of 6 cars behind will scrap for 4th, but down towards Redgate for the 6th time of asking. Chisnall now deciding to prepare to put Foden under pressure. A little move under behind him on the run towards the braking zone, just to try and put himself a little bit in Foden's mirrors to try and distract him as they come through, out through Hollywood, down the Craner curves they'll go. I wonder how tempting Chisnall's going to be to try and send this one up the inside if he's close enough. A little twitch on the apex, but he might just hold back. He thought about it, just momentarily, ever so slightly, just peeked out to have a look and put himself into Foden's mirrors to try and distract him a little bit. Sparrow still keeping both of them honest as they come through Starkeys, up through Schwanz and looking up the outside for Schwanz, which are given the inside for Macleans, or the inside for Schwanz, outside for Macleans, if I go the other way around. And he's not giving it up. He's going around the outside of Maclean's corner. He'll be there for Coppice, and here comes Sparrow trying to follow him through. He's got a blockade in front of him here as Foden goes back to try and reclaim his pace at the apex of the next right-hander. It opens the door up now for Adam Sparrow. I think the truce is well and truly gone. He might go for the 2-1 if Foden's not careful, and neither is Chisnall. Now Foden chooses which his drafting partner is going to be. He goes for Sparrow because he knows he has to defend the inside from Chisnall, who will still keep coming. Tries to look on the outside and brake later. They all slot back into line before they turn into the apex of the corner. It's back as they were before a lap ago, but this battle with 11.5 minutes to go is just hotting up a little bit, but there's arms out of the cockpit, but what for?
Yellow flag I think I spotted down at Redgate, but I'm not entirely sure what for. There's a green flag showing on the timing screen. Do we have flags in the marshal's post? That was all a bit bizarre, wasn't it? Something strange going on coming out of the final chicane. Anyway, no interruption to the race. The safety car's not coming out, and I don't see any yellow flags at Redgate Corner, so a bit of a mystery as to what that was. No, there we go. They might have been recovering a car or something, maybe, because they were closing the gate up at Redgate that is used to access the paddock, but no one appears to have stopped. Charlie Snell.
Oh.
Charlie Snell has not come through this time around, so I think he might have pulled over at Redgate Corner. Meanwhile, for the race lead, Foden and Chisnell battling again, and Neil Chisnell this time has cleared Steve Foden on the run up the hill towards Maclean's Corner. So Chisnell the leader, and can Sparrow now go second place? He's up the inside of Foden. They're banging wheels as they head towards Coppice Corner. Sparrow late on the brakes. These are the top 2 drivers in the championship, remember, and they are absolutely holding no bars here as they head out through Coppice Corner. But this might just allow Neil Chisnell to make a bit of a break. Foden slots back across in front of Sparrow, who I think realises this and now thinks, oh, okay, well, maybe I'll work with you for a few laps, Steve, to make sure that Neil Chisnell doesn't get too far away from us.
If they're not careful, they can continue scrapping. They can also see in their mirrors that next group of 4 cars has broken away from the trio that was catching them, which is Greytrex, Bateman and Harry Storer. They might start to get closer if they're not too careful. Chisnell now, of course, enjoying his new lead as they come into Redgate for the 8th time. 7 laps in the books. Not quite, just gone past half distance, so 9 3/4 minutes to go. And Chisnell's lead is very short-lived because Foden has actually left and abandoned Sparrow now, right onto Chisnell's tail, down towards the Old Hairpin again, trying to challenge for the lead. Sparrow hasn't taken a turn in the lead yet, and if he's not careful, if he doesn't keep up with the top 2, he will start to fall backwards further away towards the next group behind him, which is headed by Simard, Taylor, Bartlett and Co. With Greytrex in there as well. Those 4 cars in there too. There's confirmation, unfortunately, that Charlie Snell is out of the race, which essentially means that the trophy is going to go to, and the bragging rights, to Luke Souch. I'm sure that Charlie won't hear the end of that in the office tomorrow morning.
None of us will.
None of us will at all.
None of us will.
That we all over social media as well, I guarantee. And Charlie will probably guarantee that he was robbed, but debatable. Now back towards the leaders, onto our race here for trophy that's actually going for the fastest drivers in the field, in the mix. Politely. Down towards the chicane they go. Foden's not wasting any time either. Up the inside, later on the brakes. Thank you very much. Up into the lead he goes again, but Chisnell won't let him have it that easy. Neither will Sparrow. And look, they're dicey amongst each other, but that's not going to help because the harder these 3 keep on battling, the more it brings these 4 back into play. They're literally tapping wing mirrors on this approach down towards Redgate, and there was contact there. Chisnell tries to sweep back to the outside to take the racing line, but throws the block as a result on Sparrow. He might look for the up and under on both of them. Chisnell's out wide and will lose second to Sparrow. He locks in behind Foden and almost lost it, but Chisnell's got a side draft down the hill through Hollywood into the Crane Curves, but he slots in behind the silver and orange machine. Sparrow's not brave enough to go diving up the inside into the Old Hairpin, but it has now brought in these 3. Simard, Taylor and Steve Bartlett are all in the mix now. It's 6 of them for the lead with 8 minutes to go, and this could be quite a tasty prospect because it might not be these 3. In fact, Chisnell might be looking in his mirrors and thinking, oh no, not you 3, I was busy enough watching these 2 in front of me.
Yeah, they had such a lead, didn't they, over that next group of cars? Only a handful of laps ago, and now you're absolutely right. They're all together. Simard set the fastest lap last time by as he started to get a whiff of the slipstream from the cars ahead. So the number 52 car now steals the fastest lap away, and will now try and steal a podium place away, perhaps from Neil Chisnell as they head down the exhibition straight for the 9th time. Foden then moves to cover the inside line. Sparrow takes the middle ground. Chisnell takes the wider line into the chicane, and he'll be hoping he can use that to get a good exit. But now you really don't want to pull out to the outside, do you? Because you run the risk of losing a whole heap of positions if you get hung out to dry. So everyone hugs the white line. Chisnell is going to venture to the outside. How late on the brakes can he be? Does he try and go around the outside of Sparrow or cut back to the inside? Well, he can't do that because Simard has predictably filled that gap to the inside line. And Paul Simard now going for 3rd position. Might well bring with him Michael Taylor in the black number 11 car, which he has. So Taylor gets alongside Chisnell. And that was exactly my fear. If you go to the outside line, you're almost certainly going to lose a couple of positions.
And he has. So he's down to 5th. He might lose 6th if Bartlett also gets his tail up and goes through. Decent speed and momentum off the corner for Chisnell, but he finds his way blocked by Taylor's black and orange machine. He might well try the same tactic he tried before with Foden, look to the outside line, as now Sparrow is kind of deciding he doesn't want to play with Foden anymore, nicely at least. He wants to try and get through, but Simard will also be really pressing. Chisnell almost giving Taylor a bit of a push to try and get back up there with the top 3. Into Coppice to go at the top of the hill. Bartlett's also locking himself into this 6-pack now as they come back through Coppice Corner. Wide there for Taylor and dropping a tyre and then the entire car off the road. That loses him momentum and a place or two, because back through goes Chisnell and also through goes Bartlett. And he's now at the back, and Adam Craig's not far away either. Spotted his green and yellow car in the background too. Under brakes into the chicane. They gently flick the tyre stacks right and left back onto the pit straight again. And there is Adam Craig in P7. Watch for him. And Bartlett, well, he won't have any more part in that top 5. He's got a 5-second penalty for track limits. So 5 3/4 minutes to go. It's now 7 for the lead. Anyone's guess to which one will get there. And Simard thinks, right, enough playtime. I'm going round the outside for second place. Sparrow doesn't agree with that and holds on. He's literally locked in between the two cars with no room to move. This is going to get pretty spicy, even more so than it already is, and there's still quite plenty of time to go for it all to change, completely turn its head. As I say that, Neil Chisnell, who again has had a bit of deja vu because he has a 5-second penalty, so regardless of what he does in this lead group, he ain't winning this race either.
No, well, what he is doing is distracting Paul Simard slightly and then delaying Stephen Bartlett, who already has a 5-second penalty as well. So Foden, Sparrow and Simard, they're in the fight, but the two cars directly behind them, they're not really with those 5-second track limit penalties. Up through Macleans, Sparrow gets a bit sideways. Chisnell and Bartlett busy battling each other now, actually. Michael Taylor could do with getting past them because he hasn't got a penalty yet and would quite like to get on terms with the leading trio. There's nowhere to go, though. A track full of Mazda MX-5s in front of him. As the green example of Steve Bartlett, the blue one of Neil Chisnell, go wheel to wheel. I think Taylor's going to go with Bartlett here on the inside, try and push him through and maybe follow him through on the inside line into the chicane. Leaders then turn through the right, through the left, avoid the tyre stacks and head on to another lap. Taylor did get past Chisnell, and now Adam Craig makes this a 7-car lead group. Proper Mazda MX-5 racing this. Down into Redgate Corner, Paul Simard takes a wide line, so too does Sparrow. But Steve Foden very good at defending a race lead, and he's going to have to defend with particularly pointy elbows, I think, for the remaining 4 minutes if he's going to stop Adam Sparrow sweeping the weekend.
Good effort from Molly Walden, who started back in 25th after he had his off at the Old Hairpin in race number 2. He's now challenging Jason Greatrex for what will become 8th position, so that's quite a hefty move up of what's that, nearly 18 places he's made up in this race. So good effort from Molly, who is going around the outside and impressively does sweep across and take the place. So he won't go as high as, well, if he can get that much closer in the next 3 3/4 minutes. But say he could steal 2 more places from Bartlett and Chisnell if they fall far back enough. Given they're that tight in the lead group, I can't see that happening, and he might well lose the place back to Greatrex if he decides to go down the outside, but not quite that. That's least of Greatrex's worries. He's got to lose another place to Storer behind him, so that's now another place gone back. That is now Greatrex back to 10th at the bottom of the top 10 now, with Bateman, who was in this group but has fallen backwards. Consider that Ollie's now been pushing quite hard, but he's now pushing back to 11th place. Of course, Craig was a bit further back too to pick up his time. Here's the 3 cars that will definitely end up winning the race. Has Chisnell disappeared? Oh, there he is. He's right at the back of the field. I wonder where he gone, because he wasn't in the same spot. But he is now in 7th place and fairly out of contention for this race victory now, as is Bartlett, ironically, even though he is going with the top 4 down towards Redgate. Simard taking that wider approach. He wants the up and under, but Sparrow and Foden are wise to it, and they hold their ground on the exit of the corner. Wide from Sparrow, but it's not enough momentum lost to not take second place. As they come back down the hill, Bartlett will end up being, politely, a bit of a nuisance here, given that he has got the 5-second penalty. He'll just want someone to distract them. As I talk about Ollie Walden, he gets a 5-second penalty also, so he's not going to go any higher than where he is either. But he might even lose the 2 places he just picked up as a result from Greatrex and Storer. So a few more drivers getting penalties for track limits. Now it's side by side for the lead, and Sparrow thinks he's trying to get the victory here if he can, to go all 3 for 3 if possible. But Foden standing his ground, and Simard thinks I might have a piece of this too.
Yep, so Sparrow to the outside through Macleans. Is he going to get the lead away up towards Coppice Corner? No, in fact, he gets shuffled out. So again, it's so tempting to go to the outside, isn't it, when the cars ahead are sort of defending, slowing each other down through the corners, but you just leave yourself open to attack, and that's exactly what happened to Sparrow there. So Simard now moves through into 2nd position. And we'll see what happens now over the final couple of laps of racing. Down the exhibition straight we go. And this is a battle going on a bit further back. The leaders are across the line. Oh, Michael Taylor's got a penalty. They've almost all got a 5-second penalty now, haven't they? Foden, Simard and Sparrow, the only 3 in this leading group of 7 cars that haven't picked up time penalties. Here at Donington Park, track limit's often a talking point, and Steve Foden was wide there out of Redgate. Has that opened the door for Paul Simard? It has. So just under 2 laps to go, and it's side by side for the lead. Paul Simard bullies his way through. Bartlett's there in third on the road, but remember, does have a penalty to be applied, and he's no longer third. In fact, Sparrow gets to the inside of him at the Old Hairpin. Simard gets the lead, but he's sideways, bounces off the nose of Foden's car, and that could open the door for Sparrow, who gets alongside Foden through Starkey's to the outside line towards Maclean's corner. Simard doesn't know which way to go here. He's trying to defend from 6 other drivers, and they're going to go either side of him. Nearly just about got in front of Foden, but Sparrow hangs it out around the outside line. Now, this didn't work for you a lap ago, Adam. Is you're going to have any better fortunes this time, I wonder? Answer, no. He will do well, actually, just to get back in line in front of Steve Bartlett, really. But has that just given Paul Simard the opportunity to win the race? No, because Foden's alongside him as they head down the exhibition straight for the penultimate time. This is all about to get very, very congested into the final chicane. Foden to the inside, Simard to the outside. Sparrow's been hung out to dry and may play no further part in this battle for the victory. Bounces over the curb, almost clatters into the number 11 of Michael Taylor, who ends up bouncing down the grass. We have one more lap to go, and Steve Foden's got the fight of his life here to try and hang on to the race lead. Simard to the outside, but where does he make his move? Is he brave enough here, Paul Simard, to wait until the run into the final chicane any sooner than that, and you feel that probably Steve Foden's going to have an opportunity to come back at him?
There's hands out the cockpits, and I did see there was a white flag on the white flag flashing on the whiteboard, but there was a car slow. That might be the reason why. 65 is off the road. That's on the approach to Starkey's and Schwantz curve. How that car's got there is quite a bit beyond me. That is 65 off the road, which is Peter Williams, and that's it. So they've all put their flags down. Now we'll go back to green. So really, Simard's running out of opportunities. Of course, a first MX5 championship win is at stake for him if he can make this happen. Technically, he's in the right place because he can get the toe and the drive off the corner. He might get the push from Bartlett, who I'd like to think knows he's got a penalty, so he won't win the race whatever happens. But if he can possibly give Simard a bit of help, because I think they are on the same team if I'm correct. So if he can help give Simard the push down the back straight, which I think he's trying to do now, he might get an opportunity to make this happen. You've got Chisnell in there too, and also Adam Sparrow. 5 of them together to the outside line. Simard might go to the outside here for the victory. Side by side of the braking. Who dares to brake latest? He squeezes him on the edge of the grass, and he's off the road. He's gone over the gravel. He won't win the race. Might be Will Foden, but in a very crazy last lap corner, Foden might just get this.
Steve Foden to the line. He's going to get the win, and Simard, I think, will still end up second because although he came across the line, I think, behind Bartlett and Chisnell, they both had penalties, remember. So Foden, Simard, Sparrow will be the podium. But what a thrilling finish that was. Simard threw everything at that and will argue, I'm sure, that he was forced off the road going into the chicane. I'm not saying he was, but he will argue that, I'm fairly certain, just in the hope that maybe he can pick up the win regardless. And I tell you what, he didn't lift off the throttle much, did he, as he was bouncing down the escape road there. The rest of them coming through behind, but Steve Foden does manage to get the win. And I'll be very interested to see if there's a conversation between he and Paul Simard after the race down in the pit lane area. Here, meanwhile, comes Luke Souch, who's about to win a championship. It's an unofficial championship, but he does get a trophy for it. He is going to come out on top in the intra-BRSCC staff member battle here this weekend. Hand out of the cockpit. It's a shame that Charlie Snell wasn't able to give him more of a fight in that final race. But Luke Souch is going to be victorious, and I'm sure that's the last time that we'll hear about that this season. So Steve Foden then picks up the race victory, and Paul Simard holds on to second position. A slightly damaged Tim Storer number 50 car comes to the flag, and there's almost more damage being sustained further back. That was the 178 of Andrew Gilligan, just about getting past David Scowler at the run into the final corner. That was pretty tasty stuff. Well down the order. That was for where were they? 22nd place they were battling. Although Gilligan had a time penalty anyway, so it made very little difference. The front runners, though, pull into the pit lane, led by the race winner, Steve Foden. Paul Simard holds on to second, and Adam Sparrow third. Adam Craig fourth, and then those with penalties. Steve Bartlett, Neil Chisnell, and Michael Taylor, with Jason Greytrex, Harry Storer, and Dev Singal completing the top 10. Paul Bateman and Ollie Walden 11th and 12th, respectively. And then in 13th position was Bo Parry, who at least survived the first corner that time. Daniel Lengyel was 14th, ahead of Chris Thelwell, Dennis Pillamonkin, Richard Bartlett, Josh Pato, Luke Souch 19th, and Simon Privet 20th, ahead of Tim Storer, David Scowler, Andrew Gilligan, and Chris Wright. who were among the last of the finishers. We lost a handful of them, unfortunately, in the first part of the race. But Steve Foden manages to put a stop to Adam Sparrow's winning ways, and he's pretty happy with that. And there is his father, Ian, who is never far away, and a great and long-standing part of the family. That's really nice to see, actually. Steve Foden, I think, a little bit emotional about that race win. He's had a tough few years as Steve. Won this championship a couple of years ago, went off to racing Audi TTs, didn't get on with the car particularly, and he felt wasn't really enjoying his racing as much as he normally would. And I'm not surprised to see a little bit of emotion on his face there as he celebrates the race victory. Adam Sparrow is looking for Steve Foden. He might instead find Rob Lewis, who's there to have a chat with our podium finishers.
I think Steve's having a bit of a moment, bless him. Steve has took his first win in quite a long time. His first win since 2023. It doesn't feel like that, to be honest. He did take a win on the road last year. He beat Ali Bray, but he cut the chicane, so unfortunately he had the issue with the win taken off him. First of all, I'll grab this man, Mr. Aaron Sparrow. Adam Sparrow. Put my teeth back in. Adam, you've had a mega weekend. Okay, you've got third place in that race, but you've got 2 wins alongside it. The championship charge is on. Yeah. You must be happy, especially fighting with your old pal Steve.
Oh yeah, it was a good little battle. Great working with Neil to push onto the back, and then again, track limits has been a decider, and I was just making sure I keep it clean, keep it out of the day, because it was getting feisty in there. I'll be interested to see if there's any decisions involving anyone else. But yeah, it was good fun.
It certainly did get a bit testy there, especially towards the end. There was a bit of rally crossing going on. Yeah. But points-wise, you're in the box seat now, surely? Oh,
yeah, really happy. I mean, bagged some mega points as well. I don't know who got fastest lap. Who was it?
I'll double-check with the guys upstairs.
No worries. And, yeah, bagged some great points. So, yeah, continued my championship lead and see what happens.
The wonders of technology. Paul Simard actually got the fastest lap there.
Oh. Well, good on to Paul. I think he'll be quite upset, unfortunately, but he drove really well.
He did drive really well. Unfortunately, Paul isn't with us for P2. He's opted to go straight down to Perth for me. But congratulations on a mega weekend there, Adam Sparrow. That's our third place man, but he's had a pair of cracking wins this weekend as well. What a driver. Now, speaking of which, come on, Steve Foden. Well done. Your first win since 2023?
First win since 2023. Yeah, I wasn't letting that one go, Rob. I held the lead from the start, had a decent gap. I knew Neil and Adam had worked together to catch me up, and they did. And then it was just a case of getting my elbows out and staying in the lead.
You won the championship. You tried different things. You've come back to Mazda racing because of how much you love doing it. So to win again, how does that feel? Well, see the emotion.
I've smashed my mirror in punching my hand in the air. I've smashed the rear view mirror, so I apologise for that one, Dad. But yeah, it just feels amazing. You know, very similar emotion to what I had in 2023, to be fair. And it wouldn't all be possible with the guys that I've got behind me this season. We've got a really big team behind us this year in Mazda Youth Developments, and I'm just really excited to see what the future holds in that. And yeah, on to the next one.
Definitely on to the next one. Steve Foden, a consummate gentleman and a worthy Race 3 winner for what has been an amazing Mazda MX-5 Championship shootout this weekend. It's been phenomenal. And congratulations to Luke Souch. He wins the coveted BRSCC trophy between him and Charlie Snell after Charlie unfortunately suffered an engine failure. And I will give it to Luke. He drove his socks off all weekend as a guest driver. So well done, Mr. Souch. We've got BMWs out on the circuit now for their final race of the day with an Nankang Tyres BMW SuperCup. Time to take you through the grid with Andy and Scott.
I'm glad we've got Rob Lewis as part of the team, just for balance, because I feel like I haven't been the most supportive of Luke Souch this weekend, but leaving that to Rob down in the pit lane. But yes, well done, Luke, getting the better of Charlie in that little battle over the weekend. Big battle, actually. They've done a lot of racing, haven't they? 5 races in total over the course of the last 24 hours or so. Right, BMWs on the grid for the second BMW SuperCup race of the day. The first one, you might remember earlier on, featured a lengthy red flag delay because Aidan Hassan had a nasty looking crash at the final chicane, looped it on a wet curb. We had a rain shower just as the race started, went into the barriers, the car flipped over onto its side, but I remarked at the time that there was relatively little damage done to the car thanks to the softer rector-cell barriers that were there to cushion the impact, and there was a chance we might have that car out for race 2. Well, I'm delighted to say that the green and black number 64 car is on the grid, and Aidan Hassan is going to take the start. So that's good news that that car, despite ending up in the barriers and stuck on its side for quite some time, hasn't sustained any major damage, nor, more importantly, did Aidan. They've attached a new rear wing to the car, and he is going to be one to watch for sure over the course of this 15-minute race. Within the Compact Cup, Max Noble got a dreadful start from pole position in race 1, fell down to 4th, but came back through to take a pretty convincing win in the Compact Cup, while Simon Waterfall was a winner in the 1 Series element of the race. Conor Grady second, finally finishing a race on about his 6th attempt. Or 5th attempt, I think, this season so far. Waterfall then has pole position. This grid based on the results from race 1, so Conor Grady starts alongside him, then Thorburn Aston and Molly Pugh, with Darren Rickaby and Chris Stretton row 3. Row 4, David Meadows and Aidan Hassan, and then the compacts, Max Noble and Paul Mousel together on the front row ahead of Adam Wright and Matt Kendall, row number 2. Ethan Woods and Jabir Ross, the 3rd row of the Compact Cup, then Angus Noble and Aaron Tippler, with Dan Mountford and Tim Seaford bringing up the rear. So, what do we think for race 2 then? I tell you, one driver who's going to be fired up is Aidan Hassan. He's really going to want to try and repay the team for getting the car out there for race number 2. Conor Grady, maybe, does he have the pace to challenge Waterfall for a win? It did seem like Waterfall was the quicker of the two in that first race, despite Grady actually getting the better of the starts.
Yeah, if you look at the ultimate lap times for both of them, you will see that Conor's best lap was half a second slower than Simon Waterfall's. So Simon's got the ultimate pace, it seems. And yeah, you look at Aidan Hassan's car, apart from a little ripple damage on that left-hand side, it looks very like it hasn't even been in the barriers, which is quite impressive stuff. So good stuff from the BPC Motorsport squad to make sure that car is straight again and ready to go. So 1 Series, yeah, I think it would be quite good to see Conor Grady picking up a victory if he can get a good start and try and find a bit more pace, which he's hopefully done so from the gap in between races in that sense. Simon Waterfall, of course, still has his windscreen wiper going, even though it's brightened up a little bit. There is some sun poking through, but there's still a little bit of cloudiness and overcastness ahead, so it's still relatively warm out there as well. I think the temperature I'd offer you is roughly around about 18 degrees at this point in time around here, so it's not too bad. It's not toasty, but it's not Arctic either. In terms of the 1 Series cars, well, Max Noble in the spare car for Gareth Clayton pretty much put that to good use. He got a really poor start in that first race, particularly from the restart at one point, and had to pick his way through back into a lead and stayed there towards the end from Paul Mousel, and then Adam Wright had that scrap with Matt Kendall on the sprint right to the line, and in the end it was Wright who picked up that final. Kendall picked up the final podium. No, Wright picked up the final podium spot. It's confusing me because it categorises Compact Cup Masters drivers as their own kind of class. Therefore, it says CCM1, thinking that was first, second, or third. So the compacts will line up, of course, behind them. Just a reminder, of course, it's a 10-second delay between the 1 Series that will go off first, and they will be started by the lights. And then typically it's the Union Jack that then starts the Compact Cup cars. They'll go off in their own separate race. But I'm intrigued to see if Conor Grady can get a good enough start, but this time try and hold it there, because he knows that Simon's race pace is a little stronger. But if Hassan can move quickly, there's every chance he could cause surprise, and what a way he could end off his weekend if he at least gets himself a 1 Series podium. Yeah, I'd say he should have the pace, really. He's been a race winner in this category, of course, so he knows how to get it done, and as long as the car is okay, he should have the pace to move forward quite quickly, I would imagine. So keep an eye on that green and black number 64 car. Revs start to rise then, red lights go out, and we're racing in the BMW Super Cup. It's another poor start for Simon Waterfall, so it will be Grady that gets the lead. Look at Hassan, though, charging down the outside of everybody, and he's going to be about 3rd heading into Redgate Corner, maybe 4th. Thorburn Aston goes very late on the brakes, and I think might have got the lead away there as they turn through Redgate. Let's see what the order is as they head down the hill. Is it Aston in front? Well, they're both in front, really. They're side by side for the lead. Conor Grady on the right, Thorburn Aston on the left, and it's going to be Thorburn Aston who slides his way through from 3rd on the grid. In the compacts, it's not a great start again for Max Noble. He's down to 2nd behind Paul Mousel, who gets the lead from the outside of the front row of the grid. And again, they will head down through the Crater curves for the first time. Mousel from Noble, and then side by side for 3rd. Adam Wright here dicing away with Matt Kendall. The green car of Kendall has the outside line for the Old Hairpin, and I don't think he's going to be able to make that one stick. No, the all pink number 27 of Adam Wright is going to be able to take 3rd in the Compact Cup. But a great start for Thorburn Aston, really brave on the brakes into Redgate Corner, and he leads them out of Coppice. And Hassan already up to 4th place from the back of the 1 Series grid, so already picking off 4 cars. Past David Meadows off the line, they're already getting past Rickaby, Stretton and Molly Pugh, so you're already into P4 now, chasing down this leading trio. Into the chicane they come for the first time. It is Aston from Grady, from Waterfall, from Hassan. They wiggle their way through. There's Molly Pugh in 5th position, then it's Stretton, followed by Rickaby, and then somewhere that seems to have disappeared right further back is David Meadows. But there he is, quite far back. I'd offer that Max Noble's start was better than it was in race 1, because he felt about 4th or 5th on that start after getting not a good getaway. But you're right, he wasn't able to keep the lead, and Mouse got a better run off the line towards Redgate Corner 2 currently lead, and he's had deja vu from that, because the last time he was battling a Master Mix concrete car for the lead, it was Gareth Claydon several times at Snetterton. Here comes Conor Grady. He really wants that first SuperCup victory, and he's not going to do it making mistakes like that, running too deep into the corner. Then he gets held up by Aston, who ran deep. They were all running deep, and through all of it, I think he's going to come Simon Waterfall and Aidan Hassan. He's been involved in an incident once before. Careful, Aidan, don't get involved too much. He backs out of it. He's got Conor Grady down to about somehow 4th or 5th, and Molly Pugh's getting involved in this as well because of all this battling. It's bringing her right into the mix for a 5-car scrap, and yeah, Conor Grady's now unfortunately in the worst place you want to be. Once you get stuck on that outside line, you start to lose the momentum and fall backwards. So he was at one point either into the lead for a fraction of a second. Now he's back to 4th with Molly Pugh on his tail, and he's got to do the work all over again with 12.5 minutes left to go.
Yes, Simon Waterfall, meanwhile, was going for the lead there, I think, as they went down the back straight. We check back in with the Compact Cup runners. Paul Mousel still ahead of Max Noble, and they've really gapped the rest of the field. Noble, though, looks a bit quicker than Paul at this stage, and is quite keen to get through, I think, and try and build a bit of a lead. They make their way down the exhibition straight. The overall race leaders are crossing the timing line, and there they are, all of them on top of each other pretty much. Aston leads, Waterfall 2nd, Hassan 3rd, Grady 4th, and Molly Pugh there in 5th. It's a 5-car breakaway. To the outside goes Waterfall. Does he keep on coming? Yes, he does. Thorburn Aston knows he's there, just shows him the edge of the road going into Hollywood, but the momentum lies with Simon Waterfall, who'll have the inside for the left-hand element of the Craner curves. He's up the curb. He's almost into the side of Thorburn Aston's car, and now Aidan Hassan sees a gap to get to the inside and takes 2nd place away. This is breathless stuff. Some of the best 1 Series racing I've seen, actually, in the year and a half or so of this championship. Hassan then up to 2nd from the back of the 1 Series grid. I think it's fair to say that car is running okay. Can he now get past Thorburn Aston, with whom he tangled slightly at the start, the initial start of race number 1 earlier on? Thorburn won't have forgotten that little squeeze that Aidan gave to him. I'm sure he won't have that much sympathy for Hassan, even after his antics in race number 1. And now, in fact, Aidan loses 2nd place to Simon Waterfall, who slips up the inside at Coppice Corner. This is constant changing of positions. It's great racing, but no one can really establish any sort of dominance.
I'd also watch for Darren Rickaby in the white and bright yellow BMW, number 13. He set the fastest lap of the race last time by, the first proper flying lap out of everyone, because they were so busy battling amongst each other. They weren't able to get a proper lap time in. He's now on the tail of Molly Pugh to make it a 6-car train for the lead and podium spots. Across the line they go together then, and Rickaby sets another new fastest lap of the race, 123.755. Nobody else could match that. Everyone else was doing, at best, 124.958. So everyone else was in the 25s at that point. Back to the Compact Cup leaders. Still Moutsell from Max Noble getting deja vu from Snetterton, having the Master Mix concrete car in his mirrors, thinking, oh, not again. That's Aaron Tip, whose car, I think, was wheel spin coming out of the corner, but that car looked like it was smoking slightly. Back into Redgate goes Moutsell, holding off Noble, trying to force his way to the inside. A little Morse code on the back of his rear bumper through turn 1, and back down the hill again through Hollywood. And they've got not something working in truce or tandem, but they've pulled quite a gap on the back of the third, which is now becoming 3 cars. So I've just seen the background there. That was Kendall Wright, and now Ethan Woods getting involved in the blue and black car. He's all out of shape as he goes through the second part of the Craner curves into the Old Hairpin. Kendall will try and lean on Wright where he can, but Wright wants to stand his ground as they come through the left-hander of Starkey's and then Schwantz curve. This will give Ethan Woods the chance to get the momentum back up the hill. This is now for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Devin Meadows in the 1 Series is pitted, so an issue for him. And back again up the inside for Kendall to hold the plate. He holds P3. This might give the opportunity for Woods to come through. Wright can't really go to the inside and defend it because there isn't time or room to do so. And Woods will easily slot past to pick up 4th place. And again, Wright tried to power his way around the outside. Gets a small side draft. It's not really working out there. Meanwhile, it's action stations now for the 1 Series. It's 6 of them together for the leaders. Again, Darren Rickaby tries to get inside of Molly Pugh's BMW 4 P5. Couldn't quite make that stick. 21 car holds on. But it's now Aston who leads. It's now Waterfall into 2nd place, even though Hassan was fractionally ahead by a couple of tenths. So he found a way past on the inside. Then it's Hassan from Conor Grady and Molly Pugh, but it might change in a minute because Hassan's now gone back to the outside for what could be second place if he can find it past. And Conor Grady, if he plays his cars right, he could be back in front too if he gets a chance.
Yeah, nearly a knot there, I think, between Waterfall and Hassan, but Hassan's got the inside for Macleans. He's late on the brakes, goes through. Does he make the corner? No. So Simon Waterfall gets straight back up the inside again, and we'll have the inside run towards Coppice. Conor Grady was wide as well, so Molly Pugh has come through into 4th position, and Darren Rickaby, who's got the fastest lap, by the way, is up into 5th position. It's a topsy-turvy race, this, but they are now starting to give Thorburn Aston the best gift they could give him, which is a lead of maybe a couple of seconds as they come down towards the chicane this time. We'll get the read on that as they cross the timing line in a few moments. A Waterfall slowed, did he there? I think Molly Pugh went through. Yes, Waterfall's off the pace, I think. Molly Pugh and Darren Rickaby have gone by him. Is Waterfall headed for the pit lane? He was taking a tight line off the chicane, not pitting, but there's definitely a problem for Simon Waterfall. That car is off the pace, and that is major drama for the race 1 winner.
Yeah, sad to see. We joke about that car being smoky, but it seems as though that something is a bit too smoky in that car, it seems. Or at least not coming from that. Yeah, there it is. That's smoke looks... Well, it's always been there. Maybe it's smoke that's causing a different issue altogether. So now the fun has calmed down for a little moment. The lead gap is still Aston from Hassan 2 seconds now at the end of that one. Meanwhile, for the compacts, they're side by side for the lead. This time Noble trying to go for the outside line. He'll look for the up and under through Redgate corner, but he's not far enough alongside of corner exits. He'll neatly fall back into line behind the black and green number 85 machine as they come back down through the crane of curves. It's still Kendall in 3rd position and right in 4th, but something's happened to Ethan Woods unless he's got a faulty transponder, because he's not showing as being in 5th position anymore. In fact, there he is. He's further back. He's now battling with the 112. That is of Daniel Mountford. Something's happened with Ethan Woods where he's lost some positions. It's now Alex Noble that's in 5th position to round off the top 5. So Max's family member in the mix there too as they go through the right-hander of Maclean's in the leaders. There is Matt Kendall, and got a bit of a gap now, looks like, on 4th place car. Yeah, there's a few car lengths now between them. Oh, and that's Darren Rickaby off the road as we have drama at the final chicane. Now, again, the question you have to ask, did he jump or was he pushed? Were they all over each other? And where's Hassan got to? Well, Hassan now, I think, leads, question mark? Because we can't see, and there's a huge... Right, that could be a telltale sign, because Chris Stretton's car has a massive piece of damage. It's punched something on the front left. It's got the bonnet up, it's got also the front left headlight's been punched out as well, and they're all over each other. There is Thorburn Aston holding on. There's Hassan in 2nd place. Then there's a gap in the field, because here comes that scrap for 3rd, which Molly Pugh currently holds, but she's got damage to her right rear. There's been a bit of a war that's happened, and unfortunately the biggest casualty was Darren Rickaby being... Not suggested it was definitely that, but being turned around at the chicane, and two more casualties, which clearly looks at Molly Pugh as she's struggling with issues. He's also dropping backwards, so she's now back into 5th, and possibly could be going the same fate as Simon Waterfall. Yeah, so Stretton's been into the back of Molly Pugh's car, I think, but that possibly was just as a result of them all checking up with Rickaby's spin. Who knows? Oh, that's Noble now. Max Noble sliding sideways at the Old Hairpin. Thankfully gathers it together, but he was battling with Paul Mousel for the lead. Mousel was ahead at the start of the lap still, but something's gone wrong down at the Old Hairpin, so we've got... Rickaby's car stranded at the chicane. Hassan, by the way, set the fastest lap last time by and was fractionally quicker than the race leader. They are almost matching each other, though, 10th for 10th, and so that gap is stable at about 1.9 seconds. Even Thorburn Aston, though, has got damage to the right front and right rear of the number 91 machine, which runs in the sort of BMW Works livery, essentially, the red, white and blue. And he is coming up to lap one of the other 1 Series. That will be David Meadows, I think, to go a lap down, as here there's more 1 Series on 1 Series action now. This is Molly Pugh and Christopher Stretton, isn't it? These two have already made contact at one point, and they almost make contact again down through the crane of curves. It looked as though Molly was off the pace a lap ago, and now Stretton will be, because he's got it all wrong at the Old Hairpin, bounces through the gravel, and the two Bromley Motorsport teammates are thankfully separated. Oh, and Mountford's got is that Mountford the problem? Is that with the left front, a puncture or something? Because he's struggling. So, I don't want to put two together too much, because, well, Max Noble's gone through. I don't want to say the word contact, but obviously Max Noble's car was sideways, and given that maybe Noble was trying to look down the outside, but that is definitely at least a left front puncture of some kind. Yeah, left front puncture's gone down. Off the road goes Paul Moutsall. The tyre's off the rim. He's bouncing on the grass. And sadly, this Seston race winner, he ain't going to win a Racing Compact Cup today, unfortunately. He's in the class, at least. So that means now that it's back to the lead now for Max Noble, despite his spin. It looks like that was that far ahead, so far ahead from everybody else. He spun and didn't even lose second place, which has now become the race lead again. So that'll be quite a story for him to regale to Rob Lewis later on. So the biggest entertainment now is going to be for this fight for second place in Compact Cup between Matt Kendall, between Adam Wright and Alex Noble, who plays his cards right, Andy. We could be seeing both Nobles on the podium, maybe even in a 1-2, if he can get past both in the next 3¼ minutes.
Looks pretty racy. Look, pulls to the outside of Adam Wright nearly into the chicane, but Adam just about had that one covered. Tip their way through the right-left flick. They're going to keep the Darren Rickaby car there. I think they had yellow flags out for a bit, and that's David Meadows off now at the Old Hairpin. No one wants to finish this race. Clearly, that was one of the few cars that I don't think was sustained any damage up to that point. But it is now buried in the gravel trap at the Old Hairpin. I doubt he will be able to get going again without some outside assistance. So 2¾ minutes left of this battle for survival. Second race of the day for the BMWs. And still a few battles to be settled. In fact, at the front of the field, Aidan Hassan was quicker than the leader last time by 9/10 of a second. So a second now separate the top two. Whilst here, the walking wounded make their way down the pit straight. So Paul Mousel's carrying on, despite the fact I'm pretty sure that left front tyre is no longer attached to the rim. And who was that behind him? There's more going on. In fact, the checkered flag is out. There we go. So they're going to call an end to it just as Aidan Hassan had caught Thorburn Aston. So Thorburn Aston will get the win, and Aidan Hassan will be a little bit frustrated at that. The checkered flag coming out early, but it's just because there were so many cars now that needed to be recovered, and of course that's going to eat into the very little remaining time that we have to get our final two races in. So a smart decision probably by race control, even if it does rob us of a grandstand finish there, and robs Aidan Hassan of what would have been a fairy tale result after that big accident earlier on in the afternoon. In the Compact Cup, it's going to be Max Noble who in a roundabout sort of way is going to claim a double race victory, but that wasn't straightforward at all, and it is going to be second position for Matt Kendall, third for Adam Wright. So unfortunately we're not going to get both of the Nobles on the podium. Good battle going on further back as well. Ethan Woods here, just ahead of Aaron Tippler and Dan Mountford, and those two are going to go side by side to the line, with Mountford getting in by 25 thousandths of a second right on the finish line. That was a breathless race, wasn't it, from the Nankang Tyre BMW SuperCup Championship. A lot of damage done to cars. That's a shame to see. But certainly some entertaining racing in amongst all of the chaos.
Definitely so. One thought I had in that race towards the closing stages is if I was Josh Bromley, I'd probably either be watching it through my hands or I'd probably turned off the stream for a few minutes or even muted it to go and look at something else.
I think he did that this morning, to be fair.
Possibly, yeah. Simon Waterfall's car that in whatever condition it's in comes through, and they might have to quickly try and jig David Meadows' car out of the gravel, which they're trying to do. It might require a bit of a live snatch help to try and get that out of the way. Now, in terms of timings, we are frustrated second place finish, given he was literally a quarter of a second away from taking a victory in what would have been the back of the 1 Series grid.
Yeah, so Thorburn Aston then gets the win. Aidan Hassan second, but another lap, and that could have been a different story. Connor Grady, Molly Pugh and Chris Stretton complete the top five. Then it was the leading compact driver, Max Noble, with Kendall and Wright second and third, and Angus Noble fourth of the Compact Cup drivers. Then Jabé Ross, Ethan Woods, Dan Mountford, Aaron Tippler, Tim Seaford, and Simon Waterfall coming home 15th overall, but 5th within the 1 Series, so he'll still score some half-decent points. It may well end up going down as a drop score for him, that, but at least he got the car to the flag in a race of attrition. That really was half the battle. So Hassan and Thorburn Aston there having a chat, smiles on their faces. That's good to see. I think Thorburn Aston wouldn't have had such a big smile on his face had that race gone the distance. Was he suffering with overheating maybe? Is that why he was losing pace towards the end? He's got the bonnet up. I'll tell you who can maybe find out for us is Rob Lewis. Rob, what have you got for us?
I thought his gym membership had just elapsed, to be honest, and he was bench pressing his bonnet. But Mr. Aston, what are you doing?
It's got a bit hot, and I've got no prop to hold it up, and they've all got little fans. I need to get myself a little fan.
So you are now what you would call the organic prop?
Yeah, getting a bit tired already.
Fantastic race by yourself. It was certainly action-packed towards the front.
Yeah, I just tried to make it as wide as possible, and I guess it worked, which was good.
Certainly looked that way, and with problems hitting Simon Waterfall as well, it's good points.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, all good. I don't know what happened to Simon in the end, but I should imagine it's something to do with potentially outbroke himself and just gave me a little bit of a love tap. I don't know if he got a punch or anything.
No, I think it did sound like it was going on 3 cylinders.
Okay. That's all right then. Managed to pick it out away from him, which was good. Finished in front of Aidan, finished in front of Simon, so hopefully that now has me leading the championship, which is good.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on a fine win, Thorben Aston. I want to talk to this man. Because the last time you saw this car, it had also got its own gymnastics membership because it was sat on its side in the barrier. First of all, it's clearly you're okay and the car's okay. Great second place.
Yeah, brilliant end to the day. Obviously, we had a bit of a hiccup this morning, but obviously just want to say a huge thanks to the team and everyone that's been around the garage helping out today.
Mega effort. How was the drive? Did it drive okay?
It drove quite well, to be fair. Even though it did a few pirouettes, it still handled spot on. So just obviously big tops to the team for getting me back out.
That was a big 7 with the dismount, I think.
Yeah.
Congratulations, a fine second place. That's our second place man. And the car's back, you know, duct tape does the job. It just goes to show. Right, where's Connor Grady? Let's go and have a chat with Connor Grady, who, third place. Hello, Connor. Fantastic third place. How do you feel?
Yeah, quite good, to be fair, with all the problems we've had with the car. And the car's still not right now, but it can finish the race, so hopefully we come back next time with a better car.
It's totting up those points, and obviously Aston started to lose a bit of boost there with the temperatures. Did you have the same issue?
Well, yeah, so I let everyone, because I thought I had a puncher, so I let everyone go past, and they all crashed into each other, so I just thought I'll carry on, and then I just brought it home, to be fair. So it was, I could see I was struggling, but I just carried on.
Well, congratulations. While everyone perished around, Connor Grady goes in, gets the third place overall. Let's speak to our Compact Cup winner in the Master Mix concrete car, the former Gareth Clayton car. Again, fantastic win.
Yeah, it was a bit more dramatic, that one, compared to the last one. I got it off the line a bit better than last time, but me and Paul, we had a good couple of dices. I got him once, he got me down through into the last corner, which I did have to take to the escape road on. I gave him the place back, and then obviously with this mixed grid, one of the 1 series was slowing down. I think Paul missed him. I got round the outside of him, and he's trying to turn me around at the bottom of the Old Hairpin, and he's had his problems. But I've got something broken at the rear, but we've limped it back. I thought there's only a few laps left, so we'll try and make it back. But yeah, no, I'm happy. Good day all round.
Limped it back to a fine result.
Yeah, I'm really pleased. Like I say, thanks to everyone this week. It's taken so much time and effort from so many people this week to get this car here, and I think it's just great that we can come away with a pole, 2 wins, and I'm hoping 2 fastest laps, because that's what we need for the championship. So yeah, no, really good day out.
I'll get Andy and Scott to confirm that, but congratulations there. That's our Compact Cup winner. We've got the Parks Motorsports Matt Kendall here. Matt, that was some great racing for the Kendall car in the Compact Cup. How was that for you?
Oh, it was great. Yeah, I mean, one of my better drives. Yeah, just very happy with the car. Really able to go racing for the first time in a little while. So,
have you had issues going up to this, or just getting used to the formula?
Just getting used to. I suppose it's the first time I've really been able to go and take it to the leaders a bit. Obviously, there was a bit of chaos to help me there, but last couple of races still adapting to no power steering, so it's been a bit of a challenge. But yeah, just really nice to be up there.
Well, you could savour the moment tonight, certainly. Congratulations there. That's a fine podium winner in Matt Kendall. Now, everything's got to be pretty in pink. Look at this. Love this car. And yeah, fantastic result there for yourself. It did get a bit tasty in the Compact Cup section, I must say.
Yeah, it's another good battle with Matt. So, yeah, we've done well. So the car's done well. First time out this weekend. So, 2 podiums. Yes.
2 podiums, going home with the spoils, and you can build on that moving forward, right? Championship points.
Hopefully, I've got some catching up to do. I missed the first 2 rounds, so they seem to have got the legs on me a little bit from last season. But no, it's been a good effort by the team as well. I've given them a lot of work to do this weekend. So we've done a shock, we've done a lower wishbone. So yeah, big thanks to the team for getting me out here.
You've given them a bit of work to do, but you've come back with the spoils. You can reward the team with that. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Right, that is our Nankang Tyres BMW Super Cup races done for the day. The rain is coming. There is a massive band of weather over the back. The skies look a bit dim, and the modified Fords are out on circuit. Have they changed to wets? Have they not? How's the track going to be? Let's see. Back to Andy and Scott in the commentary box.
Yes, a little bit of drizzle in the air. I just noticed that. I popped down to race admin briefly to pick up a grid for this race, which turns out I needn't have bothered to do because the grid sheet is not going to be entirely accurate, I believe. We'll get to that in a moment. But yes, I spotted the rain on the windows, and this could be a very lively race because, yes, there are a handful of cars on this grid that would run on slick tyres normally, and they might now not want to be on those slicks if it starts to get a bit treacherous out there. The reason that the grid sheet is not all that accurate is I think we've had a few withdrawals, but this is how it should look. James Allen and Jason Davis row 1, Mike Manning and Paul Neville row 2, then Chris Harrison and Kester Cook together on the 3rd row. Kester one to watch, you feel, in this one. Scott Matthias and Stefan Marsh are on the 4th row ahead of Sean Brown and Mike Thurley, then Gary Johnston and Chris White share row number 6. 7th row, Michael McKenzie and Lucas Dryden ahead of Stephen Primmett and Alan Tolley. Nick Head, Malcolm Wise, Gary Littlewood and James Newins complete the top 20. Then it's Sam Daffin and John Ward ahead of Richard Bishop and Leslie Chapelhow. And that actually is going to be the end of the 24 car list, but I do believe there are a handful not out there. And 63, I was told, was a non-starter, but had then appeared at the back of the grid in the assembly area. That is Lloyd Jameson, who, remember, finished, well, although in fact there he is, finished second in race 1, and then stopped halfway around the in-lap down at the Old Hairpin. So there was obviously some sort of an issue with that car, but he got it sorted, despite having apparently notified race admin that he was going to be a non-starter, but they have managed to get that car out on track, which is good news. 15 minutes then the duration. It is 6:05, so yes, we are near as damn it now, back on time. So really, really good job by the BRSCC officials and the marshals. I was a little bit more pessimistic about our prospects of regaining the time when we were 40 minutes behind at one point. I thought we'd have to, for sure, start shortening races, but that didn't happen, and they've managed to get us to this point with 2 races to go without the need for any shorter than originally planned races. So 15 minutes the distance, 2 races to go. And who's going to come out on top in this second modified Ford Series race? The first one, Scott, was action aplenty, wasn't it?
Yeah, you can say that. Plenty going on, particularly as James Allen had Lloyd Jameson for close company in the end. There was plenty of back and forth for those that were involved. But he scare him first couple of corners at that point, particularly the likes of Mike Manning, who good to see he's now back on the grid in 3rd position in the beautiful looking, I'm saying that's at least a replica, or at least tribute to the Texaco Eggenberger Sierras. You can see that car towards the front, and Mike's long-standing driver of these cars, so good to see he's in the mix as well. Make their way through, and I can guarantee also, he's had a bit of a slow start from the back of the field, that Lloyd Jameson will not stay where he is. There's another one of the fine-looking cars in the field. That's the 47 of James Newins, his Escort Mark II. So yeah, a few cars which are not going to make the start. We don't have Simon Light's car, sadly. Don't think we have Darren Owen's car either, and everybody else who's also not on the grid either as well. Look at the grid here, 24 cars that we're losing. So which cars do we have that retire? Well, Simon Light's not there. Sam Daffin is. John Ward is also there in the Ford Focus. We also have as well Richard Bishop. No Daniel Brown Sierra, RS 500 Cosworth. Leslie Chapelhow's car is also there too. We don't have Darren Owen, so we've lost Light, Bullion, and Dan Brown and Darren Owen from the grid, which what should have been a higher grid of some kind of 26, 27 cars, and a couple of others I would also offer up in there as well that haven't turned up too. So we'll have to wait and see. The field makes its way around. James Allen, of course, this round sponsored by James Allen Interiors, so he'll be hoping to try and make that work quite nicely when he can. And Jason Davies will be hoping his car is back up to full strength, because that car was ailing. He was leading for quite a while, and then it had some I think he said boost issues of some kind that cost him some pace. So that then allowed both James Allen and Lloyd Jameson to get through. And James Allen, you'd offer, unless Jason Davies' car is fully up to speed again, which if it is, it'll be tough for James to stick with him, but at least we'll give him a proper race. It's going to be quite a battle towards the front. One car I also want to watch for, but starting from 7th on the grid, is, considering he started far back in the field last time, is Kester Cook. He started P6, in fact, actually, because, of course, we've now got Lloyd Jameson right at the back, and he's sort of dropped off right at the back of the field, so if he is going to take the start, then he's going to be quite further back and not... In fact, there he is. He's quite far back from where he should be. It's not quite as close together for this 2x2 start as they're going to stack up on the exit of the chicane, but this straight line run off the start between both Jason Davies and James Allen is going to be quite fascinating to go back into 2x2 formation. It was thrilling in race 1. I think they're about to do it all over again, the modified Fords. We get set for 15 minutes of race number 2 here at Donington Park.
Yep, so the Ford Focus of James Allen will start the race from pole position. Off go the lights, down to Redgate goes the field, and it's pretty evenly matched, isn't it? But just a slight advantage for Jason Davis. He's not down on boost at the moment. He gets the lead into Redgate. Allen slots into 2nd. Mike Manning and Paul Neville debating 3rd on what is, I think, still just about a dry track with that little sprinkling that we had as the cars were released from the assembly area. So Jason Davis then gets back to the head of the field, but James Allen is not going to be far behind him, and it is going to be Manning that's held on to 3rd, I think, just ahead of Paul Neville. Then Chris Harrison and Kester Cook come through. Keep an eye out for Lloyd Jameson from the back of the field. He's passed 3 or 4 cars already, but is quite tentatively making his way down through the Old Hairpin for the first time. Oh, not tentative at all was the race leader Jason Davis, who had a big slide through Macleans. It is a little bit damp up at that part of the circuit, and that slide has cost him the lead. James Allen back through as we head down the back straight for the first time.
Yeah, so Jason Davies, a little bit of pressure, but he's coming back at him on the exit of Coppice Corner with that much more superior power, and so it looks like that car is back up to full strength. But I'd say James Allen's better under brakes, and it's proven that now. A little bit of a puff of something from the front of Jason Davies' car as he stood on the anchors to get it closed. A little more wayward as he puts the foot down. Manning a much better start this time, not getting edged out wide as he was at the start of the first race. There goes Stephen Marsh battling with the very pretty bronze-coloured 36 Mark 1 Escort of Gary Johnson. Made a good start from where he was on the grid. That was 12th, and he's now up to 9th, up 3 spots. And Stephen Marsh, sadly, in the black and pink Focus Mark 2, is in the pit lane with an issue. So he's in from what was 9th on the grid, so problems for the number 43 machine. Down through the Craner curves again for the second time. There's spots of rain on the camera, so there's something in the air that's falling through. Neville 4th, Harrison 5th, Cooking still holding in 6th. The Fiesta that started from the back, or towards the back, in race 1, holding station in that top 6 spot. Through the rest of the field goes through the Old Hairpin. There's Dryden, who is battling a bit further back as well with another one of the Mark 1 Escorts. And that is, I'd say, Stephen Primmett in car number 15. And this is a bit of a back and forth here, because it's not as if Allen's car lacks power, but I think it's personally much better in the corners, and especially under brakes. It can brake a lot later, because I noticed on the approach down towards turn 1 at the start that Davies' car was braking probably at least about 30, 40, 50 metres earlier than James Allen's car was. So I think he's much better getting the car stopped and turned, but it's on the power again where he's going to do that. Case in point that even though Davies has more horsepower, Allen's better on the corners and stopping for them, and he's a 1/10.5 quicker as they come onto lap 3.
Yes, he is. So the Focus sets the fastest lap, but 8/10 between them is still enough breathing room for Jason Davis for the time being. There's Kester Cook in the Fiesta, who, as you said, gained so many positions in race number 1, but now starting roughly where he should have started. It's all a bit more static as they head down towards the Old Hairpin, where again there's just a little bit of rain in the air. It's been that story all day, hasn't it? All weekend, really. If it has ever rained, it's never been heavy. It's just been that bit of psychological rain, maybe a bit of dampness on the track, but not enough to massively change the track conditions. And it's really a nightmare for the drivers, who just don't really know what they're heading into as they come round each lap. That's the heaviest the rain has been, though, up at Maclean's Corner. So the track conditions maybe are going to start deteriorating a little bit more noticeably now, as this battle pack gets closer together, don't they? Kester Cook closing in on Chris Harrison, and they're not a million miles behind Paul Neville. And they've also now got Scott Matthias coming to the inside. And Scott Matthias, I think, in the Ford Sapphire Cosworth is going to gain at least 1 position. Locks the brakes. Oh, no. And he's hit the tyre stack. Destroys the right front corner of the... so I've not taken the door panel off, I think, partly as well there on the right-hand side of the car, and that was all because he was so late on the brakes and nearly ran into the side of the 135 car of Chris Harrison in avoidance of the Mark 1 Escort. He hit the tyre stack, so selfless act there really from Matthias to avoid contact with another car. He wrecked the right-hand side of his own car, but that car is going no further.
It's a shame. Now, another question will be, if he has hit the tyre stack, which he clearly had, how much he shifted it, if he shifted it, that might cause a problem for anyone else that's going down to that complex. We'll wait and see when the leaders come through. I also want to offer up as well, James Allen had a slow lap, 1 minute 30, well not massively slow, but James Davis was just on a better pace, 1 minute 10.9, but he was a full, practically, what was that, basically 2.1 seconds better. So some work to do to try and push on if he can, but got some work to do to try and get back up forwards to him. Jason Davis again sits another new fastest lap of the race, 1:10.6. Yellow flags, of course, for Matthias' stricken Fiesta. The last lap for Allen was 1:14.1. He's still quicker than Mike Manning. He's just gone through the chicane there in now third place. And there is the stricken Sapphire Cosworth of Matthias, who came off the road. Red flag, in fact, race has been stopped. And that's for the obvious reason that we have Scott Matthias' car stranded, so obviously it has to be recovered, and I imagine, I don't know if it has dislodged the tyre stack, how far it's dislodged it for, and we'll have to wait and see. So I imagine this will be obviously a shortened restart, and hopefully, because it's quite close to pit lane, that the recovery of that car shouldn't hopefully take too long. So even though you have just ever so slightly despaired next to me, Mr. Q, and hopefully I'm being optimistic it shouldn't be too long as you get that car recovered and back underway racing, particularly as we know there has to be some efficiency to get this race back underway.
Yeah, it's more the fact that we spent all day getting back on time, didn't we? We'd finally got there, and now we get a red flag. It is because of the tyre stack, I'm fairly certain. It has definitely been moved. You can see that quite clearly. We've had cars in that gravel trap that have just been dealt with under yellow flags. Darren Rickaby's car, for example, in the previous BMW race. So it's not the fact that we have a car in the gravel that's the problem. It's all of the debris that's been strewn across the road and the tyre stack that denotes the inside apex of the right-hand part of the chicane. That is no longer on the apex of the chicane. And there you can see it's been knocked around the corner, and those things are extremely heavy. You've seen the damage it just did to the Sapphire, which is in the gravel trap going no further. And so you can't have that in the middle of the road where it could trip somebody else up. So Jason Davis is going to have to do this all over again. James Allen, to be fair, was dropping away, wasn't he, from the race leader, but now has a chance to just cool everything off and prepare himself for a restart. Timing screen already wiped clear as we, as TSL, our timekeepers, begin the preparations for a restarted race. And the leaders had already gone through, actually, at the time of the red flag, hadn't they? So they're just being stopped at the back end of the queue. Lloyd Chamerson has come all the way through to the front of the queue. But awful lot of damage done to that number 86 car. And I do think it's pulled most of the bodywork off on the right-hand side of the car. And that's a shame. Hopefully that's not the last we see of that car this season. Can't be the easiest of things to find spare body panels for example. So hopefully they're able to source some and get it back out again later in the season.
So yeah, clean up now beginning down at the chicane rather quickly and immediately. They've latched the Sierra onto the snatch vehicle and already even handily retrieving the front bumper for Scott Matthias as well. I'm not sure if I'm going to put that somewhere for him to go and pick it up. Scott Matthias quickly running back to go and grab his car so he can sit in it. Truss can sit in it and then move in the car if he gets a chance to do so. So hold on, let me get back in. And they'll quickly move that out of the way. And of course the marshals again doing a fantastic job to very quickly move the tyre stack back into its designated position. And then once we've done that, we can get racing back underway. That was one thing I was intrigued about. Of course, we know Jason Davis' car was quick anyway, but he was putting quite a substantial bit of pace, putting in 1 minute 10 compared to where James Allen seemed to be at that point, which was 1 minute sort of 13, 1 minute 14 he was dropping into, so he was losing quite a bit of time, almost like 2.93 or even 4 seconds a lap in the last 2 or 3 laps of the race. So interestingly enough, that's how that's played out. And again, the recovery team's trying to very quickly get everything together so they can get this race back underway. And trying to drag as quickly but also as safely as possible to try and reduce any potential further damage and minimise it. And Scott Matthias, Sierra, I think what's comfort for that is the fact that there's no front splitter on it. There's nothing for it to drag on the ground apart from a tiny piece of trim there, but they're very quickly dispatching of it. Of course, they will then grid them up based on where they were when the red flag came out. So it should be, again, Davies and Allen on the front row of the grid. It'll also be a blessing for Lloyd Jameson because he was up inside the top 10, I think, when the red flag came out. So that'll be a change for them too. So that's a great shot static you get to see there. It's modified Fords, all from the same brand, but they're Fords of all different shapes and sizes and all different trim levels and engine modifications and different suspension setups, aero setups as well, from very simple kind of, very simple looking Mark 1, but clean looking Mark 1 Escorts to cars using a lot of aero and lots of bigger, wider body kits and everything else on top that comes with that. It's great to see the series is kept as open as possible with it, fit within the regulations, but in terms of what you can develop and do, it's a lot better in terms of being able to see these cars like this. This Mike 30's car, which is not sure it's an authentic one, but it's listed on the interest as a Mark 1 Escort Zaxby, which very much is at least a tribute to the cars that raced, particularly over, I think, in Germany in the kind of those kind of days of the German touring cars back in the sort of mid to late 70s into the early 80s, and those cars when they existed. So it's nice to see that even again more expression like that, of course, with the Maxi Cosworth, which is almost like taking inspiration not just from the Escort, but from the Maxi rally cars of the F2s as well. So lots of really nice expression in this series, and it's the reason why a lot of people remark on it. It's genuinely one of the best looking grids in club racing in the UK.
No, it is, absolutely. It always gets big grids, doesn't it, as well, modified Fords. It's nice to see, because actually a lot of these cars could well be raced in other series, probably various sports saloon series and whatnot, but there's something to be said for the camaraderie, I think, in the paddock, this particular paddock, that brings drivers back year after year, race after race, and they choose to bring their cars to modified Ford as opposed to racing them anywhere else. So we're very grateful that they do. They're always a great addition to these BRSCC race weekends, and looking forward to seeing them back in action again before too much longer. It's going to be a 10-minute restart. Cars are now being regridded. So Jason Davis and James Allen at the front of the field. They will assume the position on the front row. But we are going to get a full restart over 10 minutes. And as Scott quite rightly says, there are a couple of drivers who will be quite grateful for this. James Allen perhaps is one, but yeah, Lloyd Jameson the other. He's going to start significantly closer to the front this time than he did first time around. And as we saw in the first race, he has got the pace to run up with those leading two and perhaps challenge for a race victory. So yeah, 10-minute restart for the modified Fords, who are pulled into position. At least the leading three are. Now Paul Neville arrives on the scene in fourth. And Paul Neville fighting for another class win if possible. Kester Cook is the next one to be summoned. Again, that rain hasn't yet materialised into anything significant, has it? A couple of spots on the camera there on the start-finish straight. What does the weather forecast say at the moment? According to mine, a 100% chance of rain at 7 o'clock, which is in 40 minutes' time. So, all being well, we'll be on our way home by then. That would be nice. Light rain for the next hour. So, it's going to be a wet night, I think. But if we can get our last two races done before the deluge, then that would be the best possible outcome, I think.
Definitely so. And again, we said one of the benefactors was going to be Lloyd Jameson. Well, he's just crawling into position onto the outside of the fourth row now, so he'll start in 8th alongside Mike Thurley's Zaxby. I'd say Capri, but it's a Zaxby Mark 1 Export. I'm used to saying Capri after Zaxby when it comes to Fords. How amazing would that be if we got a Zaxby Capri racing in this championship? So, gridding up now bit by bit. And to say the order should be on the restart. It looks like it's going to be Jason Davies' Sapphire Cosworth with plenty of horsepower on pole position. James Allen's two-wheel drive Ford Focus Mark II alongside on the front row of the grid. There will then be Mike Manning in the Texaco Sierra Cosworth. Essentially, it's an RS 500 tribute, I think, in third position. Fourth will be Paul Neville, who started fifth on the grid before. And just peeking behind there, I think we've got the Chris Harrison Ford RSR. Then sixth will be Kester Cook. And then seventh is going to be Mike Thurley's Mark 1 Zaxby Escort with the Castrol livery on it. And then Lloyd Jameson, who was starting at the back of the grid. He would have started second, but I think he was late to the assembly area as he was starting at the rear. And that car was starting P8, a little bit further back. Last couple of cars just getting right into position before we get off onto the rolling start. The boards are being held out, I think, shortly. As you said, 10 minutes, 1 minute board goes out. So we're getting set then for a pretty rapid restart. So as Lloyd Jameson trying to keep cool as he shuts his door. The Jaguar safety car illuminates its light bar at the top of the roof, and we're back underway. In fact, to try and save time, race timer has now started as soon as they've gone off on the green flag. That I think to try and save time to get this last race in on timetable. The time right now is 24 minutes past 6, and the final race of the day, which is the RacingLine Volkswagen Audi Racing Championship Race 2, that is coming up. It's scheduled for 10 minutes, so they're trying to get this race done as much as possible. So if they are going to get racing, they're already just behind timetable. So we should, all being well, touch wood, fingers crossed, everything crossed for good luck, we should be able to get through this and finish before we get to the 7 o'clock curfew and get every single race done without actually reducing anything originally in the first place. Yes, this might also then be a safety car restart rather than a side-by-side restart, because technically the race has now restarted. So it could be that this is a single file start. Wait and see. Hopefully the correct instructions have been given to the drivers, particularly those at the front of the field, because they'll set the example then for those in behind. So Lloyd Jameson's going to start 7th, I reckon, for the restart in the white Escort Cosworth Maxi. So, or 7th or 8th possibly, he will take the restart. So how many places can he gain into Redgate Corner? If he finds some gaps and is able to pick a few off immediately, he might still have the pace to get up there and challenge for a podium. Repeat the sort of result that he got in race 1 before his car stopped on the way back to the pit lane. There's the number 36. That's Gary Johnson's Escort, which heads up towards Coppice Corner in, again, still gloomy, damp-ish conditions, but the track still remains dry for now. Are we forming up side by side? Are we forming up single file? A bit of both by the looks of it. Front few rows try going side by side.
They
We are getting a proper start. So the one thing we don't want is thinking it should be a single file restart, and they are going side by side. But whichever, we'll go by the. We'll give the benefit of the doubt. They've been giving a side by side proper restart here. Safety car lights are off, so let's try this again, shall we? Yes, let's do it. Jason Davis and James Allen then on the front row together, and Mike Manning and Paul Neville next in line. Keep an eye on that car there, Lloyd Jameson, as he tries to salvage something from this second race. Off we go, and Paul Neville on his toes. Look, moves up almost to challenge James Allen before the extra power of the Focus kicks in. Can Allen outbrake Jason Davis on the outside into Redgate? The answer is no, so it will be Davis that holds on to the advantage. Neville is sideways through Redgate, and that sort of delayed Lloyd Jameson, who was hoping to go to the outside of Kester Cook, but it's Jason Davis who does manage to get the lead back from, or hold on to the lead from James Allen. On the run down the hill, Kester Cook gets ahead of Paul Neville. That's a position gain for the Fiesta driver, and there's a big lock-up for Mike Manning. Did he manage to keep the car out of the gravel trap, I wonder? We'll find out maybe in a moment or two, but either way that will leave him under quite a bit of threat, I suspect, from Chris Harrison and Kester Cook behind him. Will do. Top two trying to escape away. The answer is yes, he did keep it on the road as the rest of the pack goes through from 5th down to 7th. There's Lloyd Jameson trying his best he can to try and get past Kester Cook. He might have a bit more horsepower, but Kester's giving as good as he gets, but he finally capitulates at the top of the hill at Coppice, and through he goes into 6th position. Next target is going to be Paul Neville's Escort RS2000. There's another demonstration again of just how much pace that Davies has in that Sierra as he wiggles the tail, putting his foot down out of the chicane. Another place gain there as we've got, that is, yeah, Lloyd Jameson getting past Paul Neville. So through he goes now into P5 now for the Maxi Cosworth. It's showing there's several cars have gone out of the race. That's not true. They're just coming through the start and finish line now onto the pit straight, and Kester Cook challenging for position now. That's him trying to put Neville down to 7th place, gets the up and under in the Fiesta, and this small little, I think it's an EcoBoost power car, pulls his way through into 6th position and pushes the man who essentially oversees modified Fords in his RS2000 Escort down to P7. So Kester Cook, good run so far to be in the top 6 after he started right deep in the race, in the field in race 1, picked his way through, got up to P6 in the end and dropped a couple of spots, but now up back to where he started in the original grid. I think he might be as high as he goes though, because the top 5 cars, Andy, I'd give you, have got much more pace, plus he's too busy trying to defend from Neville, who's trying to re-attack him at Maclean's. And this is for a class lead as well. They both run in Class B+, so this is for the lead of that category. Kester Cook having just got ahead of Paul Neville, so that's why they're battling quite so vigorously. Ahead, Lloyd Jameson was
gaining more ground, I think, at the expense of Harrison. Yes, gets himself past Chris Harrison. So the next pass is for an overall podium. That was for the lead of Class SA, though, so in the same category, those two cars. He is going to get past Mike Manning now on the way down into Redgate Corner, but he's already into the lead of his class, and he's now third overall. Lloyd Jameson 10 seconds off the lead, though, with only 5 minutes to go, so I think he's going to struggle to improve upon that. It's a 2.6 second lead, meanwhile, for Jason Davis, so not convinced everything is running perfectly smoothly under the hood of the Ford Focus in second position. James Allen not able to go after Jason in this one. It did initially, and then really seemed to fade just before the red flag, and hasn't looked as competitive since the restart either. Will that leave him vulnerable then, I wonder, to Lloyd Jameson, who's now in clean air and will be trying to bridge that gap to the second place car?
May well be. Jameson will try and motor a lot. Look at his lap times. The last lap for Jameson was a 1 minute 13.1, and admittedly James Allen's last lap was a 1:11.4, and that's quicker than he was going anyway at one point with 1:13s, 1:14. So if he's having an issue, it might have been a little bit intermittent, because he dropped off, he had the initial good pace, then dropped backwards. So if that's going to happen again, we'd hope not, but we'll wait and see how the rest of this restart plays out. And James Allen's car sounds healthy enough going down the pit straight. He's done a 1 minute 11.902, 1.5 seconds off the current pace that Davies has. As we see Mike Manning going through, followed by Chris Harrison. And it's Kester Cook who now leads the class from Paul Neville. And then Mike Thurley, followed by Gary Johnson and Chris White, rounding out the top 10. As you say, class leaders. Davies leads Class A. There's that a couple more spots of rain falling on the camera. It's getting a little darker. Yes, it's just gone 6:30 in the afternoon / early evening, but it's getting a few more spots of rain. That's the thing, it hasn't, touch wood, been a moment when we've had spots of rain. Rain's threatened, but it hasn't been like a downpour, like a proper shower that it's been sat there trying to do something, but it's become more like psychological rain, that it's either not happening or you can see spots on the windscreen, you think it's raining hard, and it actually is.
Yeah, I think we do have some spots on the start-finish area, though, looking out of the window. I think it may be just a tiny bit heavier than it has been. We'll see if that starts to affect the drivers. Up through Macleans and Coppice goes Paul Neville, trying to stick with Kester Cook and fight for a class win, but Kester does look the quicker of the two, doesn't he, in that Fiesta, just getting away ever so slightly. Good battles going on further back. The number 75 Ford Fiesta there of Gary Littlewood on the inside of the 959 Ford Focus of Nick Head. They run in different classes. Class C for Littlewood, where he is actually the only Class C runner in the race. We've lost to the pit lane the number 18 car since the restart. So that was Richard Bishop's Escort Mark 1. So 20 cars still running. And hopefully we'll get them all through to the flag. 2.25 minutes to go. And the leaders are about halfway around their fifth lap of the race. Here comes the 107 car. I haven't seen a lot of this car, but it's a great looking thing, isn't it, the 107, which is Alan Tolley, running down in 14th in his four-wheel drive Ford Sierra XR. And he's coming up to challenge the Ford XR2 of number 547, which is... 847, to beg your pardon, Lucas Dryden. Two very different cars. Clearly not a lot to choose between them pace-wise, though, and I think they both run... no, they don't run in the same class. Tolley is in Class SA, so the same sort of category as Lloyd Jameson further up the road, but he's struggling at the moment to get past the much less powerful XR2.
I was keeping an eye on the fact that Dryden's windscreen wipers are fully on, and there's now sort of spots where it looks like on the camera at the Old Hairpin, so I wonder if actually... And the wind's picking up a tiny bit as well, so I wonder if actually there is possibly a bit more rain in the air. It's actually starting to fall a little more, which is starting to increasingly affect grip levels at this point. Just under a minute and a half to go in this race. Oh, and that was the Sierra getting very sideways at Maclean's. Maybe it is getting a bit more greasier out there with the conditions, and he's just been passed by the Fiesta ST150. Rather bemused, I'm sure. Michael Mackenzie, who was in there too. There he is in the blue ST150 with the black ST150 with the blue and white striping. As the leader has gone ahead to start, I think, what should be the last lap of the race, if not the second to last, because we'll see how many whereabouts he might be. I'll give an idea possibly on the tracker in terms of where the leader is. And they're coming off the back straight by the look of it, so they might well get one more time around in a moment. There goes John Ward's Ford Focus, right on cue. There is the leader. And lap time-wise, where James Allen is right now. There is James in the background. He's still doing 1 minute 12. Jameson's been going a little bit quicker, but he's 7.2 seconds back, so touch wood. He should be okay as Jason Davies starts the final lap of the weekend, of the day, for the Modified Ford Series, and after missing out due to some boost issues, we believe, from the first race, from what Robert was saying, is a huge plume of smoke as he upshifts. That's what you get from quite powerful cars, and they push a lot of something out of the exhaust. Winding his way down the hill through the corner curves, nice and steady. He's got a gap of 5.5 seconds. There's a few more spots of rain falling on that camera. The LED headlights flashing 10 of plenty, thanks to James Allen. He's literally got either, must have a switch who just keeps it on permanently, or he's permanently got his thumb on the button to kind of keep getting cars out of the way. Those lights pretty much stay on constantly all the time, just in case someone's coming up in front of him. But the time has hit 0, so we will get checkered flag this time by. And so James won't exactly meet 2 wins out of 2 in his own sponsored round of the Modified Ford Series. But it's Jason Davies does get a bit of redemption after some technical problems earlier on. He will put that Sapphire Cosworth, not for the first time in the series, up on the top step of the podium.
Yep, down into the final chicane he comes, nips at the inside of the 115 of John Ward to put him a lap down, and it is going to be a checkered flag for Jason Davies, then brings the Sapphire Cosworth off the final chicane, sees the checkered flag and wins the second race of the weekend for the Modified Ford Series, with James Allen a somewhat distant second position, as the conditions most definitely were starting to worsen on that final lap, weren't they? A lot of windscreen wipers on and a little bit of spray maybe being kicked up at the top end of the circuit. There is Lloyd Jameson, meanwhile, who ends up third. Really good run that in a race that he almost didn't start. About 15 minutes before the race was due to get underway, he wasn't going to take to the grid, but they got the car sorted and got him out on track. Then it will be Chris Harrison next. Where did Mike Manning go? Mike Manning, I think, yes, he retired to the pit lane, or stopped on track, potentially, according to the timing screen. So no Mike Manning at the end, unfortunately. Harrison then inherits 4th, Paul Neville 5th. Ahead of Kester Cook. So Paul Neville got ahead of Kester Cook on the final lap, I think. Kester Cook must have had a moment, maybe in the damp conditions. And so that's a Class B plus victory for Paul Neville. There went the one of the Fiestas through, the number 2 car of Sam Daffin, who ends up second in Class B. That class led and won by Mike Thurley in the Zack Speed Escort. The last few stragglers just coming across the line. In fact, a whole group of Class B runners there, with Stephen Primmett, long-time historic touring car racer Stephen Primmett in Mark 1 Escort. 11th position for him, but 4th in Class B. So Jason Davies gets the win, wins in Class A as well. The Sapphire Cosworth managing to hang on to the victory that time, and James Allen having to settle for 2nd position. But good to have Jason Davies out there. It's a great looking car, and clearly a very effective one. He wins ahead of James Allen. Lloyd Jameson is the Class SA winner in 3rd. Then it was Chris Harrison ahead of the Class B plus winner, Paul Neville, just getting the better of Kester Cook on the final lap. Mike Thurley won in Class B ahead of Sam Daffin and Gary Johnson. Chris White was also a class winner in Class SB ahead of Stephen Primmett and Lucas Dryden. Then it was Michael McKenzie 13th, 14th John Ward, 15th Alan Tolley, Gary Littlewood, the last of our class winners, the only Class C runner, ahead of Mick Head, Malcolm Wise and James Newins, whilst Mike Manning and Richard Bishop unfortunately failed to reach the finish of the restarted race. The restart coming about after Scott Matthias' accident down at the chicane. The Sapphire Cosworth ending up with quite a bit of damage. However, this Sapphire Cosworth did not. It is damage-free, it ran drama-free, and it won the 2nd Modified Ford Series or race of the day. Time now to head down to a man who knows an awful lot about this series. Rob is down there to catch up with our podium finishers.
A lot better from Jason Davies, and I'll tell you what, folks, they did that in the nick of time because the rain is starting to come down. All of these guys went out on slicks, including our winner, Jason Davies. Jason, after a split booze pipe in race 1, you look a lot happier at race 2.
That's more like it. Yeah, much better. Oh, God. Nice. James pushed me hard. It was brilliant. Yeah, really good dice at the beginning in both starts. Swap places a couple of times. Yeah, mega. Really enjoyed it. Yeah, and yeah, nothing more to add.
You look like you really enjoyed it, and of course, with these 2 cars, you could not get any different kind of cars. mid-2000s, more modern. This is what, late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah.
Turbo-powered weapons, brilliant.
That's it. Yeah, Ford have been doing something right for a long time, and it just goes to show. But no, the old 80s shopping car came out on top. So yeah.
Good old five-door. Congratulations, Jason. I would shake your hand, but you're trying to get his suit off. Congratulations, Jason. That is a worthy Race 2 winner there. And one man that pushed him all the way while destroying his car in the process, as they just assess the damage, because he can't keep away from the curbs or the tyre stacks, apparently. Your team said that, James. A great second place to follow up the win.
Yeah. I don't know what happened there. I tried to take Old Hairpin a little bit too fast.
Did you have a whoopsie?
Yeah. I was straight over the grass and I came back on at Swartz. Not ideal.
But Jason was just saying you both had a monumental battle, swapping positions, but in two completely different cars.
Yeah, it was good to start off with, and then I kind of ruined it for myself. Then there was a red flag, and I thought, oh, here we go. No.
It wasn't to be, but you've had two great results this weekend. Congratulations, James Allen, and thank you for sponsoring the round 4 of the modified Fords. One man I didn't get a chance to speak to in race 1 because unfortunately Paul Lloyd had an issue out on track. He started at the back for race 2. He's come through, got himself 3rd place. Lloyd, that's a bit better.
Brilliant. Well, wasn't that brilliant, Rob? And
fantastic.
Well, I mean, how close was I with James? Oh, just brilliant.
And you couldn't get more different cars, completely chalk and cheese in terms of development, age, what you're doing to them.
Yeah, I mean, as you know, she's a rocket ship. These two guys, they are like proper drivers. I'm just where I'm at because I'm hanging on to this absolute, firework, So I'm very lucky I've got it.
Very happy, man. Two great finishes this weekend.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Rob. When are you back out?
Snetterton, British GT Sport.
Yeah, this is the man to watch right here.
Appreciate it, Lloyd. Thank you very much. That's Lloyd Jameson. We didn't get a chance to catch him after race 1. A pair of great finishes this weekend. But our last race of the day have headed out onto the grid. And I'll tell you what, Jeremy, our cameraman's going to pan round. That's looking quite murky up there. That is not looking nice at all. I feared this was going to come for the modified Fords race, but I fear there might be a downpour for the Classic VWs. A few of them have gone out on wets as a result. This might be a bit fun for our last race of the day and for the weekend, the VW Audi Championship. While I get my teeth back in, I'll hand you back to Andy and Scott to take you through the grid for our final race.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. Well, let's hope that this rain doesn't develop into anything too serious. It's still not wet from what I can see out there. I appreciate the rain is heavier than it has been for a while, but the track just doesn't seem to be taking the water, does it, in the way that you might expect. We'll see if that stays the case. We've just got to get through these 15 minutes without any major issues and without any seriously heavy rain, and that will be our 24th and final race of the weekend done and dusted. We've got the 3 Audi TT Cup cars at the front, Ross Stoner, Paul Savage and Jack McPhillips, but actually some of the quicker drivers, some of the quicker cars to be found in the VW Audi Racing Championship portion of the race, which was won by Paul Rodderson earlier on, and indeed Rodderson was able to get through and win the race outright, despite starting 10 seconds behind the Audi TTs. So Rodderson in the Skoda starting from the pole within that category, alongside Tim Evans, who arguably could have won that race had it been a lap longer. He was really eating into the advantage Paul Rodderson had in the closing stages. Ross Stoner, Paul Savage and Jack McPhillips then are your 3 TT Cup entrants. Then Paul Rodderson ahead of Tim Evans and John Wyatt. Then it was Tony Hunter and Paul Hoggins, Simon Tomlinson and Paul Dunningham 10th, ahead of Stephen Watson and Jonathan Halliwell. Then it will be David Richardson and Dawn Butcher, Andrew Dean and Matt Anderson, then Harley Young, Christopher Garnham, Mark Shepherd and David Lawrence at the back of the field. So the cars launch onto the green flag lap, and they will now take a look at what the conditions are like out there. It does seem to be the wettest part of the track has been up at Macleans and Coppice corner. I'm not seeing any grooves being cut in, any surface water at this stage, so fingers crossed it's not too wet, and we'll get through the 15 minutes before the rain really arrives. And, well, Paul